In place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I hug. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that.
It has been a year of competition ever since Valorant Challengers came to life. Ascend became our world champions, but teams from across the region have showed that we could still fight with the best of our abilities. Even more important, Team Secret has finally made their mark as the best Filipino team in the world. Now, the question remains, though, is if Team Secret will continue that this year, or will we have a new challenger in the champions in the international stage? And with that being said, I welcome you all to Valorant Challengers Philippines.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
And welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm Nomad, your host for the entire day. Alongside with me is Asarai and Dax. How are you guys doing for today?
Wow, it has been a long time since I've seen Dax's face. For you, Nomad, it's the first time, so I'm good. I'm very excited about what's happening today. No, legit, because like this has been one of the first time I'm seeing you on the English podcast, on the English side. You know, you're Englishing it up.
Yeah, I'm Englishing it up. How about you, Dax? How you doing?
Already heartbreaking. I start forgetting all the moments we've shared together off screen, but here we go already. I'm so excited. We're back with VCT.
We're finally back, but before we start today's matches, let's go ahead and go into the updraft presented by our OG, because we have a lot to talk about today. And one of the things that we have to talk about here is the entirety of the 2022 split. I mean, let's touch up a little bit of what happened last year. Asarai, why don't you go ahead and show us your thoughts on what happened last year?
Yeah, last year, real quick again, we just saw how a lot of the teams just kind of fought up until the very last point. We did see, of course, Team Secret just be the team that showed all of us Filipinos that there is a chance for a Southeast Asian team, a Filipino team, to get into champions. I think a lot of aspiring pro players in the Philippines as well were looking at this team to perform, and once they did, it invigorated the scene once again. Coming into 2022, it just seems like everyone just wanting to get to that next level. It's not only Team Secret right now that's vying for that top spot. It might seem that they are, but it's not the only team that's there. It's also these other teams right now that are looking to play, especially here that we have our top 8 in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we had teams who competed in the SEA region. Let's not forget Zeal Esports. We also had Galaxy Racer and Enigma Galaxy. You also had Oasis Gaming for many of the VCT Challengers. But case in point, really, Team Secret impressing even the global stage and making sure that the Philippine scene was absolutely on the map last year.
Yeah, and the entirety of that split may just happen again this year for the officially. We finally started the official circuit for 2022, and there are a lot of hopefuls, at least in the Philippines on its own, that are willing to just outshine the rest of the competition, hopefully qualify for Masters and Champions, get a lot of points up in that. But Asarai, what do you think is something that we have to look forward to as a country, as a region here in the Philippines in the VCT?
I think right now what the things that we are supposed to look forward to is that Valorant has given us a lot more content in the means of new maps as well as new agents. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because there's a lot more older maps that were banned out that could actually get into the mix because there's such a bigger map pool. Agents as well, such as Chamber, is seeing a lot more play here. And I feel like there's a certain amount of players in the pro scene, especially in the Philippines, that has actually started going for Chamber specific comps just because it meshes well with the Filipino strat that if you don't really know what you're doing, you know, just peak aggressive, and Chamber does that super well. So we could be looking at something like this. I'm not sure how many teams that's going to be utilizing that for the playoffs. They might go for safe, what we've seen from last year, but there is that hope that there's a new kid around the block, a new trend around the block that could be happening for this first week of stage 1 VCT 2022.
So many changes though. To Dry Peak City from the Chamber. That's the thing. We might maybe see some fracture. Maybe we'll see some neon. But the thing is, new year, new me, and some of these teams really looking to make sure that this is going to be a new chapter for them.
Yeah, and we'll find out the teams that have qualified for this group stages as the teams from the Philippines have fought out the entire past couple of weeks. Let's have a look at all the teams involved. There we have it. The 8 teams that are qualified, that are going to be playing in the group stages. A mix of old faces, a mix of new faces, but it's still the same old Philippine flavor here. Dax, what are you thinking about the teams here? How is it feeling, like seeing all the roster shuffles happen the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, even after the first season?
Funny thing is, there are, of course, new faces behind those teams, but the teams themselves pretty familiar to many of us, really just at the very top of the PH scene. Even a team called Looking for Org, that's still a roster we're so familiar with in their core, and it really feels like that these guys are just back at it. 2022, this time they're looking to change the pecking order, but they're still at the very tippy top of the scene, looking to fight and looking for at least more and more pathways to the region.
And Asarai, who do you think is a team that we have to look out for going into the group stages we have?
Man, you really put me on the spot there.
Of course.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, and I'll still be pretty adamant for today, for day one. I am looking at NAOS Esports, not NAOS. I've been corrected by a lot of the content creators from their side. It's NAOS, guys. As my dark horse for this entire playoff stage, I feel like this is a team that has just come into play and they're still finding their way, but they show a lot of promise. And I mean, all of the teams show a lot of promise, but I feel like this team in particular has what it takes to maybe get into semifinals and even grand finals.
We'll touch in a little bit more of that, because the entirety of this event, before everything else, is sponsored by Republic of Gamers. And we also would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league title in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. And our official gaming hardware partner, as mentioned, is ASUS Republic of Gamers. This event is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. With all that being said, with all the pleasantries out of the way, we got to talk about what's at stake here. It's an entire tournament. Sure, Masters is over the horizon. Champions is the end goal here. But what is actually at stake here, Asarai?
What is at stake, I think, is just a proving. Again, I think for every stage one, it's a proving ground for all of these teams. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and there's different questions per each team that needs to be answered here. And I think right now the main one is, how can they prove themselves to all the fans, to the other teams, and I guess to themselves, if they can really reach that specific goal, as you mentioned, Masters and most importantly, champions here. Do they have what it takes to reach that next level, especially when I mentioned already, we've already proven that we do have that caliber to reach the top stage. Can these other teams follow that is now the question.
Yeah, well, I gotta say though, we have 8 in the group. It's gonna be 6 into the playoffs and 3 slots up for grabs in the region in itself. And let's not forget all that amazing prize money along the way. But beyond that, it's truly that pathway to the global scene, to champions. It's a path to pro. It's a path to deal with the best and try and beat the best. But first things first, you have to beat everyone else in your own backyard.
Yeah, and we've seen Team Secret shine out as the best last year. This year, hopefully we'll see a new face to potentially join Team Secret moving forward, and that is still going to be a long way to go. But of course, you are watching the English stream right now, but there is also a Filipino broadcast of the VCTPH that you can find out over here. So we're at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, but on the Filipino broadcast, you can go on to the PPGL page at facebook.com/PPGLGG. We're also simultaneously live on YouTube. So you can go to youtube.com/C/PPGLGG to get your fix on the Filipino broadcast and on the English broadcast as well. Now, we gotta get the elephant out the room though. Like, our first match of the day is going to be a pleasant start, so to speak. It's Looking for Org versus NAOS. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more in depth later on, but I kind of want to get your initial thoughts before we hop into our analysis. Let's start with you, Asper.
Ooh, again, I mentioned how I do believe NAOS is a dark horse team. One of the main reasons why I believe this is they do have a great player in the form of Kevs that has formerly known as Stiletto. He's played for the previous SV Empire roster. Yes, that is the one that they're going to be fighting right now, which is the Looking for Org team, also known as ex-SV Empire with Nexi in it. He has been, I think, a amazing player with great stock. He can lead a team. He's very flexible. He can clutch. He can play duelist. He can play Sova. A lot of players can't really say that. So I really put my faith on this particular man to make things happen for the NAOS roster.
You know. The thing is, we're still previewing things, right? I kind of want to put this out there. Asura is putting his eggs already on NAO's basket. But when you look at the Looking for Org roster, the two new additions to basically the ex-SV Empire squad right now, you have Exotic and you have Chowdy. I feel like they're getting betrayed by you, Asura, because maybe you remember a year ago, perhaps, you were playing for a team where you were facing off against Bren Esports for the very first time. And that's the thing, guys. Chowdy and Exotic were once teammates of Asura in game, and now he's betting against them. Oh, I can already feel the sting of betrayal here.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna hurt for Chowdy and the rest. I mean, Asura, why you gotta do your former teammates that bad,
man? Hey, I love Chowdy. He's an amazing player, but he has been inactive for months now, at least in the pro scene. Not sure about how he's been doing game-wise per se. I know there's a few players as well that are actually just coming back with other teams that aren't actually here right now in the group stage. Probably talk about that next time. But yeah, that's why I'm not really putting too much emphasis on LFO. They're a great team, but they have picked up amazing players that might not have that tournament experience that could lead them the way, which is the difference on the NAOS side. I might sound too biased now, but I have no affiliation with NAOS, by the way. But,
Look at this guy.
All right. Well, let's speaking of leading the way, of going on the way, let's have a look at how the tournament is going to be playing out for the rest of the broadcast we have for Challengers. And that is the journey that all the teams took, and this is the journey that they will be taking moving forward. The 8 teams we have: Action PH, Bren Esports, Looking for Org, NAOS Esports, Oasis Gaming, South Built Esports, Team Secret, and Zeal Esports. Each of them in this group stage will be playing a double elimination format. And for the team that doesn't qualify, doesn't have enough points, will sadly go away. And the top one team from each group will be playing on the second round of fights. And this is the first day that we have. First match that we have is Looking for Org versus NAOS Esports in the best of 3, followed shortly by Zeal Esports and South Built Esports. Lastly, it's Action PH versus Bren Esports. Today is just gonna set the stage for the entirety of the day, guys.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree there. Again, we don't see Team Secret at the very start, so I'm pretty sure like a lot of people would be like frowning a little bit, but I would love to mention that the other teams right now have done a fantastic job. If you aren't watching the local tournaments that we have right now, I mean, technically this is a local tournament, but the other local tournaments that's not VCT, a lot of these teams have been participating. They've been doing extremely well and looking really good moving forward into this weekend's worth of tournaments. So it's definitely good to check this out because I feel like these are teams that could even give Team Secret a run for their money, just to kind of set the pace for those who might not have been following the scene from after Champions ended.
The thing is, I see it now. Where is Team Secret in the comments? But really, we have LFL versus NAOS, these two squads again, haves and have-nots. Zeal versus Southbuilt. You could really see teams that are considered top 2 in the PH scene vying for that position. And finally, Action PH versus Bren Esports. I feel like that's going to be such a spicy matchup at the very end. So the first day already of VCTPH, it comes in with such bangers, and it really feels like this is a great way to really reinvigorate everyone that we're back with the official circuit and we are starting and kicking off 2022 in the highest of gears.
Yeah, and hopefully looking for Org and NAOS Esports would be kicking into gear because they will be the first teams to be playing out the entirety of the circuit here in the Valorant Challengers Tour. We'll be hopping on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to start it off.
What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more. Real life, got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down, and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Well, I didn't expect that intro video to come up, but we're back here on the panel desk. We're gonna start talking about the match at hand. It's LFO versus NAOS Esports, and we kind of sprinkled a little bit on top of what we're gonna be expecting from each of these teams. But what are we gonna be expecting in a few words in this matchup, in this series itself? How is it gonna play out? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Ooh, it is going to be the proving ground, I think, for both teams in different aspects, honestly. Again, for NAOS, they're a newly built team. All of their players come from, somewhat well-established previous teams, but haven't really found any success. You could argue for maybe Blast because he was part of Galaxy Racer for like a day, but his performance during that time wasn't as good. But again, that was way back in, what was it, like early 2021 or late 2020 or something like that. So there is still everything up in the air, but it is going to be, again, a proving grounds for NAOS because from their previous teams, they haven't had much success. But maybe as they form this new organization, as they form this new team, that could be a change. With Kev's in the forefront.
The thing is, it's just a question of haves and haves nots right now. As Esports, completely new org. Their opponents, ex-SV Empire, looking for org right now, looking for a place to call home. So it's already that interesting dynamic, and maybe that will be a factor. Bootcamp, diff, anyone. One thing to note though, that now Esports had that foundation as the second coming of UCFC, becoming Fallen 5, having that local and regional tournament experience. On the flip side though, we already know by this point just the usual antics of the likes of Nexi, Jaxi of looking for org. So it's no surprise they're here in the group stage, but with the new additions and of course with kind of new setup right now they're running, how will they fare against a team like NAOS who's really establishing themselves and their organization as something to watch out for?
Let's see if they'll be able to just get rid of the first day jitters here as we introduce our first teams to play in the VCTPH. It's NAOS Esports versus Looking for Org. That is the first team that we have introduced. It's Looking for Org. Now, we've had a couple of conversations here yesterday. This is the former SV Empire roster. We got Chowdy, Draximov, Exotic, Nexi, and Symbol on the table right now. Asarai, let's start with you. The past performances of before, when they were still with SV Empire, wasn't as good as they wanted to be. Sure, in a couple of tournaments, they did win out 2-0s, but there have been a couple that they have lost, 0-1, 0-2s, and it may just seep in here. Do you think that may be the case?
I'll just say this first, though. SV Empire has been a team that always struggles, but they have shown that they have the capabilities to reach that next level. Here's the thing. Way back in 2021, right? Stage 3 Challengers 2, they were able to get into the grand finals up against, I believe that was Galaxy Racer at the time. They did lose 3-1 against Galaxy Racer, but I think that was because, if you remember, the absorbent amount of technical issues that they had as a team. That's why they got picked up by SV Empire, because they got the support. Now they've kind of in moving around. This team has always been plagued by issues, but they have always shown to be a team that can persevere. The biggest issue right now for them isn't that they left SV Empire, I think, is because they got left by a very, very strong player that is now playing on the Bren roster, which is Hot Sauce. So how big is Chowdy's feet that he can fill the Hot Sauce shoes that was left by that particular player as he moved towards the Bren roster?
Yeah, I kind of have to say that the Looking for roster right now. One big issue they've had recently was their issues with SB Empire. Just a few internal strides here and there, but not really in the team in itself. But you mentioned it. Losing Hot Sauce part of that core does hurt, but they do add in two dynamic duelists that work really, really well together. And that's why I want to focus on them just a little bit. Exotic and Chow, the journeyman. Exotic, they were playing for Vanderback recently, and then hopping on out, doing other things, and now back in the pro scene. Chow, in the meantime, that Ader roster, that PCL roster, and let's not forget the roots with Asrai in himself. But watching these two guys play, they have such amazing chemistry together. And whenever you have a team of Nexi, Draxi, Symbol, and then whoever you want to add, if they fit as those duelists, they can really adjust. And for looking for org, it's just business as usual, but there is truly that experience factor that the new players need to get, especially on the biggest stage of the PH scene.
Well, we'll try to find out if the adjustments of looking for org with the roster shuffles and everything else would be a huge factor going into this matchup as they face off against their opponent. We're going to have a look at them. It's NAOS Esports. Well, I gotta say, strength in numbers compared to looking for org. Now it's Esports. We got Kakarot, Kevs, X, Blast, Blurred, and G-Licious on the table right now. And I'm gonna start it off again with you, Asarai. You've been really talking about NAOS Esports like they're your dark horse. You also mentioned yesterday that they have a lot of potential. They're rough around the edges, but they can still show up. Care to expound on that?
Yeah, again, there's a lot of talent in this particular team. I'll move away from Kevs because it seems like I'm giving him a love letter at this point. I mean, it is nearing February 14, but I'm all right. I'm good. But anyways, aside from this particular player, you got Z, Blurred, Blast, Kakarot. Previously, they did have G and Yoshi, formerly of SE Atlas, but another player that definitely wanted to watch out here for NAOS Esports has to be Blurred as well. He played previously for GBP Esports, which is a well-known, I believe, Cebuano team. And way back then, MOTV, which was another like well-known CSGO team from way back when. But aside from that, he has proven himself to be a wonderful, wonderful jet op player. So specific on some certain maps, they could have a really strong lineup here to work around. If they have themselves Blurred playing as either the Jet, he also plays KO or Breach. This is going to be something to watch out for. And then Kevs as a Sova. This is a 1-2 punch that is going to be working a lot. They have, I feel like Blast, I mentioned a while ago, felt a little bit off center, but he might have just, had the time, the months to improve as a support player. He still does play, believe, Sentinel right now with Killjoy and Cypher as his main bases. But that's something to definitely watch out for here for NAOS.
Yeah, well, as Asra is trying to book his ticket to the NAOS bootcamp by his speeches here, the big roster of NAOS is both a bit of a blessing and a curse. And like I mentioned it, they've had some great strides recently as at USCFC Fallen 5 roster over the months past, post VCT 2021, winning a few tournaments here and there as well and getting some good placements. But for me, I think the biggest concern for NAOS right now is who are they really as a team? Because I look at their match history, and the thing is, they're so flexible. So many of their players can play so many different things. So what gives? What are they actually going to be doing here in VCT this time? Who's going to be playing that duelist? Who's going to be playing that initiator? I'm looking at Kakarot and Kevs, who's going to be playing that Sova right now. Will G play? Will Blast play? I've heard from G that he's going to be available right now compared to the qualifiers. So NAOS, yes, we'll be at that full strength. But what truly is the strongest configuration of NAOS Esports? What is the answer to this Rubik's Cube that is called NAOS? Well, we're going to find that answer very, very soon because it truly is up to them to put their best foot forward in all of these dance steps that they can take.
Yep, we'll see them tango in the next couple of maps that we will be having, because the map veto, I believe, is ready, and we'll be finding out what the playing field is like for these two teams. Now, if we're going to be talking about SV Empire here, they pick a lot of Ascent, a lot of Icebox, a lot of Haven, and speaking of which, Haven is what we're going to be seeing, and Ascent as well. Ascent is going to be the last map. Bind will be picked by NAOS Esports, and Haven is going to be where we will start off. Is this something that you guys are expecting to be picked up, Asarai?
I think all of these maps are just like, it's there because it's what we play the most as Filipino players. Bind probably going to be the biggest factor here. I feel like it's going to be the tour de force for I'd probably say LFO. I think LFO has had a lot of experience here. I believe that was when they were SV Empire way back in 2021. This is where we saw EJ, when he was still with the organization, do so well, help his team to greater heights. Haven and Ascent, I think it's just a toss-up. Either team can be just really good at this, but Bind, I feel like, is going to be that switch up of who gets to win the map, if ever.
I know, I'm gonna flip this card. I'm actually gonna say that for LFO, having that Haven for map 1, let's not forget the history of SV Empire. Come on, that was a team that could beat even a team like Team Secret on Haven in itself, and they're really one of the best forces at it, especially when you have Nexi and Draxi knowing around that map. Not only at Ascent, that classic map, it really brings back those roots, but on the flip side, I feel like also Bind, that might be the map where NAOS can show their stuff. Double Initiator might be a possibility even, and from what I've seen from them, they can really dominate with a Breach Sova setup there.
Well, all of you put down your analysis there, but we gotta put in our predictions here. Let's start off with me, then Asarai, then Dax. I'm gonna go with LFO for this matchup. What about you guys?
I mean, at this point, if I don't say NAOS, right, it's gonna be weird. I'm gonna say NAOS, and I'm gonna say 2-1.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say LFO 2-1. I think the map draft, having that first and third map pick, really helping them get their foundation back, especially with their newer players in tow.
All right, well, that's the prediction. We'll see if Asarai would change his mind later on, but they're predicting a 2-1 here. And we just have to watch the story unfold if that is going to be the case. Because, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our first series of the day, NAOS Esports versus Looking Forward.
The very first game on the very first day. We are so hyped to be here, and the story begins here for all these Filipino teams, hoping to be the first representatives potentially to APAC here. It's a whole new year, and I am so psyched. You're joining Illustrado, that's me, and Black and Blue. How are you feeling today, man, on this day of days?
Very, very fine, man, and I'm sure we got lots of fine games coming up as well. Dude, it's been quite a break that we've had. The last time we've kind of been on here has been LCQ, so it's been a hot minute, to say the very least. And for us to get going here on day one with some new faces already to start off this entire year, I think it's going to really prove to be such a great game.
Absolutely, man. Two of the hopefuls. You know, I'd say we look at these two teams right here, NAOS Esports, and at the same time, LFO. These guys, you know, they could be in, I think, a better position. They're definitely struggling. But in terms of like where they stand, in terms of, you know, the opponents that they did come up with, I think this is one of the better tests for them. They're of equal, I think, skill level. I'd say that this could go really pretty much either way here as we take a look at the agent select. Nothing too crazy. We are seeing a couple of KOs being picked up, so I'm a little bit hopeful for that. Kakarot back on that, back on the KO. So, you know, we haven't really seen much of Kakarot, especially later stages of the last year, but this could be. And also Kevs, the panel mentioned him a little bit earlier on. We haven't really seen much of them late into the year last year, but this is one of the first true chances we get to see it how they are nowadays.
What's interesting is that I'm not too sure if many people are familiar or aware, but Kakarot and Kevs have been teammates with each other for quite a while now. Hell, even before Valorant came out, these guys have the tactical shooter experience, formerly of kind of like the B squad of the Bren Esports CS roster, and they definitely are going to be bringing that kind of experience and chemistry here into this match. But the thing is, you're talking about chemistry, you got a good core here on the opposite side of LFO, the ex-SB Empire roster, one of the most consistent, I guess, students you have of this entire VCT circuit that we had during stage 1. They did not miss a single stage. Every single week they were there, but they have yet to really crown that championship. They've gone to the championship 3 times, but they never really got it for themselves.
I just have to say, man, these guys, this loading screen is like sick.
Yeah.
It looks like they're about to have a dance battle. This is some, what is that street dance movie? I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about. They look like they're about to have a dance showdown, or maybe like a flip-top battle.
Totally. This is people about to drop some bars when you see all this, but in other ways, this is also such a beautiful kind of, I guess, new production. Look at this, guys, production value.
Well, let's head on over. First game of the week and of the year here in the VCT Circuit Philippines. Let's dive into it. NAOS going up against LFO, and we've seen different iterations of the LFO roster here, but can they stack up against NAOS Esports? You're joining us here in Haven.
Let's talk about the compositions that we got on either side. KO to be coming out, not something super common here on Haven, but let's see how exactly they put that to the test, as early mid control looking to be taken by LFO.
Let's see where they line up right now. Pistol round, obviously quite important. A little bit surprised they're going straight for this B site. Here comes the dash in. And that's going to be one person hold all the way into the sidelines. They're going to give it up completely, hoping for a full retake. And that's going to be the first kill. Nice kill with a shot dart from Kevs right there already this early on. And NAOS is just rolling house right now. Kakarot with another. And this B site has fallen apart. But wait a minute. Exotic has something to say about it. The only player left standing in a 1v3. Fight has gone down. No! Oh, the double lineup! Exotic! Where has this come from? First game doesn't make it a problem, but Delicious rather, is able to get that 1v1 in his favor, and that round was an absolute roller coaster, Black and Wolf. That caught me off guard.
It seemed like, the round is done, but hey, you have to believe when it's Exotic in that clutch situation. This guy can pop off at any single time, and you see it exactly there. Well, I'm sure that's a feel-good moment for him. They do lose the round, but hey, he got a bunch of frags, and with that leaves him only 2 ultimate orbs away from his blade. So who knows? They lose this round, they could potentially use that blade for a 3rd and really secure it, or even for the 4th if they don't take that. So I still think, all things considered, good job by LFO. By LFO, but NAOS, more importantly, had a spectacular showing on that B-side defense. You saw the flank coming in from Blurred, but it didn't even matter because the guys up front, Kakarot, and you got Kevs on that Sova, really held things down.
Look at that lineup. That was smooth. Even the dash out. I thought after we saw that was it. That was his moment, but just slips away from him at the very last second there.
Ooh,
a little bit unfortunate as we get to take a little bit of a break here. It seems like, as with usual, we might be going into a little bit of a technical, as is standard operating procedure for a region.
Well, I think we got the UI back up, so I think we should be continuing on quite soon, but I don't want to jinx it too early just yet. So let's talk about what we do have. We talked about the compositions real quick. Kaio, not super common here in Haven. You'll see him in some of your ranked games, but every now and then, some teams like to pull him out. In this case, both of these teams playing Kaio here. So Kakarot did a great job with his molly to really make that B entry a lot more difficult. We're going to have to see kind of the same response here from the LFO side, as once more, mid-control is their plan.
Yeah, and we talked about earlier, how he's going to fit into this roster here. Up alongside Blast, we didn't really see have the best performance last year. But we know that when you change rosters a little bit, it makes a little bit of a difference. Just like that, Symbol is able to find G as well. It's going to be the B site yet again, looking to be their target. Couple of pot shots from Exotic. Very deadly on the aim. Not going to find anything, but they have lost. They have gained already an advantage, rather. So it's going to be Blurred. An aggressive peek with a Marshall is able to find them level playing field here, bring it to a 4v4. But here comes the reinforcements towards that A site. There's going to be 2 players holding strong from NAOS.
It's a 4v4, as you said, and Blurred gets the tag and the kill. Body's all he needs, and that's what he finds. He doesn't have a dash out to try and retreat safely, and so Symbol's going to punish him, but Kevs is going to do the same here on the Nexi. 3v2 and LFO trying to make this site theirs, but Kevs is going to say, nada, this is mine, and you're going to go and try and to win the third as NAOS open up the half with a 2-0 start, but can they secure the third? Perhaps.
No.
Not hopeful.
Well, hopefully, but it's very unlikely, obviously. But you know, when a team like NAOS, they have the firepower. Kakarot, you know, he's absolutely insane. You got Blurred, who's landing great shots on the Marshall. Normally, in situations like this, you're looking for good economic damage, but obviously, we're going into a lesser buy from the side of NAOS. Let's see if they can make it count right here. And I like what they're doing. They're already starting to push C long. They know that they're at a weapons disadvantage, so they want to go for at least some map control to level the playing field, gain a little bit more information. They've stuck G up in an aggressive position here to maybe catch off a player. And this could actually go in their favor. They only have 1 player, Kakarot, up in garage though, so their garage is quite open. And that's going to leave a little bit of an opportunity here for LFO to get in. But they don't go anywhere. They just wait, which is usually the right call, Black and Blue, because, you know, you want to make sure you catch anyone pushing.
I do think this is the right call for LFO. It might be open in garage, but once you come out of that C position, they have full control of that C long, and NAOS are going to certainly punish LFO for going too hastily in there. So A is the way. But now they're going to be coming to A long, and Draxy's going to find the opening pick. Blurred taken off. That's his Marshall drop. Obviously, they have the weapons advantage, so this should be easier for them to make their entry. But Kevs, like a snake here in the smoke on that dust. Well, you'd never really expect a Sova to be playing like that, but hey, he catches him off guard at the perfect time. Kakarot doing the same, almost finding a second, but Exotic will punish him there after the updraft. Drags him off. He does find that opener, but he brings him now to a 3v2 with only a Teague and, well, a Spectre in their hands.
I thought that Spectre would line up, but couldn't get the control just right. Almost actually taking down Exotic. Could have been 2v2, but still, we were talking about economic damage. They've already succeeded in this. Now the flank is coming in here from G. Can him and Blast at least make it a little bit more expensive? This will retake this Triangle of Doom, as we so named it before. Very hard to break through. Able to get 1, but only 1. And so 3 kills are found here by NAOS, making it a very, very good bonus round.
Very nicely done. Okay. That is, all things considered, you know, you get most of the opposing side, you build up some economy, and you make things more expensive for LFO. But this is where the game starts. Round number 4, where the economy really is decided on how the opening half of this first half is going to go. And LFO, they know that this is a round they need to secure. They lose this, it's going to be quite difficult for them. They got the Blaze on Exotic to try and build up some bank, but playing for op is not something that you can really do on the attacking side too often. So they're really going to want to win this round, get a rifle in his hands, the next one. And so with that idea in hand, you're going to, you know, kind of default out and look for maybe if NAOS are going to give an opening to the LFO side.
I mean, this is very true and true to form for LFO here. Former SV Empire. This is how they love to play. They like to play very tactically, very slow. They like to dissect and surgically take out map control and then take the kills very coordinated. So this is how, whenever you see an LFO game like this, they're going to be playing quite slowly like here, but they're going to creep their way up towards A, seeing nobody really pushing. They do have, like you said, the Blades from Exotic, so they're going to hope that he makes a mark and try to make this initiation happen here. Aldron comes out towards A. That's going to spot 1. They know there's 1 player towards the backside, but they haven't really identified 1 yet. Blurred is still alive, dashes out, smokes himself off, but he gets caught off. Now the trade's coming in here as Kevs is only able to get 1. Draxy responds. It's now a 3v4. Nice nade there.
30
actually
seconds
slows
left.
the plant down for a second, but not too long. Flank play does come through as well. It is imminent as Blast does bring us to a 3v3.
Yeah, that Molly, at the very least, delayed enough time to help get NAOS here in the flank, Delicious, potentially into a better position, but he's going to be snuffed out. Nexi, good job on that flank watch, down to a 3v2. In their favor, this ultimate as well, the Scuffle Divide is going to make it so much more difficult to go through, even with a pop flash. LFO are going to clean up house and take round number 4. That sets NAOS down economically and does tie up the game. So you're going to expect a kind of like an eco buy here as LFO looking to take the lead here in the 5th round.
Yeah, especially because of how many kills they got and how much they were really able to shatter the economy up against NAOS. They're forcing an eco quite early on here, 2 rounds in a row, help them stabilize their economy. This is a really, really good sign from them. I know a lot of our panel were predicting LFO. Only Asterite really holding out for NAOS Esports. We didn't get to talk about our predictions, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm still going for LFO on this one. But before I do that, Blurred with a quick 2 taps, finding 2 kills. This early on in the round, eco or not, those blades are ruthless.
He might be named Blurred, but it's clear as day here, Elo, that this guy has something to prove, and he's got the skills to back that up as well. But Kevs with a double, okay, the ultimate's finding every single kill here in the round, and a flawless, thrifty round won by Ultimates, Blades, and the Hunter's Fury only. Now, what a turnaround for round number 5.
I want to say, what, Kevs? How is he allowed to get 3? I want to sort of reiterate how good that was from Kevs. The side of NAOS, they know that LFO like to play so slow and stay in base for a very long time, which allows Kevs a really good idea on where to place that Hunter's Fury so early on in the round, coupled with the pressure from Blurred there with those, quick blades, is really able to get them that round. It's absolutely disgusting how they're able to pull that off. Really, really well done from NAOS. Throwing a wrench in the plans, catching off LFO just when they think, okay, they're going to be on eco, we can take it a little bit easier, we can relax. Nope, they just get yoinked out of the round.
That's where you have to be the most careful, especially against a team like NAOS here who, this name, the organization itself might be new, but the players in it, they've been in this scene for a while. They have almost as much experience as most of the other teams here in our top 8, and you can see exactly why they're. Great job coming in from NAOS Esports to win that thrifty. And as you said, Kevs, he knew exactly how they play. He has played against them, with them, and he knew that LFO, if they're going to be stacking up on A lobby, that's where I'm going to send my heat. So round number 6 going on here. Full guns for the most part all around. Shouty does have a Bulldog, but hey, that thing has shined some light very recently, as another A lobby take is what LFO are going for, and now they have the information on that.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do with that information. Blurred again, and it's just time and time again that Blurred is able to get these opening picks from an aggressive position here. I really think LFO need to do a better job at handling this, because again, Blurred, he just, gets another one here, a double peek. Blurred finds 3. This is absolutely ridiculous how aggressive they are allowed to be and take as many fights as they want. This is very much true to form here for NAOS, by the way, in their play style. But LFO, they're completely rocked by this aggression that's being dished out by NAOS.
And the thing is here, mind you, this is basically kind of a tandem that's been doing all this work here on the A side. It's just been Kevs and Blur, the Sova and the Jet, making everything happen on that A side, just the 2 of them alone. Symbol will finally shut down his Sova rival here in the opposing side, and Blurred is very low. No dash out. If he gets a kill, though, that's going to reset for him, but does not land the shot. Nexi, good job on the adjustment. Still a 3v2. They're getting caught off guard from behind. Double on the flank, and Bloss is going to shut Nexi down. A single HP health point on Symbol, but that won't last for long, as NAOS really kind of re-secure their lead here, 4-2.
Well, I'm at a loss at how Black and Blue, how crazy this game. This is the first game, and I did, because we talk about LFO, and we're like, okay, when we see them, it's gonna be a slow, steady game. It's gonna be, very tactical, like a chess match. Nope. NAOS is just like, now we're gonna play this game our way and just rock you. I'm stunned.
It's Yeah, it's incredible to watch how they're playing right now, NAOS especially. And I guess that's how you kind of want to start the game off, right? Don't let the LFO side get that lead. Don't let them heat up. NAOS, they know that. So opening pick here on the anti-eco. Everything falling in the way of NAOS Esports and LFO. They look stunned for the meantime, but I don't think that's going to continue on for long. If you can find a pick or two here, you can call it around and be done with it. But for the most part, yeah, this is a cleanup round. Get that money, get those credits on your economy, and tag your stats.
And Symbol even gets tagged through the wall. That's just so unfortunate there. He's toying. He's playing with fire right now. He's just gonna get sprayed down. Easiest kill of Blast's life there. And now they're starting to run away with this. I'm a little bit concerned here for LFO. They're not looking so good tactically. They're really dancing to the tune of NAOS. LFO, man, they gotta come up with something else. They gotta change their pace. They're playing very much standard, a little too standard. They play standard, and that's fine because, you know, this was their strength way back when. Now it's showing everybody that they're not here to play standard. They're gonna play their own game, and they're winning at it so handily.
I think you're right on the head on that. Well, LFO, the ex-SB Empire roster, were always kind of, you know, that, as you said, like defaulting team. They play the standard way, but they play it really well. But you have to also remember, this is quite an attacker-sided map, most would argue, and in this case, LFO not on that favored side. Kev's taking some damage early on, but as the null command comes out, that is going to keep him at bay. Oh, he's still choosing to fight here over the short side. Only gets a kill before going down. That's Chowdy, and he can re-res him up to get back into the fight, and the A site is theirs.
That's a really good take there for LFO as they not only claim the site, but they also get a kill and res their teammates. So now 5v4, quite difficult here. Hunter's Fury will be deployed to remove the lockdown. It's 2 lockdowns, in fact, that are being deployed here. And that's going to be the entry denied. Gee, I think going in a little bit prematurely here. And this could already be a save call this early on. And sure, they have a lot of money, so they might just send another player over in just to try. But time, I think there's already no more time here. They might just want to try to make this expensive.
Well, that's going to be it. LFO come back with a round after losing about 3 straight. One they so desperately needed. You saw G there, G-licious, trying to maybe get a cheeky kill or two by catching them off guard, but he was the one who was caught in the end. So LFO, they cut the lead down to 2, but now they still have some economy to work with. Even after this round, if they lose this, they should have at least 1 more full buy, potentially a half buy after. So now the op coming out now on Blurred. He's going to be taking that towards Garage. And whenever you see an op on Garage, you can know that he's about to make a play. The Kaio is with there to support him. So perhaps a flash on out, maybe not even, or they even save that flash for after he peaks. And I fully can bet that he's about to peak this right now. Although the entire LFO squad are going towards Zeal.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a change of pace. And this is what we were expecting to see. That last round, confidence boosted for them. But can they keep that confidence up? Blast, the Sentinel, is able to get one. Doesn't line up a second one, but G and Kakarot melt them down. Blurred is punished for that updraft. No problem. Up should be recoverable towards the back of site, unless it's on the platform. Oh, no, they can't get it. They can't get... Oh, they got it. Okay, they got it at the very end there. They managed to pick it up. Clean defensive hold here. I like the idea to change the pace, but LFO once again looked stumped. They won a round, sure, but again, they're unable to string them together. They can't win 2 in a row. How do they break this puzzle that NAOS has set before them?
Yeah, they didn't even need the operator there on NAOS' side. LFO trying to brute force their way in a site, maybe a single pop flash, but they all came from C-Long on a rush. Didn't really work out for them, but now Blurred, he's going to try and re-peek this. They see his barrel. They know he was there. They have to try and fall back instead. You can kind of notice that Chowdy here, he wanted to try and peek that garage, but now that the operator has been given away, might be too big of a risk, especially with what little he's got in hand.
Indeed. Operator towards garage. I like this angle. It's not the first angle you'd expect an operator to be on, but it is an angle that you will be flashed. So Kakarot tries to go for that aggressive peek. That's a... Ooh, sees the edge right there. Might go for more. Doesn't see anybody. So this only means one thing, that they are giving that away. So Blurred will be departing from that garage angle. hoping to place his op elsewhere and find his luck somewhere else.
Good job here by LFO. Actually, the fact that they kind of play slowly in default did catch NAOS off guard, knowing that NAOS like to push. But here, suppress on the backside. Shouty will find that pick in the G, and Blast is going to get the trade. Not a direct one, but the trade nonetheless on Exotic up top. Brings it down to a 3v4. Actually, equalize that. Blurred, what a shot from him to get things back online here in NAOS's potential side. 25 seconds left on the clock. Plant has not gone down just yet. It's out in the open. They cannot retrieve it. They're having a trouble trying to even get through this because of this operator, but Nexi wins that fight on the Blurred. Kev's on the trade. 2v2 here, Elu, and time's ticking.
12 seconds left. He's not gonna, he can get it down here, but he's gonna stick the plant. So 1v2 right here. Shouty all alone, 1v2, not looking the right way. It's gonna be Kev's again, bailing out his team, and NAOS will take another round, claiming, securing the first half in their advantage. 7-3 right now, 2 rounds left in the first half, and NAOS is looking strong. Now here's the question, Black and Blue. Will they be able to carry this over to the attacking side again? We haven't really seen much of these two teams as of late. And when it comes to the attacking side, that's really when you start to see, you know, how prepared teams are, whether they have attacking side strats, whether they have, you know, prepared certain, you know, plays for like a map like Haven, and whether they can actually pull them off. That's going to be the test here for NAOS, because on the defensive side, you can just wait, you can play aggressive, and that might be enough to carry on over to the, you know, to win you a game, maybe get you a bigger round. But when it comes to the attacking side, you most likely, well, you will definitely need to have a plan in hand.
For sure. And kind of looking here at how LFO, who were notoriously one of the best Haven teams in the Philippines, you know, during year one, them kind of struggling here off of map number 1, it makes you kind of have to wonder if this is maybe just some kind of first game jitters, or are NAOS just that much more prepared to play, especially knowing that they're on the defensive side when normally the map might kind of be attacker sided. But one could argue either way nowadays on how this map should be or would be played. As LFO, they can maybe get a 7-5 here, but that's the bare minimum that you'd want going to that second half if you're LFO.
So if you guys don't know, for those who are just joining us at home, Kevs, he used to be also Stiletto or Kevs. And used to be former teammates, I think, with Draxi and certainly Symbol back when they were in SV Empire, until he was swapped out. Now, it's going to be a couple quick picks from NAOS, as they do find, yet again, a 2-man advantage here on the defense. And their defense is just looking rock solid, man. G, even getting aggressive in this corner, is able to win up against Draximov. So really, NAOS having a very good read on how LFO plays. This is just bloodbath. Good flash. Blast gets 1. Unable to get another one. Symbol does get a trade, but Kakarot finishes off the round, and that was as clean, almost as clean as it gets, only losing 1 member. 8-3. NAOS is running away with this.
Yeah, and they only got a single pick in that, so LFO, they are really in muddy waters right now. They cannot send a player like Draximov, you know, your Astra, your only smoker, to go solo into that C-long position and try and clear it out himself. Maybe if it was a late lurk, yes, but it isn't. And when that happens and Draximov is not able to get the kill, then you basically lose any hope of the round of having any smokes, and that's not something you'd want to have here early on. So Blurred holding down the line. Oh, he spots him out, but not able to really find the timing to get the shot off in the nick of.
All right, good recon. Doesn't get okay. They both fall at the same time here, but again, it's this aggression on this A side, on wherever, that is just netting NAOS kill after kill after kill. And LFO just don't know how to handle it here. They're used to playing up against opponents who respect them and respect this you know, default that they hold, and they're used to maybe winning those duels. Because you do have star level players, but with perfect time flashes like that, it's just not gonna go very, very far here. They have 1 player left standing, and Kakarot cleans up. 9-3 on the first game. This is not at all what any of us expected. Certainly not on the panel. Only really Aster. Okay, Asterai, I see you. I see you.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, NAOS, they hit the scene running, dude, like sprinting as soon as they got here. Another team that you could kind of say the same for would probably be Action PH on the other side of the group stages. But LFO, yeah, they're struggling. And interestingly enough, you know, a lot of times, Haven, you want to take early control, but the rounds that LFO have looked the best at here so far is when they kind of slow things down in default, because they know NAOS are going to try and make a play. They know NAOS are going to get aggressive on that defensive side, and they catch them off guard by basically waiting for that play into their trap. So this time, though, second half, roll, swap LFO on the defense, and this, they have to win this pistol round, Elo. Otherwise, this game is done. We're going to map 2.
Yeah, things are not looking good here for LFO. It is a 9-3, and it's a very convincing 9-3 at that. The only rounds really the LFO have won were sort of, I wouldn't say a fluke round, but they need to keep things. They need this pistol, but Blurred. Oh, Droxy with 2. Now fights back. Kevs is able to get 1, but Symbol's able to find a double 1v1, and it's Symbol taking 3. And they finally get a life, a breath of life here for LFO. But again, it's only the pistol, and there's a long way to go.
But hey, this should secure them a second round, potentially a third after, if they can play their cards right. And it wasn't the cleanest pistol round from LFO, but sometimes those clutch plays, that's what you need to breathe some life back into the team, get them that momentum. And this time, well, Symbol giving them a sign to keep on pushing. He didn't even need the headshot there on a G-licious at the end, but hey, he got it anyways. 9-4, a few more rounds to possibly really closing this game.
Yeah, a couple more rounds is all they need. Well, 3 to be specific, but
enemy killed.
Okay, wow, Blurred, good shot there. And that's gonna net them at least 1 kill. Oh my god, Kakarot, absolutely disgusting! And he just walks in and claims the...
That's done.
Okay, doesn't expect Nexi to be right around the bend here. No opportunity for a trade because of that smoke. But there's a little bit of sneaky Astra who gets into the C site somehow. How did he just walk into C site?
That's what happened on the B site. That's what happened on the C site. You might expect it to happen on the A site, but nope. Nexi finds a second in the round, and I would say, okay, they only have sheriffs, but then after we saw those 2 opening picks, you can't just scoff at these things in their hands anymore. These could definitely turn the round around if you can find a pick or 2. They've retrieved the Spectre as well here, I think, on Blurred. So, can he land the shot? No, he doesn't. That's a third for Nexi. Plant goes down, but ultimately, I think the round is done. LFO secured their third, as they should. But now, here is the real meat of the game. Going into the third round of this half, and NAOS, they should get this 10th potentially on the board, but if LFO convert this and get that third round as well, then we might have a game in your hands.
Well, good round, but honestly, I'm still a bit worried, man. Kakarot, he's... Okay, here's the thing. Kakarot, when we talk about Kakarot, is like, oh my god, he's a crazy player. He's one of the best in the country. Hasn't had that much success in terms of where he lies within teams. Now, in this team NAOS, he's actually slowing down. He's not at the top of the scoreboard. It's Kevs who's at the very top, the guy who was pretty much benched from SV Empire last time, and he's absolutely destroying members from his former team in what is an amazing showing here by the returning player Kevs.
It's almost like a sweet revenge for him if he's able to secure this series against the LFO squad. But now, NAOS kind of taking the same playbook as LFO did on their gun rounds, where they like controlling this mid, maybe potentially pushing up garage, but then ultimately going somewhere else, maybe trying to crawl up that C-long. But there's a lot of utility here placed already by LFO to make that C-long push much more difficult. They've got that star, and they got the nano swarm right behind it, as well as a drone gives away their position. Perhaps not their intent, as they've successfully taken the garage control, but will they be able to do that same thing to the C site itself?
Okay, footsteps definitely heard. Now they're onto that C site, giving up completely. Nexi decides, let them have it, we'll play for retake, but can they really play retake up against these rifles on the C site? That yet remains to be seen. Awful timing right there from Blurred, but somehow gets away. G is able to back his teammate up. 4v5 right now. Shock darts coming in through. There can be a little bit of a weapon swap coming in as well. Nexi is trying to hold this garage angle. They do have Kev's working his way, checking the flank, and he's going to be the failsafe for this round. But the retake now comes in. G and Blurred clean things up with Blast getting a double, and it's another perfect round from NAOS. They are just unstoppable.
Yeah, that retake, as you said, is and was quite difficult for LFO, especially on the Spectres, but now they got guns. Now they got rifles in their hands, Vandals and Phantom abound. And they're 5 rounds from tying this game up, but I mean, you can say it's only 5, but just the way that NAOS have been playing on either side have been really, really good. I mean, barring, you know, a really clutch performance on the end of the pistol round from Symbol, this could have been NAOS already at match point, but, well, LFO, this round means so much more than the scoreline might suggest. They get this round, we have a real game. They lose this, I think the match is done. We're moving to map 2.
Absolutely. Not a lot of room for error at all here for LFO. So this gun round needs to be the one, and they need to break down the economy of NAOS. Not going to be the easiest of tasks as well. Well, if they can win this one, it's certainly in the books, but NAOS, they are looking clean. Attacking side, defensive side, definitely sleeper team. Asarai, you know, talked about it earlier, one of the dark horses in this tournament. I personally was also sleeping on this team, kind of like, I'm not 100% convinced, but they are showing everybody that, you know, they are here to play. Shouty, that should have been a win for him any day. Bladestorm coming in, can't hit the first one. Rest of them trying to come through here. B side open and vulnerable. There is one player towards the side. Exotic lines up a double, lines up a third. Exotic has gone huge.
Oh my goodness, Exotic. What has this man had for breakfast? It's early in the morning and he's already popping off like that. 4 versus 2. NAOS.
30 seconds left.
LFO, man, they're the ones who really want this to happen, to come back. And well, Exotic, he's putting his foot down and making that so. Now, so I don't think they're in tough waters just yet. They've got a bit of a cushion to work with, and even if they lose this round, so what? They move on to the next and potentially win the one right after. But G and Kev's, they've opened up the B site. Oh, but he's not able to land the shot immediately. Here comes a recon. They know where he is, and next he's going to close out the round. 6-10, LFO. What a great showing there from Exotic in the round to breathe some life into these players. Sometimes, man, when your structure is breaking down, it comes to the individual players to step up. A while ago it was Symbol, this time Exotic.
Wow, what a play right there from Exotic, but I do have to say, NAOS almost turned that around. A couple of kills. If they had a little bit more time, maybe to get that spike down, they could have gotten it, but a little bit unfortunate they weren't able to, so we now brought back to 10-6. Like you said, a lifeline has been thrown to LFO. A little bit of a lifesaver, but can they get back onto shore? Take a look at the scoreboard for a couple of seconds here. Kakarot bottom fragging is not something that we are used to seeing.
Yeah, especially when you're the Kaio. You kind of expect the Kaio to be like the main rifler, the second one or third one on in, but it just hasn't been working out for him. He has had some good utility, though. A lot of his pop flashes and, you know, his 0 points have been landing on the mark, gaining them that information and advantage, but it just hasn't been converting into kills for him specifically, but more for the team around him. But there are 4 players here, Ilu, stacked up to defend this A site. They're actually kind of playing more of a retake. They're really pulled back. The only player really in sight is Kakarot himself, but I don't know if LFO are ready for this. I mean, NAOS rather. Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. A site. There are, look at this. There's like 4 players around that A site area in case of a hit. They're actually already sending Exotic all the way back just to come and help defend it in case they do. So this is gonna be a difficult hold. Even if they do get in, the reinforcement is gonna come in quick. It's gonna be one of the quickest retakes that you're going to see. And they are here. Lockdown has been deployed as well. Hunter's Fury. It's a little bit of rinse and repeat from a couple of rounds ago. But it's all going to come down to when they execute and how they do it. Hunter's Fury, nice tag onto Kakarot. He's going to survive for now, but not for long, as Shouty's able to take him down. Blurred with aggressive peek. Tries to swing wide. He lines up 2. Blurred is allowed to get another one here, but Exotic with a double. And that's G. Making things a 1v1. Nexi is even looking the right way. He turns around, but he can't do it. G. completely misses that flick, but still, it's a great round from Nexi to come in from the side and give LFO another lifeline here. They are making the comeback happen. Only 3 rounds separating these two teams. This is the game, the opening game that we were hoping to see here, Black and Blue.
That was a great job by Chowdy to play that out of CT position. You know, as soon as Symbol was popping his Hunter's Fury to flush out any planters on the default spot, well, he was ready to punish them off. Blurred, he gets a double, which really did kind of throw a rope here to the NAOS side. And in the end, Delicious, if he had more health, he would have won that fight. Nexi, not even landing his opening shot of that spray, but at least the second half of it does connect and gets them within reaching distance of this lead. I mean, they have the weapons advantage here on round number 18. This should be a 10-8, barring some heroics once again from NAOS. And LFO, they're back in this, Elu.
They are. And like we said, man, NAOS, if you're kind of a newer team, your attacking side might suffer a little bit. Might be what we're seeing here today.
Yikes.
Good shot, but he dashes forward. Doesn't matter, he gets around the bend. Looking for another one, he gets 2. And okay, he lines up good 2 kills right here. It is eco round, however, so nothing to get too crazy about. Still a nice couple of pickups here that will keep them in good spots.
Silence.
Okay, a little bit of an overreach on that last pick Exotic, especially with low HP. Getting a little bit greedy for those kills, but still, it should be all right.
You know, sometimes you just got 2 picks off the op. You're feeling it. You want to dip for a 3rd time around, but hey, just like any good fishball stand, do not double dip. That's it. You peaked, you got your kills,
30
you're low
seconds
HP,
left.
you're done with. You don't have a dash as well. 10-7, but this should be a 10-8 real quick.
Yeah.
They've made their presence known here in the garage. All 3 players of NAOS are here, and with that, LFO should be in a proper position to try and shut this down, but hey, they've crawled their way up the window, potentially in a CT, and they don't actually go down. Nexi is the one to get killed, and Draxi is able to fend off one, but they line up. Draxi mob like a sentry with that Spectre. 10-8, operator saved, but we're now going to gun round.
I like the idea there from NAOS. It was actually a good play. We just line up at the end there. Good attempt here from NAOS, but unfortunately, they're unable to pull it off here. And this is, I'm looking at the scoreboard, man, and it's definitely not what we expect. The players that are stepping up are sort of the unknowns. We talk about Exotic, who, first of all, we haven't really seen him on the professional circuit like ever. I mean, we were trying to look at it, research, and figure him out. Where does he come from? And then he's sort of stepping up. Kevs, who has been sort of MIA for quite a while, he's on top of the scoreboard. A lot of unexpected performances that we're seeing here today, but that's obviously a good thing as they head towards that C site. Next, he's able to get 2 before he does drop. Blurred and G is able to trade. Now it's going to be a 3v3, potentially a 4 if they get that res up onto Kakarot. Looking like it's going to be possible here now, so they're looking in great shape as they get that res off.
Brings them a 4v3. Not a single ultimate on either side, and with an operator, this is going to be very, very difficult to retake here for LFO. So if I were them, honestly, just play for exits at this point. You still have enough to buy into round number 20, and that's all you need. Play the long game here. Don't confuse forest for the trees. Delicious holding down from the logs. He's able to find one, but he's taken offline. Okay, to bring it to a 2v2. But they can retrieve the rifle here and get it out of Chowdy's hands, and who knows, this retake might be possible, but the time is ticking. They know the jig is up, and they have to get Balin. 10-8 quickly now, 11-8. They're a single round for match point here, NAOS.
But NAOS have certainly slowed down. You know, they're not winning round after round. They are sitting a little bit quieter. They are still in the lead, though, and they only need 2 rounds away, though. But, so it's still pretty much hands in the balance for me. I am looking at Archaeos to hopefully step up a little bit more. Kakarot and Chowdy at the very bottom here. Chowdy obviously much further away from his team than Kakarot is, because Kakarot's still pretty decent KD. But at the same time, it's still not something I'm used to. Kakarot not getting 30 frags, 40 frags. When has that ever happened?
Well, new year, new leaves have turned. No, he looks away at the wrong.
He doesn't shoot. I think he thought that he left click, but he didn't.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe after the interview we could ask him ourselves. But it's a 5v5. Still, Blurred. He's got his blades up and he's looking to slice things here open for the NAOS side on this attack. They're going towards that C site, which has had mixed results for them, but for the most part has been quite favorable and efficient in their attacks. And LFO, that operator is nowhere to be seen. It's only the double man duo defense once again here, but Nexi, same position. He's gonna find a double kill once more. He is so good at holding down that garage out. And Draxi has also been a complete detriment here to the attacking side of NAOS. Every time they went C, he is doing a great job as well of keeping them at bay.
Yeah, NAOS' progress grinding to a halt here. Every time they win, it's the complete opposite of what we saw in the first round. A little bit expected for the newer teams for their attacking to be not as fleshed out. But this is a little bit concerning. 2 rounds is what separates these teams here, and I don't think NAOS has very much economy left. I think they're pretty much stalled out in the middle of the highway. Let's take a look at their buy in a second. I don't think NAOS has very much in the tank. They could potentially be ecoing here, and that could be an 11-10. This could go all the way. Black and Blue, we might be seeing a first game overtime. Are we going to be blessed today?
I think so.
Is Ray
this should be.
right now?
No, yeah, she is. I think she and Phil are. So yeah, that makes sense. Hell, to be fair, if it was Taylor, it would still make sense. Well, yeah, as you're right. Eco buy here coming from NAOS, a Marshall in Blurred's hands, and the rest of them sheriffs in town. Crawling up towards that B site, which is one of the favorite sites when you are in an eco like this. You have to smoke off the angles, play the close quarters fights, and maybe make things happen. But Exotic, he's taken some damage early on. He still has that dash to double dip into the fight. And next, he's going to pick off Kakarot once more. Kakarot has not been having himself a hot start here in map number 1.
Absolutely. He can't get going. And that's a point of concern when one of the best players in the country just cannot get the kills. Exotic, good shot right there. Next, he's able to follow it up on another one. Blurred is able to get one. Oh, good shot. Onto Blurred, leaving us in a 1v4. And in this eco round, it should be pretty much all said and done. The spike basically in no man's land. I don't think he's going to be able to get it all, especially not with Shouty already controlling the back over here towards grass. Exotic is able to get the 3rd kill and finish off the round. 11-10, Black and Blue. We're in double-digit territory for both teams.
We're at 10. 11. Yes.
One round 20.
Yeah, 1 round to match point. 1 round tied game. What do you think we're gonna get?
Triple overtime.
Maybe quad.
Maybe quad. Knowing that Ray's casting on the other desk, 100%. 100% it's gonna go quad overtime.
Hey, I mean, blessed. We started the day after round number 1 with a tech pause. I think it's only fitting we start as well with another like double, triple overtime, right? As well, the history of things have gone.
Well, I'm glad we're starting early.
That is true.
You know?
No more midnight oil to be burned this time around for stage 1 at the very least.
You say that,
but
don't jinx it this early. You never know how these go.
You realize if we ever hit midnight with us starting this early, that means we've had a 13-hour broadcast. Actually, 14 hours.
We've had that. We've done that.
You're not wrong. Well, I'm glad it's with you, and I'm glad it's with everybody back here. I mean, dude, it's day 1 of VCT.
It's day 1. I'll stay here all day.
We've been waiting for this for months. You guys have
I've been
no
twiddling
idea.
my thumbs, dude. I've been waiting for this moment.
Totally. I've marked the date in my calendar. Got a special coffee for a special day.
Ooh, special coffee.
It's a special round here, Ilu. 11-10. LFO, they need this because we want to see overtime. We want overtime for map number 1. And Exotic. Oh no, he's blinded. Great flash here to try and force him off with the angle. He's got some blades to work with and drags him off. Spraying down through the smoke. Gets the 3rd. He is so close to death, but escapes.
How is he alive? He plays a close angle to perfection. Mows them down here. Rez, I'm not sure if they can get it, but the... Oh, well... Getting up to go down once again. It happens. But still, LFO find themselves man advantage. They reclaim the spike. And they are looking to make this a tie game here for LFO. Gonna wait it out a little bit longer just to make sure nobody's pushing from their flank. And then they're going to potentially try to go back towards C here. They do have the lockdown, which is why I'm a little bit surprised that NAOS didn't use it. little bit earlier on.
Yeah. I mean, there is no Hunters if you're in the other side. He's got the shock darts, yes, symbol, but they could, I don't know, maybe
that's not a lineup you can do unless you're a
You
nerd.
can from back sight, but that's about it.
30 seconds
There's a
left.
shock dart coming his way. Speaking of the devil, Blast trying to make his way on in. Nexi, who has been the other part of this terrible, at least for the opposing side defense. And as you said, yeah, 20 seconds left. They have barely enough time to rotate. It's about like 11 seconds for that quick rotate, and they don't have much space to work with, nor time.
I don't think they can do it. They're not gonna have time. No time. This is a big mistake here.
No time. Yeah. Unfortunate. You generally want to save like 15, 18 seconds on a rotate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, they had like 22, but they stalled out towards Zeal. Signs of nerves starting to come in, and I'm wondering, where is the tack pause? Where is or was that previous pause?
It was NAOS's tack pause, so LFO still have one at the very least. But yeah, NAOS they just used theirs right prior to this, and so they're up.
I'm really starting to be a little concerned here. NAOS, they started so strong, hot on the heels, but they're just dropping it right now. Their attacking side not very convincing. So this is something, I guess, for the other teams to start taking note of. Start on the defensive side and run away with the game. If you're going up against these guys. Dash coming in through. That's the seaside entry. No holds barred attack right now coming in through, but they haven't cleared the back. Blurred, great entry. It's 2 players detained. Will it matter though? Because the lockdown from the attacking side will keep them safe for now. Oh, they do get the spike down. They do have a little bit of time to reposition and set up a post plan.
They're able to detain another player as well. At least here in the NAOS side. This round is going to be so important. And Nexi, he finds a kill on Blur. They knew he was there on the back of the site, on the back of tower. They spam it through and they get the kill. Exotic, barely seeing the sliver of him there. Blade's not out. And Kevs, they line up. He gets a collateral with a sheriff. How did he do it? Where from? Oh my goodness, Kevs coming in from the garage. And now they're going to try and retake the site here from Ceylon.
They can't.
Time is ticking, Elu. They're going to try and stick this defuse. A symbol
Hunter's Fury
goes, finds a kill. Hunter's Fury is going to deny that defuse. They have no time. They have to give it up. Match point will be taken here.
Kevs!
NAOS, take it.
Kevs is insane. How has he gotten 3? He gets even a kill. That's an intel clutch. I am stunned because Kevs is just playing out of his mind right now. That Hunter's Fury timed it to perfection. If LFO even got it half, that might have been a chance, but they couldn't. Blast, Kevs, they timed their utility to the T.
And they rotate out of sight at the perfect moment. I don't know how Kevs lined that shot up crawling in the garage, but as soon as he did, he went all the way to Ceylon, knew he had the ultimate to make it happen, and he did. Great job here from NAOS and LFO. You can expect for them to answer back. His symbol is a single one away from his ult. They've got that Cosmic Divide, which typically will tell you that team is ready and prepared to defend that C site, as there's pretty much nobody on the A site aside from the Soul Sovon symbol, who is one away from his Hunter's Fury as we suggested, and now looking to take garage control once more.
Until overtime is what we are looking at. Match point already. This is the very last round of regulation. It's a full buy. Blurred is able to get one on Draximov. They're all trading here in garage. In the blender, Blurred finds another. Seaside completely open. Trying to get rid of his blades, hoping to get lucky. 3v2, LFO on the ropes. Can they lose? Could they lose this map? Looking like a certain possibility, but it's going to be NAOS to try and hold on to the side here. Exotic, not going to be able to get it. It's going to be Kakarot who finds free just when his team needs him the most. NAOS emerged victorious in a close battle here in game number 1.
Hey, quality over quantity. Kakarot securing the round. Now secures map number 1 just when they needed so. They knew Nexi was going to be to the left side of that garage out, like by that tower towards Ceylon, and so he was able to kind of mess him up twice, but he knew that they were not going to let that happen for a third time. Now, great job. New org on the side here for the Filipino scene and the VCT, but they're definitely showing up even the old guard here of VCT Year 1. LFO looking like a bit of a colder start for map number 1. They're able to heat up midway through and come back into the game when the 9-3 curse seemed inevitable, and that it was. But at the very least, at the final round of regulation, round number 24, they secure the deal and now get map number 1.
Yeah, just when you think LFO were just NAOS were grinding to a halt, they come out with an upset victory. Absolutely insane stuff that we just saw here from NAOS. Not the team that we were expecting to pop off, but definitely an exciting first game. What a way to start off game number 1, man.
Yeah, all the way. We maybe didn't go to overtime, but we got as close as we could have without going to OT. So, man, what a performance here from so many different players. You had Exotic popping off, you had Draxi popping off, you had Blurred obviously here for NAOS, and Nexi as well had some great rounds. But aside from that, Kevs a while ago, as we saw, that double Hunter's Fury on that A lobby side when they were on the defense in the first half, like about round number 4 or 5. Kakarot, we were kind of talking about how he was kind of struggling throughout that game, but he ends it with a 2-0 KDA. And he might not have the quantity of frags that some of his teammates or the other players on the server might have had, but he had so many quality moments in terms of his utility usage that might not have been setting him up for kills, but the rest of the team to win.
Let's take a look at the highlights, because I definitely want to take a little bit of a closer look at what just happened. This was one of those games where you're like, this is how we're going to be starting VCT 2022? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Sign me up, man. Well, I already am. But if this is any indicator of how the rest of the season is going to go, I'm going to be losing my goddamn mind.
Oh, there's a stat we haven't actually talked about, and it's the fact that, as we were talking about, Kakarot, he's been setting up the rest of his teammates, not himself, to win. He has close to 20 assists in that game, like a point guard, like Steve Nash or something. This dude has been popping off on that Kaio. Sometimes that's not, you might want to expect a Kaio to frag out, but not Kakarot, man. He knows how to level up his game and contribute to the team in many other ways, and that's one of the biggest reasons why NAOS are in the position that they are in right now, taking map number 1.
What a win. What a win. They should be holding their head held high. But as we saw from the player cameras a little bit early on, it seemed like a little bit more relief than anything. But again, welcome back. You're joining us. And if you have just tuned in, you missed an amazing game by two of our newest teams here in VCT, NAOS versus LFO. And we are just in game number 1. We still have potentially 2 more to go, but we'll find out how those go after this short break. Don't go anywhere. VCT Philippines will be back after this.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with the fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Welcome back, guys. Game number 1 has come to a close, but we still potentially have a couple more. NAOS is able to take a win off of the map pick, off of none other than LFO. That is definitely a thorn in their side, and we're going to be going into more. You're joining me, Estrado, alongside me, Black and Blue. What a game we just saw on the first day on the first map.
Yeah, dude, and that's the map that we needed to start this day off, this entire year off even here, when we go all the way to the final round of regulation. That was the map pick, by the way, of LFO, and we're going now over to Bind. Let's see if we're going to be bound to the series, or are we going to move on over to the series number 2 right after? Well, this is going to be NAOS's pick this time here on Bind, and so if things go their way, then they are looking like a really, really good contender for potentially winning this entire stage.
I would be very much flabbergasted if that happened, but we look at the teams that have come here to play today, and it's a far cry from what we saw last year. A lot of teams coming out of the woodwork that were just so very impressive. We talk about some of the teams. NAOS coming out. We got Oasis, who are suddenly like one of the best teams. We got like Bren. This year is going to be so action-packed here. Even just stage 1. We were doing a little bit of a study session last night, and we were like, yo, these teams are like really cracked, actually. This is kind of... Yeah. I think that we have a better set of teams here than we did last year.
I do agree, and I think naturally as well as teams improve, I've loved seeing, you know, how many potential international caliber teams we have here in our scene. Not every team, maybe in the top 8 you can say that for, but there are certainly newer additions to this this potential kind of opportunity that we had compared to last year. So it's looking really well right now for the Philippine scene, and well, map number 1 suggests it's a very competitive scene as well. And I'm going to expect more of that as we move into map number 2. LFO, this isn't their map pick, but they're still by all means quite a proficient team when it comes to bind, or at least they were. Will they be able to do that once more here?
It's one of those, you know, situations where like we don't really know how to play against NAOS because they are a fairly fresher team. There's not a lot of logs, a lot to go back on. And one thing I think that we didn't really touch on earlier that is very much key here is when you got a player like Kevs, who's just so smart, and the former teammate of like Symbol and like Nexi, he knows how they play. So the strats, he knows what to do. And you saw time and time again, he would read them like a book with those Hunter's Furies, with those shock darts, and even those lineup Deagle share of kills. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You can just see how much of him being super deep into this Valorant scene for the past year or two has really improved his game, and how much game knowledge he has. He knew where they were going to be. He knew where to throw it out. He knew exactly what the playbook of his former teammates, in a way, LFO, was. And so, great job here, as well as I can't just say enough how much NAOS have really kind of surprised everybody, even for them to make it to top 8. And, you know, with us having such a difficult, you know, in a competitive format, there is very little room for error. They are really showing themselves to be quite deserving of their place. And it's true for most of the team, for pretty much every single team we have here. But NAOS, man, I don't think anybody could have expected them to come out of the gates running like they have. And so, speaking of those gates, we're going to open the flood doors because Agent Select is upon us.
Take a look at what we can expect to see here in Bind. Kakarot looking like he might still stick on to that KO. I mean, it wasn't... Okay, this is... All right. Okay. Double controller, double initiator, single duelist for the side of LFO. All right, that's interesting. Double initiator for the side of NAOS. And this is something that's interesting, man. We're seeing the breach here on Bind.
Breach on Bind. I actually think that Breach on Bind is one of the best initiators you can have on Bind. Now, formerly, you know, traditionally, you'd have a Sova on here, and then maybe supported by a Sky, but recently, Sova has kind of been falling out of fashion on Bind, and a lot of teams have been realizing, hey, there's only 4 lanes in the map. How much information gathering do we need? And there aren't really too many darts that you can throw to really put off the opposing side. They know where darts are going to land. Generally on Bind, it's one of the most played maps ever, and as a Sova, it can be quite easily read by the opposing side, so I'm not too surprised that this time they don't really include a Sky in with a Sova. And that Breach, there are so many positions like hookah, like U-hauls, at lamps, and the showers that are completely terrifying to try and take as the attackers when there's a Breach on the defensive side.
Absolutely. By the way, I just want to point out, if you guys haven't noticed the signs yet, they're actually lit. We got like Mang Phoenix Fishbolan, which is super cool. And there's that Reyna one, Reyna ng Yugan. Well, let's go into the game. We're ready to dive into it. Game number 2 here with NAOS in the lead up against LFO. This is do or die pretty much in... Well, there still is a second chance here for the losing team, but still, you don't want to start this tournament off with a loss, especially not with one that was so close like with map number 1. So let's see if LFO can pick up the pieces and take the map pick of NAOS Esports and respond. Now, here we go into Bind. Gonna be a quick flash peek setup here towards mid. Oh, blinds his teammate. A little bit mistimed there. Not really gonna get a lot of information, but a lot of the players now heading towards that B site.
Early on, and they take early control of this C-Long. Hookah has not been too successful for them yet. Only sending Blast to try and do that job himself, which is never too recommended, especially against a Sky here when Chowdy is really going to be guarding that. You got 2 players on that back of the site for LFO, and we've done a bit of damage here to some of the players like Blurred, who, because there is nothing like a Sky, they have no way to really get him back to full HP at the very least, even without shields. Chowdy flash on out. He's going to have to back off the protons on in. The nade a bit too late, but they still get the kill anyways. That's a great opener here coming from the side of NAOS.
Good nade. And they follow it up. Low HP on Blast and Blurred. And that's a lot of utility being deployed, but LFO, Exotic is able to get one. Blast with the double. And that's just NAOS cleaning off. Only 1 player left standing. Nexi going for... Okay, that was a little bit awkward. I thought he would have gotten the second one, but with 9 HP, Kakarot survived. Keps is on like... He has almost no HP left. Somehow, 2 left standing. Could have definitely been a 1v1, given a little more accuracy from the other side. But now, starting strong, taking another pistol round.
Enough time to go into the Astral form?
Great job here from NAOS, and initially it kind of seemed a bit wonky. They were in C, no real kind of foothold on any other position towards that C-long position, and then they somehow get the kill on Chowdy and Hookah, even with the nade being a bit late, and it all works out in the end. So a tech pause, obviously, it's quite apt. Second round once more. We're gonna take a bit of a breather here, but this is the map pick of NAOS, and it's only expected for them to start strong.
See if they can follow it up. Tech pause! Where would we be without our ever so trusty and ever reliable technical pauses? It gives us a chance to breathe, Black and Blue.
I think it's tradition at this point for us to have some tech pauses. While maybe the players can't talk during a tech, we can. Well, we're getting back into the round. Regulation has continued, and C-Long once more B-Long is going to be there. I've just realized I've been saying C-Long this whole time. I'm still stuck on Haven. Gialicious finding out opening kill with the Bulldoggy, and Blurred will find his own with the Spectre rotating out to the showers through the TP. Here waiting is going to be Symbol, able to get the kill with the classic. Okay, right click's working. Oh, but he's very low as well. Kev's could have gone down. He somehow gets the kill on the escaping Symbol with that shock dart. They bring it to a 4v2 with barely anything left on him.
That was so brutal. That combination of utility from Breach and Sova. Can't get out of that here. Gee, yeah, get that kill. Oh, Exotic. I think the recon still hasn't gone down. In fact, it hasn't. Blast is able to find him. Good stuff there from NAOS. Very, very clean. They keep 4 players alive. It's going to be a healthy, very, very healthy bonus round for the side of NAOS as LFO look to finally get a bye.
I should play some Astral Stars in this reality.
Well, they have to turn things around here right now. They know that if they give up a huge lead once again, even if they're capable of making that comeback happen, that's not the position you want to put yourself in consistently, the same way that it ended 9-3 to open up the first game. So now it's here. Well, they have lots to work with still, honestly. Like, these Spectres, not a single pistol in hand. They've got the Bulldogs as well, which can surprise you a lot more often than you'd think. So, LFO, they're going to be triple stacking this B site once more. Always kind of, I guess, consolidating just 2 players to play that A site, as once more, NAOS spreading things out.
Time still in abundance for the side of NAOS to decide where they want to go. A minute. So they will be just showing a little bit of force in one area and then deciding on probably another. Going to be rotating towards that A side where only 2 players are laying in wait. And it's the right call from them for now. Flashes, utility are being prepped up here by Kakarot. See if they can make full use of them here. These smokes suddenly deployed. That's going to be a nade to potentially slow down the pace. It does buy them a second or 2, but they already have Blurred, who has found his way into Lamps. They expect him, though. This should be the spike going down right now. Snake Bite is not going to deter the plant, though. Ooh, spray coming through the box. Is able to survive. Blurred does take a little bit of damage. Blast goes down, but Kakarot and G are able to get a couple of kills. 3 kills for G. Where has this come from? Looking for 4. He has been absolutely on fire here. Close angle from Blurred. He's gonna try to swing out, and he's just dead to right. Shouty 10 HP. There's no way he gets out of this alive.
Yeah, this round is done, and LFO are gonna lose a 3rd round in a row. A very expensive, very painful one to lose, considering they had the weapons advantage coming into this, and they're gonna be forced in another eco. So Shouty, he gets 2 in the end, but ultimately they lose a round still. And G, what a great performance from him in that round. At the very least, he's already up 5, the top frag of the server. As I said, that Bulldog can surprise you more often than not. He's gotten some love in the past few recent weeks, and for very good reason. It's pretty much like a mini Vandal, and when you're expecting a bunch of Spectres and the Bulldog comes in your face, and
right,
that bite is going to be quite painful.
Well, a little bit of a timeout here for LFO because they, you know, we said it earlier on, this is their map pick, and to see them struggling this much, I know it's early, black and blue, but still, I think it's a good call that they go for that timeout, because whatever they tried to do, NAOS has just sniffed it out. It's got to be a little bit frustrating here for LFO, because they are a team with the pedigree. They are a team that has beaten some of the best teams. Well, not this iteration of the roster, but the players have individually beat some of the best teams in the country, taking maps off of Team Secret back in the day, back when they were known as Bren, placing really, really high consistently in VCT last year, but now they're struggling up against NAOS, a team that we basically have almost no information on.
Oh, okay. Great shot here by Nexi. Quickly traded out by Kakarot, but they're going to need a bit more of that to come back into this one. U-Halls is clear. Little does he know on that Lamps, but They're gonna shine some light on that. Symbol
Spike planted.
being here from heaven. The rest of the two of the retake coming in from that CT position from the vents. That nade is gonna force him out of the bench, but no, it bounces off and actually saves Kevs. Blast is part of the Symbol for that missed timing. Gets a double. And Shouty, once again, the last player here left alive with LFO. This is going to be a 4th round, quick and clean, easy kill for Blast. And LFO once more. Same symptoms of map number 1.
Absolutely right. But now, them starting strong, can they hold this? Can they hold? Excuse me. Can they hold on to this momentum all the way through? Because they almost let it slip last game. It did come down to the wire. We almost saw overtime. I do want to point out one thing. Black and Blue Blast is a player who has massively stepped up. We saw him previously play for Enigma Galaxy, and it wasn't exactly very, I'd say, convincing back when he stepped on. One of, I'd say, the worst performing players back when he was Enigma Galaxy. But now he's absolutely on fire. 2 games in a row. So many good plays from him. And this is so impressive to see him coming out of the woodwork and just showing everybody that he's made of that good stuff. That's a lot of ultimates being deployed here towards that A side. Coming in, Nexi is able to get 1 kill traded out by G. And that's still another one for G. He hasn't gone down just yet. Draxi is able to find Kakarot. The site should be open now. They have to recover the spike coming in from Towers. But Draxi is able to get 1. Traded up by Kevs. And Exotic is able to get 2 and cleans up the round finally with 1 HP. Exotic gets the last kill and gets LFO around on the board.
Well, that's all he needed to survive into the 6th round. They finally get their first, as you said here, Ilu. They dumped quite a lot of ultimates, to say the very least. They're now, they opened up with the Rolling Thunder as soon as they put down that lockdown. But in the end, they couldn't really secure the round. And LFO come out of that as, well, the victors in more ways than one. They used up a lot of the ultimates on NAOS side and won the round as well. So this could be a good case for their comeback situation. And if they win this round, I do believe that, actually no, NAOS still have 1 more bye at the very least. But yeah, this could be 4-4 if they win this and the one right after.
Yeah, it could be deadly, especially for their economy. LFO looking to change things up. They're playing more aggressively on this defense. They're taking showers and more. Oh, the timing. G was looking the wrong way. Somehow runs away, still alive. Will regroup to his teammate. Now knows that Showers is completely vulnerable. They've been funneled towards this A side. Showers is not clear. They're going to be using that Cosmic Divide to split up the site and hopefully buy them a little bit of time. Viper's Pit as well will be used. And look at all these ultis just being used towards that A site. It's totally going to be a mess here when it comes to the site itself. Who's going to find who? It's Blurred to find Nexi. That's the Viper's Pit gone down. Symbol finding Blurred as well. 4v4. Time ticking away. Kakarot getting Shouty through that wall. The spike has now been tapped. They actually get it to half here. And oh no, it's gonna be defused. It's free. They thought that the Nano Swarm would have kept them off of it, but it completely failed to do its job here. And that's a free round for LFO.
That was a bit of a misplacement in his Nano Swarm. Should have been on the spike itself, but a bit too deep, a bit too wide. Gave him just enough space to get that defuse off safely, and they had no idea because of the fact that that Cosmic Divide was up, so they could not hear that he was still sticking. They could not hear that he wasn't actually getting hit by those Nano Swarms, and they could not stop him from that defuse. LFO, 2nd round, and as I said, this is the final bye, potentially, of NAOS, but see how this round goes. If they don't find much, then they should have 1 more if they're able to get a few picks. Otherwise, could be going for an eco right after, and we could be tied up 4-4. But this defensive side of LFO already looking better than their Haven was.
Oh, good shot from Blurred. Takes a couple of seconds here. Doesn't even take that much any damage, rather. Flash coming in just to take things back here, but it's 5v4, and they catch them out in rotation. Completely open. Symbol getting sucked in by the gravity well. He's able to get 1 before he drops. Still a 1v3, excuse me. And this is going to be the B site totally open here. Nexi, unless he pulls off a miracle, they know where he is now after shooting that recon bolt. I think this is going to be another round for now, so they look to stabilize.
Things are, well, looking a lot better once again for NAOS. They lose 2 rounds, but they're going to not let that extend into a third. A clean round on a gun buy. NAOS, all things considered, that extends their lead back up to 3. Now it's on LFO, who should be in kind of a mixed economic situation here. I'm not sure if they're going to commit a lot of their economy into this round specifically. Could go for an eco, but I do think they have potential for a mixed buy at the very least. So LFO, as we get this score screen off of us, well, they're looking to stack up on the A site this time.
Well, time to play, at least. There is that. They have as much time to find picks as they need, and they're going to be using it. They're going to wait. It's a good gamble as well. They've stacked 4 players towards this A site, knowing that's their really biggest point of weakness in the previous couple of rounds here. So they have committed most of their bodies towards that A site. It's a right read here, but can the side of NAOS get a read on this one? G is able to mow down Draxi. I think this is pretty much the round already done. They needed to get at least 1 kill and at least that entry to be able to maybe have a chance on it. But now all those 4 players have just been taken down quite cleanly, leaving Nexi all alone.
2 to 5 to 1v5. Nexi taken down. Kev securing the round. That extends their lead now to the largest lead we've had this entire game, 4. So NAOS are once again looking pretty spectacular here, especially on the attacking side of their own map pick. And it's LFO who have been struggling once more in this entire series to really gain a foothold in it. And we saw this eco not looking too well, flawless on all things considered. And well, LFO, they're gonna have to step up their game somehow. The B site is where NAOS are looking to try and explode this time. LFO, still, I'm not sure if they're prepared to really get this going, but they have to find a stop somehow.
Oh, good recon. A lot of people tagged on it, actually, and they get a lot of information. That sends out the rotation. Hunter's Fury, hoping to get lucky. He lands 1, he gets Kakarot, trying to get more, but he gets ulted to the face by Blurred. How does he get snuck up in there already? Thought he was safe, but is vulnerable completely. Symbol with a double kill on the hold. Kev's responding. Still a 2v3. Site not been taken. Spike in the middle of nowhere. Draximov keeping watch on it. Trailblazer just to make sure nobody comes in and takes it. It's a lot of information. A lot of information, but G brings it back. 2v2. Hunter's Fury as well. Draxi, he could be in trouble trying to dip. Okay, he's able to get around it, but he's very low on HP. No way to heal him, rather. And in this 2v2, things are down to the wire.
Last player standing.
Oh,
a quick tap.
I just heard. Kevin's just, no way. That's, oh, disgusting. That was a headshot as well. It's a 1v2 right now. Nexi tries to swing out, can't get it. It's G. Patient play is rewarded. LFO getting a little bit too antsy, waiting for somebody to come into the site, and they get punished for it. NAOS is able to pick up those pieces and able to turn that round around.
Great job. As NAOS continue, and G, dude, he's on 12 already, the only player with double digits on frags, and he's an Astra, by the way. NAOS have been hitting every single mark. Exotic here.
Bam.
He gets 1, but yeah, he quickly traded out ultimate for an ultimate, and certainly Blurred has no qualms about using and expensing that. Showers control trying to be taken here as LFO once again on an eco. We've been seeing them on eco rounds almost more often than not here in this map number 2. That's not a good sign for LFO on the defensive side.
Wow. Also, Flash comes through. Good usage of utility to get information on Blurred and make sure that his teammates stay. But that's a lot of utility being deployed for Showers control here. NAOS looking to get in once again. Has a little bit of information, so now they know that there's 2. But will it matter? Because Blurred gets 1 kill, traded out. Blurred gets another one on this eco round. Ooh, good escape to be able to dodge that showstopper. You see, I saw that right?
Yeah.
He used his satchel charge to dodge the showstopper.
It was quick thinking, quick hands there from him, but ultimately Blurred will get the 4th kill as well. gives him 2-8. Dude, this is another potential 9-3 opening half here versus LFO. And so the curse almost came true for map number 1, where they brought it to the final round of regulation, round 24, but oh man, it's even though they're capable of doing that, it's not a position you want to be in time and time again. And now it's just, they have never not looked in the lead this entire series.
Even when they were kind of losing, they were still, I think, mentally ahead, even when they were starting to get shut down. And that's a really good sign to have that much confidence. Oh, Showers control. Showers has been a very big point of contention for the both of these teams here. Trailblazer will spot one. Double T should come out in just a second. The breach will help them get through it with the aftershock. And look at how much utility is being deployed for Showers control. It's like they're throwing everything in there. They could line up here if they're not careful, though. Algrone spotting out the close player. Showstopper, not gonna make the connection it needs, though, but they still get the kill somehow. Nice Tad, nice stun. Gets him slow, but now still winning the duels up until Shouty gets a double. And that's gonna be a 3v3 here towards that A site.
They can bring this back. Here comes out the Seekers to try and find an opening. G, they spot him out there towards that short position. He has to know that he's towards short as well, but he gets taken out here, out the U-Haul's entrance. G finds a second kill of the round. A detain. Oh, they have no idea Exotic is here in the corner. He's let them walk on by. He has no other option but to let that happen. He can potentially stop the plant here. He's found. No,
he misses.
Oh, God. G gets the round. Elu, what did I just say?
Last round before the switch.
I thought he had it. That was this moment. He was like, okay, they didn't see me in this corner. The spike was going to be planted. He could have waited, but he misses. Oh, but you can't blame him. His heart must have been pounding out of his chest.
Ah, the nerves, perhaps? The pressure? Or just plain bad luck? Somehow, it could have been turned around. He let, Blast walk on by. The plant was happening. Could have punished Kevs for that. Somehow does not get the first line of defense in G. And that was a crucial misplay. Although, speaking of G, he's got an operator in his hands. On attack, on an Astra.
As Astra. I love it. I love it. Just the confidence of G, right? He doesn't care. Absolutely great stuff here from NAOS. One of the sleeper teams, one of the teams we did not expect to do this well. And they are showing everybody they are here to make a mark, to play. And by God, they are doing that. Huh?
Okay.
Through the Viper wall. Well timed by Blur here. And they're gonna get Shouty looking in the middle of nowhere.
Recon? They know he's here towards, the elbow, but can't exactly pinpoint his location. Exotic in that smoke blast pack is gonna have knock him away. Oh, not able to get the kill. He had an opportunity there. Kakarot's gonna be taken down. It's all drags him up. In a 1v3, well, he goes down. Blurred getting another 4K here. This time, ending the half. 10-2. I don't know if there's a 10-2 curse, Elu, but if you're LFO, you'd be praying for one.
Yeah, I would be praying. I'd be on my knees. I'd be just begging, hoping for a chance here because they need to win this pistol round. If they don't, it's pretty much GG well played.
Yeah.
But really got to give props, honestly, to NAOS. This is very clean on this rather on this lineup that they have, which is a little bit unorthodox. They are proving that they are so prepared, making that breach work, man.
And once again, it's Kakarot who is playing that utility. Kevs, he's up to 11 assists already to end that half off. NAOS are so good at using their initiators for what they were basically made to do. Initiate the fight, assist the team on the attack, and help them repel on the defense. So now, LFO, they need a pistol or this game is done. They did almost do it on map number 1, but here, as a dog, Trailblazer has been given away. Have an idea that B site could be the next hit, the opening hit here for the second half of LFO.
They're hoping that they find a little bit of an avenue to get into this B site. They're leaving Nexi all the way here towards A. I'm not so sure. I'm very fond of this, especially when there's not a lot of utility to take a site. We do have an Astra though, so that might be enough. We'll see how it plays out here. Utility recon coming out. Owl drone as well. Just be able to reinforce their site clearing. For now, they do spot out one, and Blur does get taken out here without a problem. This is going to be the site going down. The spike will be planted as well. 4v5 retake, looking good for LFO on this pistol.
LFO, this is the look that they needed, at the very least. Blast down to potentially a single bullet to knock him off, but so are Exotic and Draxi, so this could be turned around by NAOS real quick. Have decent post-line positions, but NAOS, they got some utility to work with here. That recon bolt is going to be absolutely essential. G able to find one, a trade-off. Oh, actually a double here from Symbol, and G's still alive. He gets Draxi, brings it down to a 1v3, and they close up the round as Exotic gets a double to end off things here in the post. They get the pistol, which is one of their win conditions to get back into this game, but it's a long hike to the top.
Oh yeah, it's a long 7 rounds. It's doable, but on Bind is such a difficult map to come back on. You're gonna have to have basically perfect plays here. Can't make too many mistakes, even on the buys. Even you can't even lose that many weapons on the bonus round or on the rifle round because they are so spread thin here. Good recon. Okay, Symbol, good opening. It's gonna help them out a little bit as they try to work their way towards a reinforcement. Comes out. The flank is already in progress. It has been dealt with by Draximov. Now they know that A side very much possible. Nice shot from G. Could have gotten the second one. That should pretty much be the round. All up to Kakarot. Can't get anything done, but that's going to be another round for LFO, and they stabilize. So Black and Blue, it looks decent for now.
Yeah, but we're going to really have to find out for ourselves if that's going to continue on, especially here now that the guns are out. They've pulled things out of their holsters, able to finally invest into it. And LFO, if they can secure this round with them not having the best, I guess, arsenal in their hands as compared to NAOS. You know, they got a bunch of Spectres, Bulldog maybe. Actually, they do have one Vandal, but they're going to have to play this to perfection if they really want to get back into it, and especially build up some economy. So playing perfectly is kind of what you have to expect here from a team like LFO. And while they're capable of doing that, I'm not too sure if that's how things will come to pass once they actually execute on this site as NAOS. They have a decent hold here on the A site.
This is LFO's pick, by the way.
Too easy.
Oh,
I think this is NAOS's pick. As LFO picked. Yes,
sorry.
LFO picked Haven.
Yeah, no. Wait, what?
That's what the stat thing says.
Oh, I'm wrong. Never mind. I take that back.
Let me check.
Yeah, because I know this was LFO's pick.
It says on the website.
No, wait, you're right. It's now his pick. Yeah. Okay. I'm misreading it completely. But having said that, on this buy round, LFO have managed to get a couple of kills, playing that slow, steady default that they are so very much fond of. Kev is able to pick up a kill on the defense. G is able to cut off that rotation here. Draximov. Now there's pressure from both sides here. One from CT. One from Hookah. Where will the remaining 3 members of LFO decide to situate themselves?
They have some choices here. They can either stay in sight or pull back, retake Hookah, and maybe play that B-long position, but they're going to go for the former. They anchor themselves down. 3v2, and G, he finds a huge kill. The pull actually helps Symbol out to get out of harm's way there from the spray of Blast. It's now 1v2, so G, he's gonna have to do this all alone. He gets a kill at the 4th! G! With the spray control, the spray transfer, the flick as well! A 4K quad kill clutch at the end of things! And NAOS are a single round away from match point! Delicious, delicious clutch!
What on earth did I just see? No way he lands that second shot! Oh, I need the replay. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, no way he gets out of this. Let's take a closer look. This is absolutely ridiculous. No,
Oh
no, you can't do that. Gee.
This is VCT. This is not some community league. Oh my goodness, that is the nastiest play we've seen all day. And potentially could stand true for the test of time here. 11-4. NAOS somehow take the round.
Hats off, G. Hats off. Okay, let's bring it back a little bit after that. That was kind of crazy. Blurred picking up one, switches out weapons, and the utility to back him up. Great stuff. Kakarot helping his teammate out. Exotic right there alongside him. Good escape as well. The pain shell, but Blurred sees the barrel. Is able to line up one, lines up two. Total of 3 for Blurred. And this is pretty much done, I think, here.
Yeah. Done round 2v4 LFO. Well, Dax did mention there's a bunch of things that NAOS got LFO want, as evident by their name, but there's a lot more here to be desired if you're LFO, if you're an LFO fan especially. And,
30 seconds
been
left.
showing from them as one of the most consistent teams in the VCT.
Last player standing.
While they're the most consistent, they're not the highest marker, nor the one with the highest honors as well. As NAOS, a single round away from
Match
flushing
point.
them down 2-0 in the series.
Playing lights out. Every single one of these players is just... I am so
Incredible.
impressed. This is definitely not what we're
Amazing.
expecting. I can't wait to hear what the panel has to say about this. I'm really looking forward to it because
I can't wait for Aserai to just, smear it
Gloat
over everyone.
over
I told you
everybody.
so. I told you so.
Okay,
Here it comes.
before that happens, Blurred able to pick up Nexi, trade it out, double peek. Okay, Dice to the boom bot. Still decent coverage. They still have a pretty good chance here. Both of these teams here. Draximov looking to keep their team alive, and they do recover rifles.
Concealment. Taking that.
Just do or die. They pick the only site where the 2 remaining players are.
One enemy remaining.
Kevs. Oh, he just misses the mark on that one. Kakarot, the last one standing.
1v3. Kakarot gets a kill, and of course, LFO, they're not going to go down without the fight just yet, but they're going to need, 7 rounds straight, perfectly, just to have a chance of winning this game. So, LFO, okay, good effort there. Round number 17. Can they do that once more? The eco is going to come out from NAOS here. They got a bunch of ultimates to use, though. Actually, saying a bunch is quite understating it. They've got that Showstopper, Cosmic Divide, and Rolling Thunder. Very high impact ults that, honestly, could win them this map.
Yeah, but it is another eco round here, however, so this might be another opportunity here for LFO to keep building that momentum, and NAOS maybe to just breathe a little bit after that last one. Everybody is so hyped up with this. Chat is absolutely losing their mind, rightfully so.
Okay, so on the eco, they get that opening kill, looking for more. NAOS not gonna give that just yet. Rotating here to the A side to try and reinforce it, as the only sole defender is gonna be Blast, who's giving up the site, gonna play all towards the back. The plant should go down safely here for LFO, so this is a round by all means. They're expected to win, and they should. Draxi, Symbol, they find 2-piece. Kakarot's left alone once again, the only remaining player for NAOS. Round done, but NAOS, now they've got to buy.
And 6 chances to close out this match before we go into overtime. Safe to say, there are a lot of opportunities, and if this does go awry for them, they will have been very much irresponsible with that lead. But I don't see it slipping away for them, not anytime soon, not with how well they're playing. And I like this. Even though they're 6 rounds ahead, NAOS not afraid to call a timeout. They'll be like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
We're going to relax. We're going to let you guys have your moment and try to take it back from you later.
Yeah, let's stop this from getting too out of hand, all right? Let's calm the funny business and let's get back into our game. How we know how to play, that's the NAOS way. LFO, they've been kind of heating things up for the past 2 rounds, but it's really really still a big, not only a battle in game, but the mental struggle as well to come back from a deficit like this. You never want to see a team go down with a whimper. And we're not expecting anything less here from LFO. Can they come back from the game? Certainly. But will they? Remains to be seen, especially with this NAOS squad just popping off and honestly surprising everybody here on stage.
Okay, I'm not gonna go absolutely insane. It's a lot of great plays, but this just makes me want to see how well they can play up against teams like Bren, how well they can play against teams like Secret or Oasis for that matter. This is a team to watch. They have officially solidified themselves because LFO, man, they are no slouches. They are no slouches of a team, and they are running over LFO.
Yeah, LFO, one of the most experienced teams we have in the VCT circuit itself. They've yet to miss a single week. And, well, to be fair, there are no eliminations today. We're going to see these teams fight once again, perhaps next week. But for the meantime, will this be the final round here of series number 1? Kakarot finding the opening kill as they needed. Camp finding a second, and the third goes in the way of Blast. This should be done. Shattered like glass. LFO's attack completely in shambles. And this Rolling Thunder will bring the storm. 6-12. Should be 13-6 in just a moment.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder just for good measure to make sure they keep control over that spike. And unless some sort of divine intervention comes.
Player standing.
No, absolutely not. There were 3 players ready for it. Lockdown just to secure it. And even if he gets through the lockdown, look at everybody lined up. No, not today. And NAOS emerged 2-0 up against LFO. What a play. What a game for NAOS. The fresh young bloods, the newbies, the rookies to VCT. And they have just shown everybody that they are made of steel. Wow.
Oh, look at those sweet new jerseys, sweet new boot camp as well for these boys. They definitely deserve it, especially after a performance like that we did just see. And man, oh man, what a play. Still not over what we just saw there coming in from G-Licious. I don't even know how that clutch is going to go, or how that clutch even happened.
That's okay.
Man,
I want to point out how ridiculous that is because he spray transferred like twice. He adjusted to the crate, and then he was like, "Oh, there's no one here. Let me adjust again to the open," and he still lands it.
You're gonna see that clip everywhere in about an hour, like everywhere in all the highlight videos on Twitter, probably. But congratulations, NAOS 2-0, a great start here, and looking like one of the top dogs of Group B. As LFO unfortunately go down with a whimper. But these two teams are gonna face off once more next week. The LFO, they gotta focus on the task at hand. They got a few more matches this weekend, but for the meantime, it's NAOS who comes out on top.
Take a look at the highlights of that match, and there certainly were a couple. We now see it was a little bit of a wild ride, to say the least. Black and Blue, I'm feeling hyped after this first series of the day. If this is any indicator of how the rest of this tournament is going to go, it's going to be a wild one.
Oh,
Day 1, by the way.
Day 1, by the way. Map 1 and 2, by the way. Series 1. And to think, neither of these two teams are the two teams that people are expecting to make it to APAC Challengers, right? To APAC Playoffs. So you can see just how competitive and how much the entire scene has leveled up compared to year 1, stage 2, and stage 3 even. So, dude, man, I'm just waiting to see. Here it is. Bow!
Jeez.
Look at that.
That's just ungodly, isn't it? That's
a double flick swipe thing.
My God. I just can't wrap my head around it. I can't wrap my head around it. It's something special that we just witnessed here. And that's it. Wow. That's it for game number 1. We do have 2 more series coming up, and we're going to break that down because after this, it's Zeal versus SVE. Man, I'm not casting it, but I'm going to be watching that from the sidelines, laying in wait. And then after that, it's going to be Action PH versus Bren. 4 heavy-hitting teams coming up your way after this. But we're going to take a short break because we got to breathe. When we come back, it's going to be series number 2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now's the time. A 2-0 victory from them against Looking for Org. We expected it to be a tight 2-1, but we never really expected this, and I feel like Azura is elated right now with his predictions earlier on.
Oh yeah, fly high like a butterfly, man. Now this is spreading those wings.
I'm not getting on this fun train, but you can be the conductor of the NAOS fan club for all I care, Asturai. But that was just an absolutely well-deserved victory, especially on that second map. That breach composition looking so stellar, and really, NAOS, they brought the comps that brought them success from the open qualifier, and with G here with them now in the PH, in the bootcamp, basically, it does feel like NAOS has the configuration that they're looking to push forward into the group stage.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, like if the adjustments are going to be enough for Looking for Org, and I feel like if that question has to go to NAOS, because you kind of mentioned it while the matches were going on, that G was a significant part of this NAOS train that we're seeing depart in the VCT decks.
Yeah, the thing is, G was a big part of that Fallen 5 roster before they became NAOS. And just because he had a few issues, especially this month, in all honesty, let's just be real, there got the COVID, the fact that he had to transfer to be with the boys in the boot camp, it did take some time for NAOS to really adjust, but now they're looking so stellar. But that clutch down from Kevs in the first map, that is what sealed them that map win and honestly the series.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the highlights and have a look at that clutch from Kevs and a bunch of other highlight-worthy plays here. And Asturai, I kind of want you to go through the matchup. And since you are the NAOS guy in this panel, why don't you just break it down for us real quick?
I honestly don't want to be dubbed like that.
bias.
I really just said my piece earlier on. There's so much to dissect here, and while the highlights is playing in front, I just wanted to say as well that NAOS, even though they played an amazing game, they weren't as clean as I think what was seen in the matches here. I think they really did struggle on Haven here, especially against the Astra composition. On the Bind one per se, though, there was a big difference, because I think like one of the key things that NAOS was able to take advantage of is the composition for LFO, which for Bind didn't really have anything to stop the breach from coming in. I was really surprised that they didn't commit to maybe having Nexi play something along the lines of a Killjoy or something, because it just feels like if there's a breach on the other side, you do not want to have only the Viper, which wouldn't really help you as the fault line comes in, as Blurred comes in with his satchel plays. It really made it so difficult for LFO to kind of go against that. And speaking of LFO as well, gotta say, their addition with Exotic and Shouty, they did a well enough job, considering that they've been just integrated to the roster. And even though it's a loss, you do see the effects that both these players have had, at least for LFO, winning a couple of these rounds.
You know, the thing is, for LFO, I feel like they just had a slow start, especially with their newer players. Just those new VCT jitters, it just feels like for them, especially for Exotic, if we woke up a little bit earlier, they're on Haven, that could have been their win instead of them trying to go for the comeback. But look at this MVP right we have here, and it has been the entry potential from Blurred that brought them the blast-off victory on Bind, and he was a big reason why they could play those entries so well. You can see it so many times. The Raze with Satchel on in, but beyond that, there was the setup from the Breach, there was the setup from the Astra, and time after time, NAOS just had ultimate site control, especially on Bind, because of the space that Blurred would create and he would make. From that point on, he would get some kills because of the assistance of his team. And really, NAOS, they're looking truly to be a roster that works so well together. Individually, these guys have always been great, but you didn't see them in VCT last year as much because it kind of was those individual plays that brought them that success. This time, NAOS, this is a squad that is looking absolutely complete.
Yeah, they are finally spreading their wings, just like what Azurai said. And this is a good start to start off the entirety of the VCT circuit. We start off with such an amazing, I would say it's an upset. It's an upset win, just like what Illustrator said earlier on the desk. Now, moving forward though, what does LFO need to adjust moving forward into the games that we have? Let's start with you, Azurai.
Okay, I got a bunch of notes for LFO right now. One of the things that I think was a really big problem to them, and I think even a problem for NAOS on the other side here, is I think the question of how well can teams now adjust to the other most important agent in Valorant, which is the Astra. I think that's one thing that kind of strikes a lot of these unprepared teams, where they kind of panic a lot once they see the smokes and stuff. They start to just rush in. I think that's one of LFO's biggest mistakes here, as well as, I guess, their defaults are very readable by a lot of the teams. As you saw in Haven, they just wanted to go always A main, always C. It's to the caliber of how well they can execute that just changes the outcome of the round. But other than that, I think their strat books is looking a little bit shallow.
Yeah, and with that being said, let's actually have a word from one of the members here of NAOS, and let's try to get an idea on how G is thinking. We're going to be throwing on over to Donut to ask the important questions.
I have the privilege of hearing more from the winning team. Let's all welcome G of NAOS to the stage. Oh, hi, G.
Hello.
What a great opener from you. So I saw some comments that this match is a good one to really open up VCT because the games will incredibly be spicy. But that being the opener, is this also one of your first as a team, right? This is your first stage?
This is my first VCT ever.
This is your first VCT ever, so
yeah.
that must be very, very exciting for you. Can you tell me more about your first VCT experience and first win?
At first I was nervous because I am the only new VCT player here. Except also Blurred. Me and Blurred first VCT.
Wow, I mean, that's your first VCT, but you've shown a lot of confidence. Even Blurred was dubbed as our MVP for the game. And when I talk about confidence, I'm curious to know, when you guys played first, because both of you, this is your first time playing, did you have that synergy and did you click immediately as a team?
Again? Because it's very raw. Nagro-robot po.
Oh, when you guys played
Shopee.
first, did you have that synergy and did you click immediately?
Hindi ko po marinig masyado. Nagro-robot po yung call.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry to hear that. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties currently, but let me know if the connection has been set already. Okay. I'm hoping that the connection has become better already, but I just really wanted to ask because that you had so much confidence earlier in the two games you won a 2-0 against LFO. I mean, most of the teams there were actually ex-members of SV Empire. So I just really wanted to ask, actually, this question popped up during the discussion with the panel, is did you actually click immediately when you guys played for the very first time 2 months ago?
Yes, we did. I think our first tournament is the Zota Cup Asia. Aurus. Oh, Intel. TC. The challengers. Intel. The one.
So can you tell us more about the synergy that you guys had? I know that Kakarot was the one who invited you to the team, so how has he been a leader to you guys?
Me and Kakarot has been playing for years already, and I think that's the reason why our team is what do you call this? I think we have a connection already.
That's good. Well, connection is very, very important during these games, and you've shown that in such good form and fashion. So I actually wanted to ask you, because throughout the whole of the qualifiers in VCT Stage 1, you guys came out as one of the teams at the very top. So did you guys expect this to be the result?
Actually, we didn't expect the result because we are not playing as the main five. We're playing with sub our 6-man. and we need to adjust our roles because I'm the main controller of the team. Then they change the roles after I travel to Philippines.
Well, that's good. Well, I like that you mentioned changing roles. Actually, I have a question about Kakarot. Initially, he's played the duelist for the team, and it's a drastic change to swap from the duelist to the initiator role. And I just really wanted to know, how did he and the rest of the team members adjust to the playstyle?
His choice to play as initiator because uh, he said he's so bored playing duelist, and he gave the role to Blurred as the main duelist.
Well, that decision just really, that result just really is such a good thing to know about, because Blurred is the MVP of that specific match. And I just really wanted to ask, I know you mentioned that you were booked a flight to go home for this competition, and we saw a glimpse of your boot camp earlier. So I just really wanted to know, does the boot camp now bring out the best of your gameplay as a team?
Again?
Does the boot camp that you have now bring out the best of your gameplay as a team?
Yeah, I think yes, because Blast is playing with a 144 hertz with 5 ms. Now he's playing with 280 hertz, and Blurred was playing with low FPS before. Also me.
Well, that's good. Apart from just the skill, of course, it has to be enhanced by the powerful technical aspects of things. So I guess that's about it for the interview. Thank you for joining me, G.
Thank
so
you.
any last thoughts on the panel? Of course, I will turn it over to Nomad.
Well, it seems like they're still trying to figure out their roles, but for what it's worth right now, they're looking real good, guys. Do you agree?
Oh, okay. So it's me first. Yeah. I was
You're in the
enamored.
middle.
You're next. Come on, man.
I'm sorry.
Get with the
Get with the
program.
program. Yeah, I got it. I am just, again, very excited to see what this team has to offer. They got all the right support at the right time. So it just stands to see how this team can utilize all of that to get higher and deeper into this tournament.
You know, I think they're asking the right questions. Perfectly in that interview was my sentiment before we got into the series. Was like, what's their configuration? Who's playing what? Who's actually playing? And they're still trying to figure that out. I think they're also using especially that Haven map as a learning lesson to try and, you know, make their talent even better going into the next games. Because this NAOS roster, they're not just saying, okay, we won. That's all about the celebrations. There's still more to come. And I love how they're facing the future together.
Yeah, you're right. There is more to come. And NAOS won that 2-0. We'll find out if the next series will give us the same flavor, because right after a short break, we'll be having Zeal's Esports and South Built Esports in another best of 3. We'll be right back for more VCT action here on the broadcast.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legendary. is just greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth.
It is time for the second series of the day. Zeal's Esports versus South Built Esports. I'm Nomad, your panel host for today. Alongside me is still Asarai and Raf, the newcomer here. Raf, I'd like to ask you how you are doing right now.
Oh boy, I mean, it's not just the teams that are feeling the first jitters. See, it's happening. I'm just so excited to be here, and I'm just graced by Look at this beautiful company, guys. Asterai with that beautiful smile. And look at that perfectly trimmed beard by Nomad. It's amazing.
It is amazing. And we saw some amazing plays earlier on as well. It was a slobber knocker, to say the least, and NAOS Esports came out of the gates swinging all throughout. It's a 2-0 victory. Now, moving our attention over here at the current series that we have in mind, just a couple of thoughts before we dive deeper into this. It's Zeals versus South Built Esports. I kind of want to start the conversation with South Built real quick. Asarai, what are your thoughts on that?
Again, South Built has, I think, been dubbed right now as either top 1 or top 2 in the Philippines, without regards to Team Secret, at least for that metric. It is because this team has just shown to be so proficient. They are, I think, one of the cleanest teams that we have ever seen come into Valorant Philippines, and it really shows with how they've been performing in the previous tournaments that weren't VCT. But after Champions, there was a lot of local tournaments, and they have been dominating almost every single one of those.
And Raf, your thoughts on South Built Esports?
Oh man, South Built. Well, you know, there's always that little bit of information that I hold so closely about South Built, in that they've been my heroes since, you know, the days of old. And looking at them coming into VCT, they've been so impressive. But looking at the other side of competition, Zeals, supposedly my hometown heroes, but I'm gonna be completely honest, guys. I've been closely following them ever since they were the Pirates, and now, of course, looking really, really strong as Zeals. I'd have to say, though, man, I hate to say this, but Zeal has been somewhat frustrating. They're very, very mechanically talented. When their confidence is up, it's almost as if they are unstoppable, but they're a little shaky when it comes to variety in the strats. When it comes to that, playing a team against the likes of SBE, they need a little bit of that depth, because SBE, they're not a joke. Not at all. They're mechanically insane. So how is that gonna, you know, balance out for Zeal? Not a lot of strats, a lot more mechanics. Hopefully they've grown, because they've had a lot of experiments. We've seen FSJ outside of that duelist role on that Astra specifically. So yeah, we're just excited to see how things turn out.
Yeah, we'll see how well we can expect Zeals and South Built Esports to go through. But of course, we'd like to thank our official sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processors to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comments for more information. With that out of the way, Raf has spoken really well about the Cebuano teams here, but let's also talk about the other language that we have available for the VCT. The Tagalog broadcast, the Filipino broadcast is ongoing at the same time. You can watch the Tagalog broadcast over at facebook.com/ppglgg, or you can just stick here on the English broadcast at twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, and we're both live simultaneously on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/ppglgg, if you want to watch both of them at the same time, because you know that's what you do. But yeah, going back, we've been talking about South Built Esports for just a bit, as well as Zeals. I kind of want to dive into a little bit more of what you guys said earlier on, as we're just about to introduce the teams that we have in line. But first off, let's introduce the first team in this series. It's Zeal Esports. That's not how it works. And Zeal's Esports is the first team to be introduced on the table. We got 2G Monster, we got Craigies, we got Fire Saiyajin, Senor Carl, and Ziggy, who's going to be playing for this. And I kind of want to ask this to you first, Raf. Your thoughts on Zeal? You looked highly on South Built Esports, not much on Zeal Esports. I kind of want to find out why.
Oh man, I still love Zeal. I have faith in this team. That's why I'm gonna be very, very honest and tell you guys right now they're my dark horse. Because like I said, they are very mechanically gifted. Their confidence is very, very apparent, but the problem is the maturity in the playstyle. And obviously, these two have had history too. These two teams, rather, they've gone at each other's throats, but the record hasn't been too kind for Zeal.
That's all right. Do you think that finally the record will be set here for Zeal? Can they finally get this series win against South Built Esports?
That's a pretty heavy question to ask as of the moment. I feel like Zeal has, similar to, I guess, LFO, but in a different way, has been going back and forth right now. One of the things that I did mention, when we were kind of discussing about the teams, is that Zeal has actually been integrating a couple of players. I remember I saw like in one of their older matches, they had a player called Asta, who came from a team known as KNS, and that is a team that has like multiple players on multiple teams. They're really good, set strategies then and there, and I know Asta is a pretty well-known strategic player. So I think right now Zeals has been trying to integrate a lot more strategies, a lot more plays into how they kind of go into their composition, but it still hasn't really come into full swing. So the question now for them is that, is this current roster of them, I see Raph like smiling at me a little bit, I think like he's countering me, is it enough to go over the hurdle of South Built Esports that, for lack of a better term, has been built diff this entire time that they've been competing?
Well, we'll find out if they can keep up with South Built Esports. And speaking of which, let's introduce them to you guys real quick. South Built Esports, the opponent of Zeal's Esports here, and as I said it best earlier on, they're sometimes dubbed as the top team in the Philippines, except for Team Secret. But we've got Aziz, we got Ja, we got Micro, Papi Chulo, and Pro that's going to be playing on the field today. Asarai, break it down.
Man, this team has, again, just been performing nonstop. If you hear South Built, it kind of just reminds you of, again, a well-oiled machine that that just keeps on rolling. No hindrances. You don't need to call in a mechanic. They're just a ceiling engine moment. Any team that goes up against them just fairly loses as to how well this team has been cooperating. It comes in from their CSGO roots, very tactical, very strong, has well fundamental aim, as is the usual. And more specifically, in their matchup against Zeal, the last two series that they went up against each other that weren't best of ones have been won by South Built. Almost all of the maps that they've had were 2-0s. And the only one map that Zeal was able to push into overtime was Icebox into a 14-12 loss. But talking about that, I think Icebox is just a map that Zeal's just really love. I think that's Fire Saiyajin's best map, but that's not really saying a lot when the other maps are like 13-7, 13-6. So there really is a lot of questions to be answered right now by Zeal's, and nothing really left to be proven by South Built. They just are the team to beat, at least for this matchup.
Yeah, and Raph, you think that this current South Built Esports roster Could they shine a little bit more moving forward? Considering the fact that we've had the discussion yesterday that these two teams are fairly fairly similar. There's just one slight difference in the way that the teams run their strats.
Oh yeah, that is an excellent question. The thing about South Built is their rate of growth has been absolutely scary. I still remember talking about that team that, they're only 3 months old, but they've been hitting so many local circuits so hard, finishing consistently 1, 2, and never below the 3rd place. But again, that's the biggest thing between Zeal and SBE, is that SBE has been developing so quickly, and Zeal has been somewhat stagnating. Hopefully this time around with this league, this is a time where they evolve, they get better, and, bring home the bacon. But man, it's just something that we have to see.
Yeah, we'll actually see if they can bring home the bacon. It's kind of making me hungry right now. But we have to see what type of maps are we going to be playing at. It's a big question here, because for the most part, it's all going to be relatively the same. It's Haven, it's Ascent, it's the Filipino maps, except for Bind. Bind gets banned out. So we're going to be hopping on Split, picked by South Built Esports, followed by Haven. If we go to a third map, we're going to Ascent. Asarai, what are your thoughts on the current map pool we have?
I don't know if the people could see my screen. My face was just going, oof, why did Icebox get banned by Zeals? That's my first question. Maybe they're not feeling too comfy on it anymore. Split I feel is one of the better maps for South Built, because again, this map just revolves around, if you're a team that knows how to set up, you do well on Split. If not, you're going to have a very difficult time. And that's the context right now for South Built, right? Haven, I think it's going to be a toss-up. It could be either way. You can play very strat heavy on Haven, or you can play very aggressive heavy on Haven and it'll work. But Split has to be the decider right now for Zeals here. If they can't take this away, they're going to have a hard time coming into a set, which I think is also a really good map for South Built here.
And Raf, do you feel the same sentiments? Is Split really that crucial for Zeals to take away?
Yes, absolutely. Especially they banned Icebox. I saw the ban. I was like, yeah, that's so smart of SB. Wait a minute. SB didn't ban that, but yeah, let's just put this on Split. SB has been a very, very refined team taking Split. They've been very innovative too. The way that they ran KO and, a very, very aggressive comp against, practically any team. I think that might shine here. I want to talk about Haven a little bit. This is somewhat surprising. I might actually predict that they're going to put Senior Carl on that Jet, and maybe FSJ is going to go on that Astra, as I mentioned. Ascent, man, that's a tough one. We've seen both these teams really stomp on that map too. But again, we're not going to get there if Zeal drops Split, because again, that's the decider.
And it has to be decided on the field. I'm really looking forward to see how the compositions are going to be. Of course, we're going to be seeing a bunch of default comps here for both of these scenes, but I kind of want to see the play styles here. Have they currently adjusted going into this? Because as far as we're concerned, both of these guys know how to aim. They're both aim star teams. It's all down to the strats. If strats have been developed for both sides, that's the main question at hand. But of course, one of the questions that I also have in mind for you guys is, how's it going to turn out in Split? We've been focusing on how bad Zeals needs to get Split, but how can they get that victory on that first map? Let's start with you guys.
I'll say this first though. I feel like a bane of a lot of teams, even in other regions, has been how to cope with a good Astra team and a good Astra comp. And I feel like South Built has been one of the first teams in the Philippines to actually make a good case of being a really good Astra team. So that's the question right now. How well can the duelists, the setups from Zeal, actually traverse through the Astra stars? Because Ja has been just on point with being able to place that and then so forth. So that's going to be, I think, where they need to put their emphasis the most.
Well, Raf, do you think that Astra is the key for Zeals here to take away Split, or do you have something else in mind?
I would honestly agree with that point. But another thing to point out too, Zeal loves to play the Reyna on Split. They don't really rock that raise as often as other teams do. So that's going to take away a lot of slowing power, a lot of delay power, and honestly a lot of safe info gathering, or somewhat safe info gathering with the Boombot. But we'll just have to see how they're gonna adjust to SBE, because how SBE plays this is that they're incredibly great at timing their pushes. It's gonna be a quiet one moment, and the way they stagger their utility to make you guess is really, really dangerous. So Zeal has to be on their toes here.
And, with all that being said, Southfield Esports still has to be on their toes here. Despite looking like the better team in this matchup, there still is a risk that Zeals would finally wake up and just settle the score here against Southfield Esports. But that begs to ask the question, does Southfield Esports have anything else to adjust going into the first map? Are they all good, or are there things that we kind of want to see?
Realistically, I'd say no, they don't really have to adjust anything as of the moment. If it was a best of one, I think your sentiments would be more apt, Nomad, because I feel like and it has shown as well in the past matches that they've had that Zeal has won all of the best of ones, but never a best of three. So they can go for the quick sprints, but the long jogs or the long marches, they can't really win as of the moment. Again, I was a huge fan of Fire Sagen when he was in 6045 Pirates. Still am right now, but there is a lot of issues that is underlying from Zeals here that I feel like it's not really going to be their day. I would always want to be corrected right now, but I feel like Southfield has this locked and loaded.
And Raph, do you share the same sentiments as Asarai?
Well, since they are from my hometown, but I'm still from the south, I have to stick with SBE here. I am so sorry, guys. I'm sorry to break your heart like that, but if there is one thing that SBE has to look out for, it's that somewhat triangle offense of Zeal in Fire Cyanogen, Senior Carl, and 2GE. Now, I put 2GE there because 2GE is a clutching machine. He might not be as flashy as Carl and Fire Cyanogen, but he is good old reliable. We've seen that Viper, we've seen any agent really on him pop off in the most crucial rounds. And I guess this goes without saying, as long as SBE can keep the temps cool on the side of Zeal, then they might just have this in the bag.
They might. We just want to find out. Like, we have to see how the entirety of the series will progress. But I'm gonna ask the tough question here. We're gonna go for predictions. I'll start with myself. I'm looking for South Built 2-1 here. What about you, Asarai and Wrath?
South Built 2-0, at least for me.
South Built 2-0.
Oh, okay. It's South Built all across the board here on the panel. Lots of fate there, but hopefully Zeals may just put our predictions in the trash bin just by my side, and hopefully Asarai would finally be on a 50% prediction rate. That's the thing, because it's still fresh. The season just started. It's still the first day jitters for the most part here. And if there's any words of encouragement that you can say to Zeal Esports right now, what would that be? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Ooh, that's okay. I guess if it's gonna be a matchup like this, just focus on each round. Not looking at it from a overall perspective. Just specifying yourselves. If you can just bit by bit build up the rounds, that's where I think Zeals will have the most. Because I think the problem is they kind of look at it from an overall perspective. That's where they struggle. So looking at specifically on the rounds to win is where they're gonna find their comeback or their foundation, I guess. Yeah.
And Raph?
One thing that's been iffy about Zeal is the speed of the adjustment. Sometimes they'll do the same thing for a number of rounds. Honestly, if they can remedy that now, then maybe that is the first step to evolution, and honestly, maybe the first step of success for Zeal. And I mean, who wouldn't love to see that happen, right? I did predict a 2-0, but everybody here loves growth. We love growth in the scene. So there is that.
Well, there's that. There is that indeed. And we're just waiting for the games to get ready, but we kind of want to hear what you guys think. Go ahead and drop it in the comment section wherever you are watching, who you think is going to win out in this entirety of the series. Just drop your thoughts. We'll be reading the chat on the side. We may interact with you guys. Just have fun. Let's enjoy it, because we may just be able to enjoy this next series. It's a best of 3. Anything can happen in a best of 3. It's not a best of 1 that Zeals has been winning. Hopefully, I mean, I mean, there should be a way for Zeals to take this. You guys have been discussing it by how they should just be adjusting the way their composition has been. There are underlying issues that potentially could have been solved right now, but the likeliness of us going to Ascent, is that going to be a game changer or game breaker for Zeal's Esports, or actually for South Built Esports? Like, if we go to game 3, will that change the way that they might just approach that third map? Sorry, do you answer?
Okay, that's fair point. First of all, though, made a mistake. Ja wasn't the only one that actually plays the Asteroids, also Micro, and Ja totally forgot was that Star Jet player from them. Anyways, to your question, with the Ascent map, Ascent, I think Ascent and Icebox are probably the most played maps for any Filipino team, so I don't really see it as such a big difference. At least what Ascent gives for Zeal here is a fair play, because I feel like for the other two maps it could go really, really difficult to take a site, but at least for Ascent you're kind of open up to possibilities of just, again, if they maybe have issues with some sort of strategy, they can always just go for set plays and it'll work much better than it should on, let's say, like Haven or Split, because again, those maps are much more condensed. If you're going to go up against an Astra, I feel like Ascent is your best bet. And again, I always have to go back to that Astra. So to your question as well, I feel like Ascent is going to be something that would be a possible good map for Zeal here, but if they do push that third map, I'm going to give it actually a 50-50, I'd say. I feel like Zeal still has that opportunity. I mean, they're here for a reason. They are one of the competing teams in VCT 2022 Stage 1 for a reason. So they got that special sauce, so to speak.
And Raph?
Well, again, it kind of still comes back to our map 1 here, right? Because historically, we've seen SBE be somewhat slow on their starts. They're kind of like a diesel engine, right? It takes a while for them to get going, but when they get going, it's very, very hard to stop them. And just a quick note on that Ascent, one thing that we've noticed with Zeal is that they've been honestly notoriously inconsistent on that map. Sometimes they absolutely demolish their competition, and then the symptoms of the problems that are plaguing them really rear their head, that being the adjustment speed, the honestly somewhat thin playbook, and the streakiness of, well, basically Zeal itself.
Well, we'll find out if the diesel engine from Zeal's Esports will finally start off in Split, because that is going to be where our first match will start off in this best of 3 series between Zeal's and South Built Esports.
Well, it takes 2 to tango, as we are going to be getting into our second series of the first day of VCTPH. Welcome back, guys. Here we have it. Zeal Esports versus South Built Esports. I'm Dax here with Mr. South Built himself, Black and Blue. And let's just get it out of the way. Come on, man. You know everything that there is needed to be known about South Built.
Yeah, okay, we'll address the elephant in the room here. I pretty much know everything that will happen coming from South Built. I know what time they sleep. I know what time they wake up. I know their playbook, every single meal they have in their day. No, I'm kidding. But at least for the most part, we know what we're getting into here, and we also know what Zeal are. We're going into a game between these two teams who have faced each other multiple times, not even just in VCT, but outside of the professional, rather the official circuit. These two teams have gone at it time and time again. So this is not the new look we're seeing from these two teams. But at least on one of the opposing sides, actually both of these sides, the last time we saw them in VCT, they had a few changes in the roster.
Yeah, that's the thing. And as we're getting into Split, this matchup is just the definition of challenger versus challenger. At one time, Zeal Esports was considered the second best team only to that Bren Esports roster. In the meantime, South Built Esports making that case can even be potentially considered as the best local team after the local results, as we are now getting into map number 1. You got South Built, though, on the attacking side. Zeal Esports will be defending. And first things first, you can already see the immediate rotation of players here for the side of South Built. With Micro in, as he's playing that Reyna instead. Double duelist that we call here for the South Built side here, Black and Blue.
But hey, Dax, officially the first chamber pick in VCTPH, and only it comes out here in just the second series of this entire year. Beats on that chamber is something that I really want to see and how it's going to be playing on out. Now, chamber as an agent, you wouldn't normally expect him to be picked out here on Split. You'd kind of normally see him on larger maps, Icebox, Breeze, but in this case, hey, Split might just be the way for them to get back into this. They have struggled a lot versus South Built when playing them on Split, and they both got the Reyna going on here, but as you said, very different philosophies in what the Sentinels are going on, with South Built picking Cypher and aforementioned Chamber here on Split.
Yeah, that chamber pick looking interesting. Dry Peak City will be the call, and you can even see in the NA scene such a popular pick right now to play that chamber time after time. What is better than free guns? Absolutely nothing. Or in this case, just the abilities you can buy for the Headhunter, that Tour de Force, the ultimate, and the Operator itself, the look for the contest. And one thing that kind of gets forgotten about the chamber is technically he has like 2 little alarm bots, those trademarks. You can really put them in those positions to watch the flanks as much as possible in these tight corridors. I feel like that chamber can really get things done. But I kind of want to talk about Zeal Esports a little bit more before we get into this game, Black and Blue. And Zeal, they've had a tough time for the past few months, in all honesty. It has been a bit of fall for grace from performance. Nico has retired. We've seen Flash also move on to the RRQ roster. And now they're left with 5 people there. But it's time for us to get into game. As we talk about these teams a little bit more, it's time for us to get into Split. But back to my story about everything happened to them. Roster swaps, COVID, the typhoon. And they finally have been able to play as the 5 here in VCTPH. Many wonder why they're invited, and they are going to be looking to see that if they can handle, yet again, the pressure of the top echelon of the PH scene. But the first opponent they have to deal with has to be the hottest squad right now the Philippines has to offer. It's Southfield looking to siege into them.
And they're going at it at arguably the best map for South Built here. Shot on out, not going to connect, actually, as this was very lucky that did not hit him in the head. Gets stacked up on the shoulder, but he's going to live to fight another day for the meantime. Drop down in the vents, faking it to try and pull the defense towards that A site, but they're not going to bite. Papichulo here waiting on A main, making his presence known, but all he's doing there is trying to keep them on that A site as they try to fake him out. Looks like they're going to go for a B heaven attack here through the mail.
Yeah, and South Built Esports, you can see sometimes in their play, map number 1s are not their forte, but slow play can help them wake on up and get into the rhythms as soon as possible. They are going to be watching the sewers, though. Papichulo helping sewers. Bio's lonesome there. At the very least, quick rotation also with the spike in hand. It does feel like the mid-control has given them these choices here, Black and Blue. Can go for A, can go for B, but this time A site is the siege point. Craiggie's now stuck into the corner of the round. Papichulo putting the pressure, and there's the first kill from the Cypher.
Very slow play, but they now finally try and explode on the side. UGE, Tuge inside the smoke. He gets a double. Both duelists down from South Built, and Pro is going to get that trade, but Fireside with a frenzy in hand going to cause a stir. Micro barely escaping there, hands in the elbows, and Papichulo getting a double tank, and he gets the kill, but Fireside will shut him down. Micro, a single bullet, he's gonna die to this, and that will be it. The Headhunter, not even landing a head, but he gets the kill anyways. Zeal take the pistol.
Yeah, you just get that kill anyway. Center of mass is important. And for Zeal Esports, the first one is already done, and they will get the dub. Thing to note, though, there's so much potential firepower here for the side of Zeal. You have Senior Carl on his signature raise. You got Fireside on his Reyna. But look at this. 2 get 2 GE on the inside, making sure 2 will fall on down. Even the chamber there with some style points. And in terms of firepower, especially on the pistol, Zeal Esports will have that advantage. Shoutbuild, so yet again, now gonna try and decide where to go here. Mid-control one more time to check things out. At least give them more and more of those options for the time being. But Zeal Esports, the more rounds they can get here early, the more confidence they can build, it's going to be so much better for them being able to play as their main fight on an official stage.
What's this? Holding down the close angle in case they are going to be playing that, which they're right on, but Beats, he's one step ahead. He's playing this really close with a Bucky in hand. That's going to be such a difficult fight for Ja to try and win. See, a single left click is all he needs to take Ja down. As this, he's probably going to follow on suit here to the Spectre of Fireside and get some information, I think. I think they have some idea. There should be a third player here in Male. Trying to jump peek it for the meantime, and Pro could potentially get away with a kill here, but I'm not going to be too keen on him finding a second.
Yeah, let's see if he can be sneaky here. But my question is, will Beats be able to beat the Boomers with that? Bucky over there. But here we go over to that B side again. Pro and Poppy Chulo with the finds. Starting the line, and there's the takedown to Ricardo. Marshall gameplay at its finest. 1, 2, 3. The hat trick there to clean up nicely. And the high ground is nothing against this race. 2-0 for Zeal.
It's hunting season right now for Senior Carl with that Marshall of his. He's certainly putting it to good use, but here comes the third round. South build. They've got, well, one more ultimate orb left for Poppy Chulo to get his ult up online. That's going to be such a big thing to get on if they get the neural theft used here. But they have the rifle advantage, they have the weapons advantage, and so by all means, they're kind of expected to win this round. But if Zeal are able to do lots of damage to their economy, or hell, even win this round, South built might be in muddy waters.
Yeah, Zeal Esports, though, they're gonna try to avoid losing out early against that Cypher. You mentioned it, 1 away from the Euro Theft. If you give South built all the intel in the world, they will know exactly what to do with it. Quick little smoke stone to blockade the staircase toward that B site. Yet again, perhaps the plan here as they're giving that kind of intel. And at the very least, Aziz gonna be mobilizing through the ramps, the ropes, and into the vent. Micro goes, but sees Beats there looking golden, and he's gone already. South builds with the first pick off. Do they actually go for that neural theft there? No, they're not. They have just decided that it's all up to that A-tower position. There's a shot from 2GE to get that taken onto Aziz Ja in the meantime with the refrag. And Southfield right now mobilizing to that A-side. Screen's so dangerous, but Craigie is going to fall to the hand of Micro. And this is Southfield capitalizing on their push.
Micro doing a good job of holding down that line in the flanks. Senior Carl, though, deletes him with a single click from that Marshall. 3v2. This is winnable if they can retrieve the rifle, too, especially. All he's got is a Marshall, but Farsigen, he's got a Vandal in his hands. He's got 2 dismisses left, 2 orbs. So we know that he can turn things up if he's able to get a single kill. Ja shuts down Senior Carl. Farsigen finding 1, dismissing out the safety. This dart is going to keep him at bay for the meantime. Both clears thrown on out. They're split up 1v2, and Poppy Chulo will secure the round. But all things considered, Zeal did a decent amount of economic damage here to South Built's money by. And now we're down to the 4th round.
Yeah, great final position though from Southfield. You can see 2 different angles Farsigen had to deal with. The timing there for Southfield to play peekaboo. And in this situation now, Poppy Chulo ready with that neural theft anyway. So give him a corpse, give him that intel. Southfield, they need something to tip the scales in their favor coming into this round. And I feel like that ultimate on the Cypher can be so essential for them, because you can never forget that Zeal Esports has that, I'd say, geometric advantage, as you always see on Split. You still have that chamber to be very pesky with the trademarks and the rendezvous. You have the guns at the ready here for Zeals, and their composition that they're raising the Reyna very willing to contend in close quarters. But Southfield already moving yet again into the vents. This is going to be Ja looking to play the entry. Senior Carl, though. Oh, sneaky peeky like in the vents. Come on, go in, go down. He's waiting with the judge.
Oh, the forbidden fruit. It's right out of reach. Ja has to be really careful with this. I'm not sure if he's going to actually commit to jumping on down, but I think he's had some better ideas. Senior Carl, he can barely see his feet if he checks him. This is the tension's so high, man. They're pretty much at a standoff right now, and nobody's budging. I think they should choose a better avenue of attack, because if they just idly go down in here, oh no, they're walking into his trap.
No.
And Senior Carl has set this up perfectly. 2 frags potentially could come his way if SB aren't careful, and that looks to be the case.
Yeah, drop down just to die perhaps. Ja! Slow but surely able to try and get them away. No, he gets chased by the judge. Pellets instead. Next on the list might be Pro, and he goes down. Spike now gonna get dropped. And this is the power of the judge on Split. Jury, Executioner, and all that jazz already. Southfield trying to get that intel. But Senior Carl again with the 4K, and there is no beating the auto shotgun down below. Zeal Esports with another one, and all they need is the judge.
And in those ropes, they were completely tied up here. Great job from Senior Carl to the judge, jury, and execute here within those vents. They completely played into what he wanted to do. And at the end, why did they even decide to push that? They can just go for the site. No, Senior Carl is going to have to pick up a rifle somehow. although he did have one beside him, to try and retake the site. So South built a bit of a misplay there, and now they're on these this eco round. But these pistols, sometimes where they really heat up when they're on the ecos.
Yeah, it kind of hurts though because that was pro with the spike there. Got dropped into the vents. Can't do anything except try to retrieve it, but Beats already retrieving a little bit of his momentum there with the kill onto Papi Chulo. And Zeal Esports right now holding things off with the collegiate connection. Really, all the way back then, a few years ago, Fireside and Beats, they were together on the campus tour, on the collegiate scene, in the same roster. Now they're going to be in the same pro team as well. And there's so many changes here for the Zeal Esports roster. As you mentioned, Nico retiring basically and giving the shot calling to the former six-man Craigies, who's playing the stage right now. Beats again really picked up after, I'd say, a great addition to them, as a great trial over the past few weeks that they've had with him. And Zeal Esports right now, they're proving yet again that this is the 5 that they're gonna run. And Senior Carl, he's just staying still to get rid of Aziz anyway. Gravity Well gonna be there. Flashbacks are to get called out. And Beats is not done. There's gonna be 3 for him. And it's a 3-round gap between the two. Zeal's looking very, very awake in this session.
Flawless cleanup here coming from Zeals. And South built are, well, struggling to even get in the game. So is Zis. 0 frags on him. And when he's your main rifler, when he's on that Reyna, that's not what you want. He's struggling to really get going. So is Craigie, but hey, they're up 4-1, so I don't think he has any qualms just yet. But yeah, that Sage Wall as well towards Heaven there coming from Zeals has been an absolute problem for South Built. They've been struggling to break past that, but it looks like a very aggressive take here on the A site is what they're planning.
Here we go, quick aggression already. Might as well go for the classic push, and Jaw leading the charge. Gravity will be in the way. The showstopper, the flight on by. Analyst will catch it and say hot potato. No, sir, he's already down. Senor Carl, though, with the takedown onto John. Toodle is going down quickly to the hand of the Rays. But the res is there. The wall is set on up. Can they actually protect the opposition? Here we go, though, with Senor Carl going to be able to get free from Papi Chulo. Fight on back, though, but the tour de force now brought on out by the chamber. South built losing so many in that push, but at the very least near the end equalizing, but still wary of that chamber.
It's a 3v3, and that operator is going to be so deadly, as you see. More importantly, when he gets a kill, and the flank here coming from Beats, completely hitting them like a drum. Micro, last one left alive, 1v3. He's going to have to find some way to dissect this, or save this, rather. Papi Chulo, the last one left alive. He is a very good player in the clutch, but this might just be a bit too deep for him. He's going to need a 4K clutch to come out of this. Pops his cage, try and sneak on by. No longer in Heaven, walks out, and Beats gets another triple kill in the round. And Zeal, a very, very nice defensive side from them.
Bro, he just has too many guns. He just has too many guns. He has the headhunter, which is a sheriff. He has this operator through the course that makes a slow field. You see how easy it was to flick it to the left-hand side just because of that extra utility from the ultimate. And finally, you might forget that, oh, no, he has an op, basically. No, he has actually a rifle. It's ready. And as soon as Papi Chulo shows on up, it's Beats ready there to get that takedown. Who needs a dry pick when you're the ones on the hold? This chamber doing wonders already here for the side of Zeal Esports. And I feel like for Southfield Esports right now, it is a slow start, but the slow play is hurting them immensely. When you have that raise, the Astra, the Chamber, and the Sage on the other side, there's just so many ways of Zeal Esports to control the tempo of the push. And with Southfield Esports not having that sudden thrust that they need here, it does feel like that's where Zeal Esports can catch them off guard, Black and Blue.
Well, there's lots of stars here to keep them at bay if they try and make their way towards his B site. One hold back here coming in from 2D. Senior Carl finds a lurking Papi Chulo, trapped in the smoke, in the pull. Fireside gets assist. He finds a second on the jaw, and that's going to be quick and easy from Fireside. And when he gets hot, he's going to get the whole team going. And already they've at the very least secured, a tied half here, 6-1. And they're looking to get even more. South Built is struggling to even get in the game. It's Papi Chulo who has 6, but Aziz, 0 frags on him so far. Cold start.
I'm really gonna give props to Pro though. Very creative wall to try and segment the site in half, knowing that the back site was covered. But this is the classic Zeal experience. Yo-ho and a bottle of rum. This is really what the Pirates were all about back then. Senor Carl, Fireside Chin, hello, welcome back. Good to see you recovered both on the health side and in the game in itself. With a 13 and 9 for these two duelists respectively. This was the Zeal Esports that dominated stage number 2 of the SEA scene. But for now, South Built, can they get back in the running? Does feel like that bit by bit, some of the creeping suspicions about South Built, it's coming back to haunt them unless they can get that recovery as soon as possible. This is, of course, Zeal's defense, and South Built gonna try and go for the siege yet again, trying to crack the wall, looking to make some noise. And at least here for South Built, Black and Blue, I love the fact that they go for that mid control to give them multiple options. They still have Papichulo getting ready for that A side take if need be, and a counter lurk against the orb take in itself. But beyond that, Zeal is respecting them and just holding their lanes to success.
Yeah, I have to commend here how Zeal are really playing a lot more disciplined than what we're used to seeing from them. You know, South Built really on split here on their attacking side, flourish when the opposing side tries and gives them the fights that they want. And right now, Zeal, they're just turtling on down, and it's been really such a big problem for South Built to even get within there. Senor Carl, he gets the kill. Aziz finding one. That's his first kill of the game, actually, and Beats gets a spray through the smoke as well and finds Bro. Spike has been dropped. Micro to retrieve it. He has to get on this plant very soon, and he's going to be planting for Heaven as well. Okay, what was that? He goes back to the default spot, realizing it isn't in the control, and Fireside, he gets the kill somehow. Papichulo on the whiff, and Beats will clean up house on Aziz. It's all on the Micro. 1v4. He's gonna have to pull out a hat-trick and a half. He gets the kill, but Beats another triple to end the round, and a 7-1 lead here by Zeal.
You know, he can just change his name to Beats 3 by this point, because he just has all these triple kills time after time for the side of Zeal Esports, and this is just the absolute domination from the Cebu squad already. 7-1 scoreline, looking so fine. And you mentioned it, the second guessing here for the side of South Built Esports. Papichulo with an uncharacteristic whiff there against Fireside, and early on into the spray, they had to go to basically the default in cover because they realized that the tower was not theirs to take whatsoever. And South Built right now, I think they're stuck in the north here real quick, Black and Blue, because it feels like they're just feeling such a cold reception here on Split.
Normally, when you say something is going south, it's not a good thing, but in this case, this is way further than that. So South Built, single rifle here in Papichulo's hands, who's been playing the best out of them so far, though it's not really a high bar this entire game. This judge is something they do not want to challenge once more. And Senor Carl just dipping in and out. There's nothing they can do to stop him, Senor Carl. He has just been completely turning this game around with that judge in his hand.
I can't believe he's done this, and I can't believe he's getting away with this. Senor Carl making corners happen. Fireside is there, and the cleanup of Papichulo finds two. Can he get a third? No, Fireside will just outpower him yet again. 8-1 bar none. This is Zeal Esports awakened in 2022.
Oh my goodness, Zeal. Senor Carl as well, man. How did he come into this? Do you think he came into this with his mind thinking like, I'm gonna buy a judge and completely turn the game in our favor with it? This is 2 rounds now. He's completely stomped SBE from even getting a foothold in the game, and it's with one of, honestly, the most, I guess, funny weapons in the game to get a kill with.
It makes you smile while you cry inside when you get hit. So I think that now for South Built, next plan, go to the arcade, try to find some whack-a-mole, because these guys cannot hit the rope gameplay from Senor Carl right now with that judge. But it's Fireside just hitting all the shots time after time, and we're seeing truly prime Fireside back in action. Empress already gonna get popped as well too in this firefight already, and he's hungry for more. South Built now having to back on away, and in desperate scenarios, it does feel like South Built does have that tendency to get back on the slow speed, get back to their roots if they're struggling. But on the attacking side, especially on Split, it's just the turtle gameplay here from Zeal Esports, the hunker down that is very effective. And sure, Micro He has a cheeky little angle here, but Zeal Esports is trying to expect it. Yes, though, does lose out in that firefight anyway. Asher backing on away to the grabs well. Farside with 3, but 2 GE is just too good for them. Zeal Esports now with another one in the bank, and it's 9-1 there.
At this point, 9-3 is your best hope for South Built, and that's never a position you want to be in. Now, these guys are really good at making comebacks happen, but they have to avoid that from happening. We did see an almost comeback from LFO there in the first series that they played a while ago versus NAOS, but ultimately it went in NAOS's way for map number 1. Time out to be called here by SBE, and this should have been called way earlier. And honestly, this is one of their sicknesses. I think it takes them quite a bit of a while before they finally settle in and call a timeout, always wanting to continue to play. And while that can be something that's, you can appreciate the heart in it, it's not always the best thing to do tactically. And both the duelists here from SB just struggling to even get in the game. 2 frags on Jaw, a single one on Aziz. It's been the back line here finding most of the things in their favor. And at that, it hasn't even been enough for them to convert around.
Hey, Nico, give me this one, okay? I wonder who they're talking to right now.
Themselves.
Each other? Yeah, themselves. I understand that completely. But this is, Southfield. They have really shown all the way back when they first entered Valorant that Split could be a map that they can control. But some old sicknesses coming on back to haunt them. The attacking side, they're struggling right now to make the entries work. And might be, perchance, just the rotation right now not working out too well for Southfield against the PH team. You don't see this double duelist setup from Southfield as much anymore. We have seen Assist move on over to the Astra instead, but Senor Carl is just feeling it. He goes in, guns a-blazing, gets caught out though by the Reyna in response for a 1-for-1 trade. Zeal Esports now can't be too ambitious though. They still have to respect the pedigree that is Southfield Esports. The turtle gameplay has been the call. It's how you win this race so far for Zeal Esports. And they just can't be too ambitious with those kind of plays in this matchup here. Black and Blue as Farside even finds Pro as soon as the smoke dissipates.
He keeps on double dipping and comes out of it as well with a frag every single time. Papi Chulo somehow gets a kill on that B site and he's opened it up, but he does have a player to face in there. That cage is not going to cover his vertical, and Craigie from up top gets that kill. This forces Southfield to now and have to try and push this basically. They delete the Lear and Aziz deletes Farsigen as well. Now they really have a chance. It's down to a 2v2. And Aziz, if he's going to heat up in this game, now is the time to do it. They need to end this half 9-3, or this could be a quick journey to map number 2.
Yeah, wake-up call needed. Papichulo, though, doing a good job to force the rotation. So awkward, though, to see someone sneaking on around and you're just watching them try to be stealthy. But this now, infiltration perhaps from the side of Zeal Esports. Pinch potential from Micro, though, at the ready. Headhunter, though, from Beats. Here comes a shot, and Micro will already engage to get rid of Craig East there. All left now to Beat so far. The Ash are going to try to help out with the stars into play as time is running out. But Aziz seeing the furnace try to be lit, but it's still gonna be the coals unable to get that kindle. But is there enough time? The star is there to scare him off. And Zeal Esports wins the final frag, but will not get this round. Style points though for Beats, 9-2. Southfields, they will get that round there, but at what cost?
Very expensive round, all things considered. They're fortunate that this is the last round now going into this, so they can be comfortable in pretty much, I guess, investing every single last bit of credits that they do have. Papi Chulo, 2 away from his ult. They've got that Cosmic Divide. They've got the Empress and the Res up online as well. On the opposite side of things, though, Cosmic Divide as well. They've got the Chamber ult and they've got the Showstopper, so lots of ultimates for both sides. Operator, they're very fortunate that Farsigen did not land that shot. That was too close.
This is 3 ops. This is 3 ops right now in Zeal. So you have the Tour de Force, you have the 2 duelists at it, and Zeal Esports is well make a shooting range happen versus the side of Southfield Esports. It's their time now to go for the punish. The warning shots are coming here, but they do need to hit their marks as Zeal Esports wants to win this round. But Micro instead, with the punish and the takedown, Farsigen unable to get the connection yet again. A little bit of cockiness though, perhaps fear for the side of Zeal Esports. They need to calm on down. And, well, Southfield, they will take advantage of the pseudo-kindness Zeal has given them. But that's only 1 kill here so far for Southfield. It's still a big struggle to make it through, and Farside, the ambition is real! Punished yet again.
Kind of overheating here. They have a big cushion to work with, so he can take those risks. Last round of the half anyways. 5v3. They're not able to get a kill. Actually, no, they finally do hear 2GE on the jaw. Just finding a double in the round, and they're certainly heating up near the end of things. Papi Chulo gets a kill at the end, and honestly, while they did kind of end that half a lot stronger than their start, still a very long hike to the top here for South Built. They need this pistol round and then some to even get back into the game.
And this is where, honestly, we can already talk about these initial concerns about South Built. Yes, they have that tendency for those map number 1 jitters. But let's look way back into last year's VCT instead. South Built, honestly, they conquer everything in the community scene, make waves in the region. But there has one thing has eluded them so far, and it has been a proper VCT run. And right now, confidence isn't there from South Built. They need to get through those jitters immediately if they do want to make their mark in 2022 for the Valorant scene, not just here, but also globally. And it is their time to shine now. The defensive side is where their roots are absolutely founded on. As Zeal Esports a little too ambitious in the past few rounds. This time, gonna try yet again. Pistol play is a go, and behind you, good sir, Ja is there to get that surprise and to get that takedown.
Well, it gets the results that we were expecting. Played, drawn up there. So 5v4. They're on the defensive side this time, which is the favored side here on Split, and notoriously has always been their best side ever since they got into the VCT during Stage 2 last year. So this is where they really should, try and heat things up. Got that pick off, and the thing is, when Zeal lose Farsigen, this is a symptom that they've had a long time before. They do struggle to get back into the round itself. They still got Senior Carl here as a big threat, but as this wall is going to break open, that also opens up a new avenue here for Zeal to attack.
Knock, knock. Here comes Zeal, and they're not even waiting for an invitation. They're going to close the door on the stair stay side, but Ja is just right there for the reception. And Craigie's going down. The Frenzy getting 3 already. Up top position, going for the takedown. Senior Carl, though, stabs his back. Low on the HP, and so left now to beat here in a 1v3 conundrum. But this is now the arm stealer dealing with the multiple numbers on the other side. Head hunting a go. This is the quest here for this chamber. But can he fill that
10
order?
seconds left.
That's the question. The spike is just barely there out of reach. He finds it, pick off there, but he cannot pick up the pieces beyond that. Papi Chulo peeks on out. South Built with a pistol that they desperately needed.
Dude, Beats is so scary for that headhunter, and the operator, he's just so formidable. I don't even know how you could have broken through his defense a while ago on that A site. Now, though, they're on the attack, which doesn't really favor a chamber too much as at least a defensive side would, but man, Zeal, they are so deadly. You can see a lot of that is because of Beats, who's one of the newest additions to this roster, and I think he's a breath of life that they so desperately needed. South Built, they're the ones who suddenly have some light in them. 9-3 curse potentially coming true.
I really feel like Beats is such a good fit right now for Zeal, of Oasis fame, of Lightspeed for quite a while, but he's really been trying to find a home, and with pretty much the same kind of foundation, the same dialect even, with the rest of Zeal Esports. It just works right now in terms of the communication and in terms of the play here. So the road to recovery for Zeal has been difficult, but they are getting back into their proper form here and now. It does feel like this VCT is where they can shrug off all the outside issues that has affected them, all of the external factors that has been dealt with. They just need to deal now with the game in hand. Slow play, though, still the call. So Esports trying to find a small opening with the pittance of an arsenal that they have here so far, and the push for Zeal Esports is going towards the mid. They're gonna have to decide soon where to go. And as it comes, Cyber Cage is there. Papi Chulo already setting up a labyrinth that Zeal needs to navigate through.
Well, this gives them a lot of cover to try and sneak by. Ja finds a kill on the lone duelist. Micro does the same here to Craigie S. Seems like Zeal kind of splitting things up. Initially wanted to go A, but after seeing that, walk their way towards the B side. Papi Chulo up close. That Spectre is going to win through. The Pro will get a second kill, which is quite important for Pro to get into this game, because you kind of want that Sage to get as many kills as you can in these opening rounds to get the res online by potentially round 3 or 4. South Built, they're on their way to doing that, but this is where they're really going to be tested. They're on this light buy, got some Spectres, and Zeal. Rifles abound.
Yeah, that's the thing. The res value hasn't really been a factor here so far. Only 1 kill for Craig. He's 6 there for Pro right now. And it just has been the domination of the duelists, especially on the Zeal side, that has tipped the scales in their favor. But on the attacking side, this is where the hard entry counts with the guns. But surprise, surprise! It's a welcoming party so close by. And Senior Carl, he has been read like an open book. Great tandem there between John and Aziz to just slap him in the face as soon as possible. Zeal, though, rest of the crew now mobilizing through the middle of the wall. Gonna get placed here by Pro right now. And Southfield, they're playing this to a T as of yet. Good stall orbs to try and cut off the rest of the approach. Has to be careful though. Farsight is so close by. There's the shots now from Serena from above. Zeal Esports goes for the opening, but Poppy Chulo, the opportunist, sees 2 immediately. Beats though with the refrag, yes, but the damage has been done. And Zeal's looking quite damned in their buy round. Very dangerous scenario here. Alleyway now gonna get slowed on over. The pitch is real, the angle is there, and Southfield will get the bonus and are lucky to be back into form.
Great job here, and that's the round that I said they're going to be tested. It seems like they're passing with flying colors for the meantime. An eco round to be forced upon here onto Zeal, but they can't get too complacent because Zeal, they have as much firepower as you'd expect from any team here at the top 8, and these eco rounds are sometimes when Zeal look the scariest. South Built really have to hold on to their guns here, make this as clean as possible, get those ultimate orbs up, and really not give away too much economy, because Zeal, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Not only that, they'll take your house, they'll take your weapon, they'll take everything they can with it along the way. You give Farsight and Senior Carl just a little bit of fresh air. They will take all the oxygen in the atmosphere by this point, but we're not done, and South Built right now has given themselves truly that second wind in this game. Might have been the alarm clock just only half, I'd say half a game late here from what we see instead of a full one. No. Mid control now for Zeal Esports with Papachula and Craigies. Training blows. Good takedown there by the stage as of yet. 3 away from the resurrection. And they know there's a gun just nearby. They can try to pick up if that wall dissipates. Southfield will look to watch that angle. And this gives a chance here for Zeal Esports now to mobilize toward that A site, Black and Blue.
They're crawling up here towards that heaven, that vent position. And Ja's holding on to Raptors, and this finds a double. Able to dismiss? No, he's going to be taken down. Remaining. Ja getting that trade. It's down to Farsight. Although, FSJ, he's 2 away from his ultimate.
30 seconds
so
left.
If he can get this orb and maybe one more, he can definitely shoot himself out of this bad situation. Almost getting the kill on Ja, who finally holds it down. And all things considered, I think that was a decent eco round here coming in from Zeal Esports. They got 2 kills on SBE. And now that gives them a decent amount of economy. And look at this. 3 players within reaching distance of their ultimates. Actually 4 on the Zeal side.
Yeah, I like the call even to go for that A side, as you mentioned, the gun out the open. But South Built, they're looking to be back on it. And not only that, sure, you can get the economy, but someone there had 9K a while ago. ASUS is basically the sponsor right now of the South Built brand. And Zeal Esports is forced to go for the timeout. So it looks like defense is the best side here for both of these sides so far. South Built, though, going back to their roots. And it's a bit of a wave of nostalgia as we see from these 2 teams. This is the Zeal Esports that really carve their position in our hearts last year, and just the explosive play, especially from Senior Carl and Farsight being the dominant factor. But in the meantime, for South Built, especially way back when they were new to the Valorant scene coming in from CS, it was the defense, the best place, and pretty much the only place they would get those consistent round wins. And the blast from the past for, yet again, the 2 teams we can tout as have been number 2 in the PH scene here so far, and they're looking to reclaim that glory and go even further than that this year. But we're gonna get back into the game, and this is gonna be quite a defining round for Zeal Esports. I feel like if they lose this one here, Black and Blue, South Built has a very good chance to not only tie up the scoreline, but even take the lead away from Zeal from that momentum.
Look at this scoreboard. Poppy Chulo on 16, the rest of them all on 9, aside from Pros on 6. So Poppy Chulo's been having himself a hell of a game. You might think, a Sentinel, oh, they're one of the more passive players, but no, not this guy. He's been one of the star FPS players even before Valorant, and He's really showing his guns here. But 9-7, Zeal need this round. Otherwise, momentum is going to be completely shifted in South Built side. And you do not want that when you're in the attacking side here in the second half of split. It's already looking like a pretty close game. They're walking down the sewers. No help sewers this time.
You've done it too. I can't believe you've done it too. No, sewers hasn't even been a factor all throughout the game, but now we're gonna get the factor of Southfield being ambitious and pushing on forward. The System Pro do get the takedown, beats Far Sergeant, answer on back, and a far fight at Corral here in the middle. But in this situation, Zeal Esports now able to basically equalize, and you see Papi Chulo? He doesn't have health left. This guy is a dead man walking. The barrack said no. We can't show anything else. He has like 1 HP. Able to back on away though to Survivor at the very least. But I feel like for Zeal Esports, it's them taking advantage of an aggressive play from South Build. And both sides right now, aggressive defense not working on split whatsoever.
Well, they do have the operator on job, who's the sole player here on the B side. He's making sure to control B main to have that avenue to try and retake with later on. Oh, the timing would work out for him. He lands a shot. This is where he shines, but it's brought down to a 2v2, effectively, potentially a 2v1, because Papi Chulo is a sliver away from death, and he's so far removed from the situation. It's really on the micro to make a play here, because Papi Chulo still has to try and link up with his teammate. They've now kind of controlled this heaven position, but the retake, it's not looking too spicy just yet for South Built.
Yeah, quick little climb on down though. Micro right now with the shots. Good tag though from Papi Chulo for the intel, and Papi Chulo with the final 2GE, and Micro is there. South Built, they've still done it after everything is said and done. The clutch in them, the teams have been built throughout the years, and everyone gets a frag here at 9-8, 1 round gap, and South Built looking primed to get back in their form too.
Man, even with Papi Chulo down to 1 HP, I had no doubt this dude was going to get at least one more kill before finally going down himself. But in this case, he stays alive till the end of the round. I will say, South Built, ASUS and Pro kind of overheating a bit and overeating there towards mid. They get the kills, could have backed out, but I guess the timing just didn't work out for him. 9-8, an eco, a forced buy, if anything, here coming from Zeals. With 2 Spectres, 2 Sheriffs in hand. Not looking too good for them, but I do think once we equalize things up 9-9, they're going to answer back with a round of their own.
I mean, they ate dirt very quickly there. The aggressive peak from South Built. Beyond that, Zeal Esports right now still struggling on the guns. I do want to point this out though, that Chamber, even though this is basically an eco state, he still has 3k creds, and one beauty of having that agent over roster can be a sponsor with the abilities he can buy from guns, but Ja with the headshot, Cruggies counters. And not only that, he is not just your healer, he is the headshotter there, and he finds that takedown. So a great play from Craigie so far to give the advantage to Zeal Esports. Not only that, Tour de Force has finally been committed, and you got that sniper support from in behind. Assisto playing close, beats in the meantime, finds him in the middle, and will get the takedown. And there's a lot of speed gaps right now going towards that A side, but Papi Chulo not done, finds one till Tuge gets the answer in response. It's just trade for trades right now though here, Black and Blue, and Zeal Esports will come up ahead, but South Built, they still have some positions unless Farside Jin can play the proper entry here, or the proper infiltration as we move towards that B side.
They have no idea that Fireside is in CT, but Chris Pro, he's trailing them. They don't have an idea that he's there too. Actually, no, he shoots out the trip. Micro holding down the line, but Beats gets the kill on him instead with that sniper rifle in hand. The ultimate coming through, and the eco is where they're so dangerous, as I talked about. Trep on that spike is going to make things so much more difficult for Pro. Could have potentially gotten the res out, but he's not going to land the shot. Beats TPing back to the site. Fireside and holding down the cross as well. He has no more utility to use aside from the Phantom in hand. Trying to find some opening, trying to crawl his way close. Getting some damage dealt in 9 rounds in the mag, but Fireside's too quick, too good, and Zeal extend their lead back up to 2.
That's the thing. You get free guns and you can go at it. Beats there with the Tour de Force making things work, but truly, Craigie's making an impact. He only has 3 kills, but that 3rd kill right there is special, it is cherished, and it'll be forever loved by Zeal Esports, as it has brought them back from the brink. And they have given them the breadth of a pretty much a full fat wallet now as we get into the next round. A thrifty victory with 2 still on alive there. just a very effective round there for the side of Zeal Esports. And not only that, the guns are at the ready. But South Build, they've been building a back, they've been investing. It's high time to cash out with the op in hand. Zeal, though, at least trying to figure out where South Build's gonna station. Already we have the aggressive stance from Ja all the way towards that A site. But no one's home, no one's there to greet him. And Zeal Esports instead just trying to gauge here what South Build has in their arsenal.
Yeah, mid control was taken by them, but they're quite ready to kind of give it on up. They've got these traps here to make sure nobody comes in through a main on the flank, and they're looking to gear up for a B site attack. Micro, always a turret in the center of that site. He's going to be the first line of defense. And Aziz is going to try and back him on up there from up the rafters. But here comes the showstopper. Micro is going to get caught off, and he's going to die. Aziz ulting, able to dismiss into safety, finding another, dismisses back. And now they have a chance for the retake into 4v3. Pro, has got his res up online as well. So they've got an extra kind of barrier to work with.
Yeah. Close though now, as the Blade Storm has been popped. Ja Papichulo coming in from above. And let's see if this helicopter of a jet can just survey the area with that speed to get over the find on as is anyway. Watching out for the alley so far, but Ja with the slice of dice finds two already. He's cooking up a storm, but Pro is there for the assist. And South Built, they're not done. 10-8 becomes 10-9, and what looked to be quite the one-sided domination from Zeal Esports has become a close game courtesy of South Built.
This time, with the economy lower on Zeal's side, they do not have those ultimates to buy them out of this situation anymore. No more showstopper, no more sniper rifle in that Chamber's hands. And that's really why Chamber is so good on those eco rounds. When you need that extra firepower, you can just whip it out anytime. You got an automatic, basically a handheld Guardian and an operator as well. So SBE, good job from them to come back into this game, but they need another round to actually tie things up. And after this bye, then it's anybody's game.
Watching here. Just really Southwell trying to prove that they have prepared all throughout their Valorant career for this moment, for VCT in itself. The one thing that has eluded them, now they're on track and on the base to try and hit quite a home run for the PH scene. Zeal, so in the meantime, at the very least, trying to figure out where to station. It'll be high time though already, as Zeal's can be waiting for a potential push here. Black and blue.
Oh, Pro trying to make sure that they don't cross Q easily. That's what's gonna hamper them. He finds the kill. Actually, no, it's Aziz who's able to find the kill, and Senior Carl finds Aziz as well, double dipping a bit too hot. And now it's gonna be down to the 3v4 Fireside, and very low HP. Craigie is not alive anymore to try and get him healed up online. It's gonna be Beats. Oh, Ja has no idea. He's gonna simply catch him off guard, and Beats has been such a good lurk here for the Zeal side to bring it down to a 4v2. This is looking disastrous for SBE.
30 seconds
Sky is
left.
falling. Don't look up, and just because of that, caught unaware, executed immediately by that Chamber. Zeal Esports now with the transition towards that B side. Angel thrown on over there as well to the back side just to get that confirmation. But the searing eye and the peering eye of South Built with that camera spots out Zeal Esports. And they have navigated towards that B side. But this is now such a big problem here for South Built. Only 2 people left. They do have the ultimates to try and make a play if need be. But this does seem like a round that might go to waste if they commit for something like the Cosmic Divide. Beats though right now, waiting outside the garage here, looking at the very least to try and get the pickoff. Op shot though does not connect. Gravity Well gonna be there on the side. Alleyway now gonna be where Micro will be buried, and Beats even just disregarding yet again the windows and basically the balconies that Cypher wants to play from. Southville losing out that one. Zeal again with another one.
Very clean round from Zeal, and honestly, lots of misplays here coming from South Built. Why was Pro as a Sage just standing out there in the middle? I get that he thought that they were on eco, which they kind of were on the mix buy, but still, you gotta respect the opponent, and that left Zeal just the right opening to get back into this game and really extend that lead back up twice once more. They've only cut it down to a single round at the very most, but South Built have yet to tie the game on up.
Here.
And, you know, distinction. First series we had, absolutely hot, exciting, and quite a banger, especially the first map. This one, it's a different kind of feel. You can really see that there has been explosiveness from our players, especially on the Zeal side, but the slow play has truly dictated this split map right now. And in the game of patience, it's whoever can react quickly. And there you go. Microseconds there, 4 beats to get that takedown onto Papi Chulo. Zeal's now even going on through the sewers. Navigate towards that A side, perhaps Resto is available. There we go with the bring back, but he sees the arm. There's a dash on it to try and get the catch.
You want to
but these
fight it.
cannot hit the shots. Nor Southfield can go for the chase. Instead, though, they went for the res, but they've given up that A site. Not only that, Southfield don't have a full arsenal to work with here, so it does seem like now they're going to be moving into a 5v5 retake scenario, but not the best guns to try and contest Seals here.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult. They do have that Cosmic Divide on their side as well that they could use. I think they're waiting for this one to expire, and they do as well have the Neural Theft on Papi Chulo's Cypher. Fire Sergeant finds the opening kill though on the Pro, who's been struggling this entire game. Ja finds one, but can he find even more? Tugi shutting him down. Aziz on the side to retrieve the rifle. Is going to need even more so to bring this round back. It's down to a 1v3, and Aziz will be shut down from Fire Sergeant up above. And Zeal, they take match point.
And they're one away from already removing those predictions. One away from proving to everyone that they are back with the vengeance. They are back to that favorite form that we have seen from them all the way back then last year. It has been quite a tumultuous slide here for the side of Zeal Esports, especially in their recent history. Ever since their peak, it has just been a fall from grace. Right now, it does seem like Southfield is the one who needs to say a prayer here, as they will have to try and contest one last time. They did save one up, though, in the last round. They should have the arsenal now, and you can see it there up even the hands of Ja. It's already quite an accomplishment here for Zeal Esports for what they've done here so far, but they know they want more, and they can get an even better push here.
Southfield historically start every series slow, and that has been their biggest problem. Trying to get into the game, into the series really hot and fast has been something that they've struggled to get going. And you can see just how big of a detriment that is compared to a team like Zeal, who always start strong. They've given up too many rounds in that opening half to really make this one decisively theirs. So they're gonna have to play catch up this whole map through. They can get another round here to bring it 12 to 10. It's doable, but you're gonna need 3 rounds straight here from on out just to get back into the game. They've got some ultimates on the sides of Zeal. They do have that Empress, but it's all they really got to rely on as Ja, the sole defender here in the A site. Here comes the B side exit.
And immediately that Pro goes down. Senior Carl finds him out in the open. Walls gonna get set one up to get with the fight also, but Micro is holding the line till he falls. And now it's 3v2, but Empress here pops by Far Sergeant. He's trying to go for the flick, but Ja is quicker there after the shot comes on out. And now we have the high ground here for Far Sergeant. He's bringing the pain to the side of Southfield, and it's all left to Papi Chulo. Now he's been the clutch king here, but will he be dethroned this time? Rez is even there, drop on down. He's looking on around, but from the alleyway comes his demise! And Zeal Esports looking to say that they're back here, baby! The first map goes in their favor, and the 13-9 for the guys from Cebu will give them the gall to go for more.
Any doubters proven wrong as Zeal Esports take map number 1 against arguably one of the strongest maps from Southfield. Zeal, you can see it. They're loving it. They're feeling the heat. And right now, it's Southfield who are currently being cooked there on Split. We're going to move to Haven right after. But man, what a performance from Beats, who is the newest player, the newest addition to this roster. And that chamber of his has been completely detrimental to anything SB were trying to do.
Yeah, is this the dawn of the chamber as we just see how effective it could be? How many guns do I have in my arsenal? All of the guns in their favor, and really can see here for the side of Zeal Esports, no surprise, the chamber there with the MVP, consistent kills with a 23 takedown from Beats, of course assisted by the hot hands of Fire Sergeant and especially Senior Carl early on. This is the Zeal Esports that many have been awaiting, many have been looking forward to. Southfield Esports in the meantime struggles there early on, especially with the duelist line Papi Chulo, mostly the mainstay in many of these rounds. And let's not forget though that Southfield did go for a bit of a run on their defensive side, stopping the momentum of Zeal Esports. But when it came to the clutch, especially that thrifty win from Zeal, it really goes to show what the Chamber can bring to the table, and it's more money and more guns for the team.
Yeah, lots of mistakes though being done there by South Built. There are so many times that, you know, Pro, as the Sage, why would he just stand in front of the smoke as it would dissipate, seemingly like he wants to take the fight, but that's not what you have to do as a Sage, you know? And you give up those heals, you give up that barrier so early in the round before you actually get to use it. It's something that has really been punished time and time again by Zeal, but Zeal also, props to them on their defensive side, just completely turtling down, not really peeking too often, not peeking too much, and that is how you have to play against South Built here if you are on the defensive side here on Split. Don't give them the fights that they want. And hell, Senor Carl, man, this judge of his has been completely, honestly, entertaining to watch.
You talked about the peaks, there you go, and it's just prime peak value there from the side of Zeal Esports, and it's just free real estate and free spots on the map for them to take. South Built, though, you can feel the clutch in them from time to time. There's some great plays when they got the momentum and when they got the angles that they were peaking with each other. But beyond that, in many of these duels, in many of these single firefights, that's where Zeal Esports can prove their creativity. And here at the very last, PPGL just pinched from all the different angles, and it gave them that win. So it's really great to see what Zeal Esports have done in this map and how they're preparing here for VCT. No write-offs apparently whatsoever for Zeal Esports. They are here to contend with our top 8. But, you know, we are not done. South Built, they're going to get that wake-up call very, very soon as we are going to go into the second map. Haven will become your way, guys, as we go on a bit of break. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and we will return more for VCTPH.
From inside out, outside in, we control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here. Proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift. Water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect.
Welcome back. I didn't know this was it. I thought, oh, okay. Well, we're reset. Welcome back. Map number 2, Haven to come up on here after Zeal completely storming the first side there on Split, the map pick of SBE, by the way. And now we're going to map 2 on Zeal's pick. How you feeling about this, Zach?
Nika, you broke the illusion. We were trying to pretend we were like the new PPGL VCT trading card system. We're just like this. And suddenly, if you upgrade us to premium, we move. But, we're moving into the second map, and it's going to be quite an interesting one. It is Zeal Esports pick, which is Haven. But looking at their history, they haven't had the best, really, win rate in it. So I'd love to tackle that as we check it out a little bit later on. But in that last map, Zeal Esports, is this the first step to seal that deal? Because we saw Prime Fire Sergeant, we saw Prime Senior Car, and we really saw the Chamber of Beats take center stage and take away the lives of Southfield time after time.
A lot of people going here into the top 8, we're kind of doubting like this Zeal, although they have the most circuit points, that's why they're here. Do they really deserve to be in the top 8 to just completely bypass every single qualifier that we had up to this stage from top 32 and everything? But they've proven why exactly they deserve to be here. And the new faces that they have on this roster, namely Beats a while ago, have just breathe new life, I guess, into the roster that many people have kind of doubted ever since their inception. From stage 1 last year, people were like, oh, they're the Pirates, but who are they really? And they showed everybody up to go represent the Philippines during the C playoffs, and they did it again right during the stage 3. So man, if you're a fan of Philippine Valorant, how can you not love how Zeal has constantly stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park and improved every single time we've seen them here in the official VCT circuit?
I think the thing is, they have given themselves that time to understand that they're no longer the underdogs. They're going to be looked to be as one of the top teams of PHC. They're going to be expected to perform. It might just not have been their, situation last year in the last half of it, that they did have those struggles, but they've really come in with a fresh coat of paint, with a fresh outlook in how their team really is run. And Zeal Esports right now, they know they can dominate anyone and everyone on a given day if they just have that confidence in it. So we saw there that was really Zeal taking advantage of the multiple, I'd say, micro errors that we saw from the side of Southfield. There were a few iffy moments from Southfield in terms of their positioning, in terms of their peaks, and especially on that first half duelist matchup where it was just Zeal Esports dictating the pace no matter what.
Yeah, slow game, slow start for Southfield as a whole, but especially those duelists. Aziz, it took him like, 6 rounds to even get a kill in the game or something like that. And it really was coming to Papi Chulo, who is one of their most, consistent players on the SBE side. But it's not a one-man show. You need the entire team to step up. Very questionable decisions made there by Pro that ultimately kind of bit them in the end. And for the side of Zeal, they have been popping off like nobody's business, and they show why they're the second team to be directly invited here along with Team Secret into the top 8 stage of the VCTPH. It is a group stages. It is the first game, and historically, Southfield have started really bad, honestly, on group stages, no matter what tournament you place them on, official circuit or not. That's just the reality of things. But these two teams, no matter who wins today, are still going to fight each other once more, and we still got 2 maps to go, potentially 1 map at the very least here as we're going on to Haven. And I'm not honestly too sure why it went to Haven coming in from the side of Zeal. I would have expected them to pick Ascent first over Haven after seeing the bans. That's one of Southfield's worst maps, if any. It's probably their worst map aside from the untested Fracture. But for the most part here, Zeal going to Haven on one of the best maps once again of Southfield. They've been in this situation before on Split just right prior, and they came out of it on top. So they could potentially do it once more and end this series 2-0.
It's a confidence pick, but I feel like they can actually get away with this in a way for the side of Zeal because of the format, because it's a group stage. You take away map number 1 from Southfield, already gives you that cushion. And historically, you mentioned it, that Southfield has shown their stuff on a map like Haven, especially when they learned it later on into last year. But beyond that, Zeal Esports in the meantime, even way back when, even in their run trying to make their name for themselves, it just hasn't been very pretty under the Zeal banner for quite a while on Haven already. Losses against multiple teams, not just in the PH scene, but also in the SEA circuits. And it's quite an interesting pick, really, going into Haven right now for the side of Zeal because of that factor. This is technically, stats-wise, one of their worst maps, if not considered their worst map that they've played here so far. So it really feels like they're going to be proving something coming into this map, or they're just gonna have to say go next, go with map number 3, where we have that statistical advantage. But you know, it's also interesting, you mentioned it, some of the bans there. It's really interesting that neither side got to play Breeze right now, which I have to say has to be one of the best maps for both of these teams. And it really feels like there is that, well, how do you say that? There's just that overlap right now between the two teams and their map pool. But this is the one segment that we didn't expect come from the side that should have that disadvantage in terms of the stats.
Yeah, it's just a great play coming there from the side of Zeal. And while we've seen many teams, you know, kind of have to go against the opposing side on one of their worst maps and come out of it on top, some part of me still assumes that, you know, maybe Zeal, especially looking at how Senior Carl literally just tweeted, like, this is our worst map coming up for map number 2. And so I kind of believe, like, I'm not too sure if Zeal are too, I guess, prepared for Haven, but seeing how they just won Split, and to be fair, it's one of their best maps as well, I have to be confident that Zeal have something up their sleeve coming here in the Haven. While statistically in the past, maybe not so. It's a new year, it's a new VCT stage, and it's a new team we've got on our hands here. A lot of the old faces, yes, that core, but they've got Beats, who has, as I talked about, just been such a game changer for this entire roster. And you can see why, you know, even after the roster changes, they took away some key players from the past, like Flash, like Nico, but the rest of the players who remained, like Craigie, who has been taking over that IGL role, we talked about it real briefly. He's been doing such a great job as their IGL, making the right calls and doing it in the right moments. Honestly, that's been really getting SBE off guard.
Look, this has to be a great bait mate from Zeal right now, because they even tweeted about it. They're making it public that they know what is gonna be, of course, the map. They even say themselves that this is the worst map in itself. So I'm looking for all the factors right now that can be a possibility. And one thing that comes to mind for me is Beats yet again. He showed up on that chamber on Splits, and if I remember back in my day, all the way back before Oasis Gaming was even a thing, when it was called Chimera of all things, Beats was making quite a run on those Haven maps with his play. So that might be a little bit of foundation they can work with. I have to assume, though, that if you already know that it's something you struggle at, you will put your damage to be the best in it. You'll put so much work just to make sure it's not going to be a problem anymore. And if Zeal can really show that they've rounded up their map pool and they made sure that Haven is going to be even better place for them, then this is going to be a scary sight to behold. And not only that, they have that momentum with Farsight Jin right now, who's popping off. And when you want to play that Haven quickly, you need to have that hard entry that can really open up a site and immediately force out rotations or force the give up from the other side. So there is that foundation, there is that momentum, and looking at things, I'm like, Zeal Esports, I see what you're doing right now. You're trying to catch us off guard here.
Yeah, well, part of the things that did catch him off guard as well is just how Beats have played. Him being on that team completely kind of changes how, you know, Zeal are known to play. They used to be a lot more free flowing, but there's a lot more structure nowadays, it seems, at least based off of their split. But, you know, speaking of new players to new teams, we haven't seen yet the newest player to the addition of the SBE side, who's going to be coming in here from map number 2. So Flippy, we didn't see him on Split, but he will be coming now here on Haven. And if we ever go to Ascent, he's going to be playing on that as well. That's how they run their composition. So he can potentially breathe new life, the exact type of life that this team needs right now in this moment. And, well, we're just waiting, honestly, to get into the agent selection before we get into the game.
Yeah, while we're waiting though, I just want to give my props also to the background that we have right now.
Oh yeah.
They make tusok the Mang Phoenix fishbowl right all the way to our side. And aren't you getting wet here, Mr. Black and Blue? It's raining. Come closer. Come
Well,
to the shade.
it's fine. If I drown in this rain, at least Jet. Oh, sorry, my mic. Jet can revive me somewhere up there.
Are you saying that you're under the water and you're drowning?
Potentially, because this is looking like a slugfest that is to come, Dax.
Yeah, this is gonna be a matchup that not many who have been looking at some of the stats, who have been following the PH scene to be this potentially close already. You see what Southfield has done. Let's remind everyone that they have beaten Team Secret in tournaments. They have really shown that they can be the best of the PH scene. And if you want to look at that debate between Team Secret and Southfield right now, Southfield, I have to say, local results wise, they have to be the best. Team Secret, of course, overall because of their champions run. But beyond that, Southfield right now, there are even higher expectations than before. It was immediately high expectations for them as they came into the scene, and they did not disappoint, especially on the community tournament side, because they know that they can be that kind of team that plays, that represents the Philippines in itself. But coming into the official circuit, that's where all the problems really come out from. And I know it's way too early to really tackle that point. It's just something to mention and something to think about, because I also feel like this is something that players themselves are thinking about, because they know this is their one pitfall right now all throughout their illustrious Valorant career.
Yeah, this has really been a chip on their shoulder, to be quite honest with you. They performed well in community tournaments, hell, not just Philippine-wise, but even in C against other, top C teams. But it did always come down to doing it officially in the VCT. That's been their biggest struggle. A lot of people, will harpen back to like the kind of the heyday, their golden crowning achievement during VXV, where they beat Secret, as you mentioned, but that's a completely different story to where we are right now. We are in the VCT, where teams are going to play to their 100%. And sometimes, Southfield, for them to even get to that 100% level that they are capable of playing, sometimes it takes them a map or two too long. And then by that point, they've lost the series already. And it will honestly be quite a big wake-up call here if they go down 2-0. And I'm almost expecting that is a certainly real possibility, especially after seeing Zeal and how formidable they are here in map number 1. Going to map number 2, Haven, they're kind of, fluffing the Warriors a bit, saying it's not our best map, but they look like one of the best teams we have in the region right now. So they are really, really, I guess, comfortable with this lead they've gotten. And if we ever go to Ascent, Zeal are still the favorites to win that, because it's one of the worst maps of SBE.
Hey, you want to go down the rabbit hole with me real quick while we're waiting for this game? It just feels like, again, Southfield is not in the same group as Team Secret, so what is up with them right now? But guys, we'll be going for a bit of a break. We'll make sure everything is fine and dandy for our second map. Stay tuned, stick around for VCTPH. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue. We'll be right back in just a bit.
Smile in my face, put him in place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies? My darling, you are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go
their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. For the people gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
So here we are, guys. We're gonna be getting back into the thick of things. Dax here with Black and Blue, and you are tuning on in to Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1 2022. A new year, and of course, a new day, as this is the first day. We are waiting, though, for Zeal Esports and Southfield Esports to be ready to get into map number 2. So, you know, let's rename the show. Black and Blue, let's rename the show PPGL Cool Down real quick as podcast time.
Yeah, this is the VCTPH podcast now. We're going to be talking to you guys for a bit. You're going to have to sit here with our ugly mugs, at least mine. Dax, obviously beautiful as always.
No.
So, yeah, we're just chilling here, waiting for the game to start. Unfortunately, some tech issues on the sides, so we can't really get the game started as early as we want to. I mean, we all wish we could be right on Haven right now, map number 2, opening up the round and the game, but fortunately, you're gonna once again have to look at me for now.
Yeah, it's okay. Black and Blue, I know you need some comfort right now. If I could give you a hug from across, I'd give it to you, my friend. The pain of the waiting game, but it just happens, the usual stuff. Welcome to the VCTPH system. But beyond that, I kind of want to remember Zeal Esports real quick, because that was just, after everything is said and done, a beautiful map to put them back on the map. They are now gonna be someone to watch out for. This really feels like we have 8 truly incredible teams, and it feels like also coming into this group stage, there are no doubts that these are rosters that are looking to really contend against one another to try and beat each other and be those Philippine reps to Masters and beyond, because it does seem like that we're getting here from our players right now absolutely new configurations, but with a mixture of the old things that made them really be wonderful. There are just so many of these evolutions that we're seeing from the players and how they play that has really given a thrust to the PH scene to become even better than before.
Yeah, and these two teams actually coming into the VCT themselves, they had very different contrasting stories and expectations from them. You saw Zeal, the former 6045 Pirates at the time during VCT Stage 1 last year, wherein, nobody knew who they were, and there were no expectations for them because of that, because they're pretty much, a unnamed team. People aren't too familiar with them, and with that, with very little expectations already set on them, they blew that out of the water, and they completely just inevitably impressed everybody who came across their path, impressed everybody who was watching them, because they suddenly became the number 2 team in the country. And these are guys that not much people are even aware of. Where in South Built, when they came into the VCT last year during year 1, around late stage 2, they had a very different story for them. Lots of expectations were on their shoulders from the get-go, from the very first day that they made their announcement. Lots of people were already putting their eyes on them, and they had lots of expectations because of that. But as opposed to Zeal, who kind of surprised everybody, SBE, Southbuilt at the moment, or rather at least during that time, really disappointed, I guess, a lot of those expectations. Didn't live up to what was expected of them, and they fell short of even going into the playoffs for C. Now, this time around, will that happen the same way again? I don't believe so, but after that opening round from Zeal, after the opening map at the very least from Zeal, they definitely look like the Zeal of old, and hence actually even better than they were before. And that's something that, if you're a Zeal fan, knowing just how much these guys have improved, how much these guys have been brought to the limelight because of this VCT community circuit that we've, all been really a part of for this past year and a half, it's honestly a really, really good sign of things to come for the Zeal squad and for the Philippine scene in general. When you think there are titans in this playoffs, like Team Secret, Bren and South Built, there's these other teams who have also been here that have been surprising everyone, like Zeal today and NAOS a while ago.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Valorant scene, it's not just concentrated in the Metro Manila area. Heck, it's not even just Luzon. You have Zayas, you see teams from Mindanao as well. But Zeal is truly that factor that we've seen rising from the Cebu scene. Always had a great tack shooter, I'd say, community for quite a while, even before Valorant came on out. And we're just getting it here right now. Besides that, though, I'm looking at the upcoming games for the rest of the days, and if you guys are gonna be asking the usual questions, Nasana, or where is blank today, the question is, where is Team Secret? And the answer is tomorrow. So tomorrow, actually, we're gonna getting Team Secret and Oasis Gaming for the very first time. That's gonna be absolutely exciting because those two teams really, they're ones to watch out for, and they're talented to be some of the hotter ones also in the PH scene right now. Beyond that, though, Black and Blue, if you open that door beside you, the Jet Revive Me Clinic, and you ask for a prescription, what are the odds she's just gonna give you Cherifer?
I think he's going to give us a lot more than that. Perhaps a bit of an updraft in our mood and a bit of a tailwind to sleep tight.
If I wanted puns like that, I'd call Asarai. Where is he?
I'm sorry for channeling my inner cringe, but sometimes, well, we're in the podcast right now, so everything goes, everything flies.
Yes, sir. Actually, this is the conversation. Actually, since we're in a stall time, I'm actually gonna bring out something that I haven't been able to really do per se. So, who's your top 10? Who's your top 10 teams right now? Might as well, right? I feel personally coming into this tournament, we already talked about how Zeal has been slept on, but in the next game, once we get Bren Esports, I really feel like many people have not realized how great that roster is, and I'd be so willing to put them in my top 3 personally.
Are you talking about Bren? Yeah, I think I would. Well, top 10, it's kind of a moot point because we already have the top 8 here right now. Maybe the 2 other teams that add to that didn't make it here are like Alpha and probably Enigma, NPX. So those are the 2 teams that add to that top 10 that we currently have. But yeah, on the top side of things, Bren, they are making a really good case for them to be, the 3rd best team here in the country. Arguably, who knows, maybe even 2nd when all is said and done. Maybe even 1st. It could take the old Team Secret roster. So they have lots of potential in them. A very young squad with some veteran experience behind them with like Josh S. And also, they definitely deserve that. But there's another team, I think, that is gunning for that 3rd slot. And it's Oasis, who have been just ever since the turn of the year 2022, completely on fire, improving every single facet of the game, and undefeated in the qualifiers for this.
Yeah, that's the thing. The year is 2022 and suddenly Oasis is back. Kind of the same case as Zeal, where they had external issues plaguing them, especially having a bit of an outbreak in their situation, and of course a break time because of the holidays. But they're already in full force. They're looking really good. They basically have a TikToker as coach, by the way, who knows his lineup. So shout out to Fluffy right there. And it just really feels like all of the teams we're going to be getting here all has a story behind them. That's what the panel's for. That's what we're going to be talking about in the near future. But if you guys are tuning in to VCT for the first time, well, first things first, welcome. English broadcast. There's a Filipino broadcast all the way in Facebook as well. There you have our lovely colleagues Zeal, Taylor, and Ray. But beyond that, I think one thing people need to know if it's their first time here in VCT is that all of these teams right now can take that top spot. Actually become the best that the PH has to offer. Yes, Team Secret has to be the team that coming in to VCT, since they made it to the global stage and all the news and all the buzz was all about them. But so many times it was so close for the other PH rosters to really contend to be at that level. And while Team Secret has grown, their standard, it's being set to the high bar, and all the other teams are chasing after that high bar, making the PH scene even better. And coming into this year, this VCT, many are looking to really leapfrog the best of the best. Even teams that may have not had the best results so far, case in point, Zeal Esports, from what we've seen here, they can actually do it. They have prepared. And I've noticed here right now, I think I've been writing down a few interesting stats. If I'm correct, 6 out of 8 of these teams have coaches, and almost all of these teams have boot camps right now. It's such a stark difference from when we started last year, where it was like Bren only Bren had a coach, maybe another team or two, only they had a boot camp, and then bit by bit, it really has grown to be something that is taken so seriously by many organizations and many teams.
And it's such a great thing to see, you know, being a longtime FPS fan here of the competitive scene in the Philippines and in C in general. You've never had these many boot camps, never had these many professional teams who are actually, you know, paying their players a salary to play professionally in these official circuit tournaments. And that just speaks incredible praise, honestly, to how much Riot and, you know, the local tournament organizers have put a lot of faith and a lot of support in general for the scene here locally. And it's something that, you know, the whole FPS scene has been waiting for here in Southeast Asia, especially here in the Philippines. And look at the benefits of it, and look at as well the results of what we get. We get a very highly competitive region with great production, with great teams and great players and great personalities in it. And this whole kind of day, this whole week basically is a celebration of what the community has been able to achieve with the support of the developers and everybody involved throughout 2021. And now we're continuing it here for the second year. I can only assume we're going to go into a third.
Oh, but is it time for the Aegis Select? Are we gonna get into Haven, the promised land? Yes, we're panning out. We're no longer on screencasters. Have started the game, and we're finally in game number 2. This is the most hype we've been so far because we're gonna get into the thick of things. And as we say this is Zeal Esports picking a map that historically they have not done well, and immediately we can see the changes. Kyrgyz is going to be back on his signature Killjoy, but look at Beats on that breach, and I'm seeing changes for both Zeal Esports, Southfield Esports in the meantime, also going to have a breach in tow. And what do you think about the comp right now here?
As I talked about a while ago when we did see Haven, I do think Breach is one of the initiators to go to when you do play on Haven. He has so many positions that he can really kind of abuse, and more importantly, as we see here, they both have breaches, yes, but the other initiator that is supporting that breach on Southville's side, Sova, more information gathering, but a lot more flashes here on the side of Zeal. They got that Sky with the breach, and so at any moment they can continuously flash peek every single time. And I know personally that if there's any composition that, you know, Southfield could struggle in, it could be this that Zeal are pulling out here, because Zeal, this is what they want. They want to take those fights a lot too, and they've got the proper utility to do that.
Yeah, the Sky Flash is gonna be instrumental. Looking back on the open qualifiers, Southfield has run this composition therefore, but we're gonna be running into Haven. It's time for us to get in the match. Thank you guys for all your patience, but it's now gonna be rewarded by an absolutely masterclass kind of game. Southfield Esports on the defending side, Zeal Esports on the attack. And one thing to take note, you have here Flippy into the roster, and please expound on that here, Black and Blue. How does the Southfield rotation work here?
So there are basically specific maps that you would see some of the players on, like Flippy here on Haven. This is one of his maps. And before we get into that, opening start here, Zeal on the attacking side. Both stuns thrown out by either Breach, Flippy, and Beats try and get things going, but Garage Control is what they're going to be seizing. Now they're looking to take it.
And here we have it, Garage now. Fireside Jin peeking. Prodo finds the shot onto Fireside Jin, and the hot hands of Zeal Esports looking to be cooled off after those breaks. And Southfield now building up a sizable advantage here for the pistol. So slow play yet again for Zeal. And oh, this is interesting. Southfield actually has subbed out Ja over Micro. Micro's the one staying here and playing the Asher instead. Azisto with the takedown on the Senior Carl. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about this here, Black and Blue, because this is unprecedented, if I may say.
I just asked about this, and this has been confirmed that League Ops have approved, but one of the players that did have technical problems was Ja. Could not log in his computer, everything having problems, could not even log into his account, and so they're letting him, as he's playing the same role, play in Micro's stead. And so that's currently Ja using that account. It's approved by League Ops and tournament organizations, so everything, getting the kill. It says Micro, but that's really Ja in his place.
Okay, I'm gonna be... This is gonna be a bit funky. Let's reading those names. It's like, Micro, Ja, Micro. Maybe they're just together, you know? Just two become one. A polymerization of a fusion, but no, it's just... Okay, so it's actually just the usual rotation here for the side of Southfield. So a good start for Southfield to kick things off. I do want to mention the fact, though, that they're going to have a lot of those control options with that Sova later on because of the intel, and beyond, of course, the peering gaze of the Astra. You're gonna find a little bit more of that context onto the sites as they try to go for the hold. But Zeal Esports in the meantime, they can be aggressive here with that Sky especially. Farsighted on the lone duelist, Tuge getting a bit of the ult orb action. And this is Zeal for the time being getting seen. Assist, no needs for the assist. He gets a takedown onto the Jet already.
I see your rhymes there, Dax. I'm not gonna let you go alone. And here, try and throw them a bone for a quick moment. Assist falls on back, knows he doesn't got a double dip. A lot more disciplined, at least, here in round number 2 as compared to what he saw in the entirety of Split. Not even landing the headshot, but he doesn't need one. Single bullet is all he gets, and he gets a third here. Hunting season for him, dripping for a fourth, but he's going to be rightfully so punished by 2GE. Bit of an overheat there as this. No bullets left. Pro, to try and clean up house. It's all on the beats. To be fair, I expected to get a kill, but this time, not so soon. Pro secures a second round.
Yeah, Southfield Esports look pretty clean here so far. And sometimes people say, screw the stats, we prefer the magic. But right now, the stats don't lie. And Southfield are off to the races with ASUS and Pro having that hot start. 4 kills already for them apiece. This should be the Blade Storm coming in closer and closer, especially as ASUS did die in that last round. But the guns now here available for Zeal Esports. We're waiting for that quick entry from Farsighted, potential assists from Senior Carl, as well as Beats right now. But they're gonna have to prove that there's a reason why they picked Haven. And in this instance, this is their best chance to put forward that evidence here.
Well, they got the weapons advantage to make it work. ASUS, a single one away from his blades, but he only has the Sheriff in hand. And with that, they're going to try and take a forward position, close the gap, make that range not to be too big of a problem. Tag up on here. Sheriff could not connect, and 2GE punishing ASUS there on the peak. It gives them the 5v4 that they really want to start the round off with. Pro falling on back, shock darts to be thrown out just to keep him at bay, maybe soften him on up, but ultimately do not connect.
Fault line gonna be there, and Zeal Esports punishing yet again the aggression of Southfield right now. But Flippy in the sewers going for the kill. Senior Carl goes down. Farsighted though in behind already. Pro gonna get caught on out. And this is Zeal Esports already putting their foundation on that A side. But that's Micro Urja there with the find. The name's gonna get a little confusing, but right now there's no confusion as Zeal Esports are sure about their side take. This is Jado going into the short angle. Papi Chulo might come from long, and a 2-prong attack might help out Southfield here immensely. But Farsighted says hello. It's Papi Chulo though saying goodbye. Here comes Jaswell with a takedown. All left out to get to try and fight. The graffiti gonna get stained by his blood as Papi Chulo gets the trade at the end. Bonus time is the best time. Southfield now up by 3.
Graffiti at the end, but they paint the walls red here, courtesy of Papi Chulo. And Flippy, I have to commend him for that round. You saw that, you know, he was completely pressured there, and he had to make a decision. Do I stay on site or do I just leave Pro to die? He went for the latter to control that sewers, and because he was able to stay inside that sewers when the rest of Zeal were already in sight, that allowed the South-built flank, who was coming in from long, to be able to get a proper position and actually make themselves, you know, make this a doable round. Now, Flippy, not able to get the kill when he was in sewers, but that position alone bought them so much more space to work with.
This is just more and more of these options right now for Southfield that they can navigate through. The defending side getting all the angles in the world, and more shock darts now being primed and flung by Pro, forcing Tailwind out of Farsighted. Anyway, so no more escape plan here for the Jets. Zeal's in the meantime though struggling with the guns, but are still as ambitious. 1-for-1 trade, but that's ASUS now taking the reins of the round 2 here for the Jet immediately. Looking for a third, but no Beats will beat him down. Instead, flipping down the next challenge here and turning coin and putting himself in position 2 for the breach. The backstab is real even from Ja. And 4-0, Southfield not done winning.
A bit of an overheat there, but ASUS choosing to stay in the fight when he could have bailed down out, but that's a symptom of sometimes more problematic situations. For the meantime though, not really feeling the effects of that. 4-0, but I'm not too sure, and I don't think this is going to continue on for long, knowing how well Zeal's played during map number 1. As I said, and even as the panel talked about it, Raph talked about it on the panel, where South Built, they take a while to heat up, but when they get hot, they are blazing. Looking to be the case right now, as an operator is going to come out on the Zis, not lining the opening pick.
You are divided.
This is South Built here, just getting the road to recovery in the series in itself. Updraft still from Farson, puts him out in Tar's way, but the blades will find the cut anyway, and the vitals of Fire Sergeant gonna get gone as long as Assist has those blades. Not only that, though, Senor Carl has also been operated on, looking for the dash on in, finds a third, perhaps, though, beats him to takedown with Micro, or not here, actually getting that kill to Genau, the only one left. And the Astra able to get the infiltration, but the spike left behind, beautifully danced though by Aziz there, able to retreat away from the speed of Fireside and reset themselves and hold off that push onto B side.
4v1, and Aziz, great job to hold down that B site. 2GE, yes, Toge, a lot of people like to say that because, well, quite a popular dish, but even if he gets the kill here, I don't think ultimately it will amount to much. To get a 5-0 start is reminiscent of what Zeal did during Split. But, I mean, South Built, I personally know as well that their defensive side is actually better here in Haven than their attack is, and that's funny considering Haven's normally an attacker-sided map, so they gotta pile on the rounds right now in this defense. Once we go on over to the second half, I expect some sort of a comeback from Zeals.
I mean, it's always been the South Built way. Just win on the defense and figure out how to make their attack better time after time. And that's what they've done. That's what they've put themselves in that kind of position with all the training, with all the scrims, and all, of course, the performances they've had in multiple tournaments. But the roots, the foundations of South Built are still there, and we're seeing it right now. We were talking about the slower start a while ago of Aziz and Ja on Split. No, this time they're wide awake and ready to play. 8 takedowns for the Jet, the Astra here with 6. And it really proves how much Ja has learned about Valorant, how he's become so flexible into the controller role, and at the same time still frag out the same kind of, I'd say, caliber as when he plays that duelist Zeal. So in the meantime, it's the clutch god himself, Tuge, who's finding the frags, but this time the shoe is on the other foot. Farsight and Senior Carl cannot find their footing.
I mean, it is quite unorthodox, let's be honest with it, and I'm even the guy who gets to see, you know, the backlines of everything, but you don't normally see one of your main duelists play on a controller like Ja is, who, by the way, is on Micro's account currently right now, all approved and well. But yeah, it's not something you see too often, and it gives you a different look than what most teams might be used to. As this, he's been spied out that he's up here. Has to be very careful because Fireside almost takes his head off. So does Fireside have to be careful as well. They got kind of a mixed buy here, a Guardian, a bunch of Sheriffs, and those Blades. But we've seen, and I've talked about it, eco rounds are very scary when it's Zeal you're up against.
Yeah, it's always that penchant for the headshot out of nowhere, but this time the Blades here from Fireside trying to lead the charge. Grabbing well though, breaking the formation already. Dash on in, chasing after Pro. The shot though in the face, and that is how you make a trap. The electricity crackling from Pro right now, but Tugin will at least be the current destroyer there. And it's now South Built looking to hold things off. Aziz though, stomping on the opposition time after time. Whether you come from long or short, you are dead. And Aziz is the watchtower that South Built needs to defend. 6-0, the operator making its mark.
And this is where South Built really try and make their money. You have two of the, honestly, like, if you were looking at the scene before Valorant developed, when it was basically the CS show, you have two of the top 5 operators, basically operator players on this team. You got Ja and Aziz, who before coming to Valorant were two of the hottest names with an operator in their hands. The other, famously dubstep of Team Secret, yes. And the other, you can find him on, well, the former NGX squad. But as of the moment, 6-0, good start for them, but can they continue the streak, Dax?
And this is South Built right now showing how they can be the best in the PH scene. This is the South Built that has been promised, and they have such a great hold of the reins of this game. And you can see that Zeal can't even go for their hard aggress just because of the caliber of firepower South Built has. And so Aziz, he is someone to watch out for right now. He is holding on to the sewer angles, watching the short entry
I've got
from
your
the lobby.
trail.
But we're moving over to the garage instead. Nano Swarm gonna get thrown on over immediately. To get in the meantime with a bit of the pull. Zeal Esports trying to make a play happen. But by the platform, there we go with Jump. He's gone. We had a far sergeant, not though. Craigy's gonna be there to get to. Pro will catch out the jet. But this is now a damn C site. Too difficult now to go for the retake unless ASUS can get in position. Rolling Thunder available, and Flippy is trying to be a one-man army, but the Juggernaut has been slain at Zeus right now. The operator still counts. 2v1. Quite doable here though for South Built Esports if ASUS can find the frags anyway, but the double stack here in the garage might be the saving grace for Zeals. They're desperate for a first point. The Cloudburst is there though for the vision blockade, and to get no fear to peek on from the west side of that smoke. First point now for Zeal.
Finally, a round on the board here for Zeal Esports, and that is what we know them to be: ferocious and deadly when they put the aggression up to 11. Getting the round when they so desperately needed. But still got a long ways to go to catch up in the half. If they can end it 6-6, then they could be on pace to end this series 2-0. But the operator back in the hands of ASUS. For them to string 6 rounds was a really good thing for them, because even though they lost the op in that round, they're able to reinvest once more into this. And look at this, they're very close to getting most of their ultimates online.
They're just having all the fun in the world and given all the toys here in this playground. Spoiled for choice soon for South Built Esports. Should still have a bit of money even if they lose out in this round. But as this, he's still holding on to the operator, this time on A-Long. In the meantime, right behind the crates, and this might be a quick return to sender. Here's shots to come, trying to go for the wall pass. No fear, perhaps Josh just don't move, just take it. Just accept it, but he will peek, and the gravity well will control the space-time continuum. And there's no entry in the double doors till Senior Carl will bust him down. A 2-for-1 trade. Everything is said and done, but South Built getting the better of it yet again.
He's feeling it, and he kind of overate there. I mean, he got 2 kills, could have fallen on back, played the 5v3 safely within the site, and it actually gives him kind of a rope to grab onto here, Zeal. The fact that they got that trade-off on the jaw. Senior Carl, he's taking control of Garage, but doesn't really net them much else. Yeah, there's a possibility here for him to sneak on by, but Pro
30
is
seconds
watching
left.
that window walk out in case it does come on in. B site looks to be where they're going to be going, but the operator here of ASUS is ready to repel this attack. The flash, perfect. Flippy goes down, and that's their only flasher taken off the board. It's a 3v3, and ASUS gets caught off with the operator in hand. Suddenly, Zeal, they've made this a round that they should win.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury doesn't connect. It's perfect for the spike. Flag beats now with takedown of the Papichulo. Pro in no man's land all the way on the other side of the wall, but he finds 2Get anyway. Monster now has been caged yet again. Pro though with the play to his namesake, and here he comes. The old mind behind the South Built roster. But unfortunately, the sight lines are not there. The flash is real, and there's just no seeing what Zeal has on the other side. 2-6. As Zeal Esports gets another round win. That was dicey though in South Built, putting up a great fight, especially with the Astra. But when in doubt, go for the flashes, and the power of the Breach Sky combo is something Zeal will try to really squeeze out in this game.
That is what I talked about, you know, leading up to this. As soon as we saw the agent select, those flashes, the Breach and the Sky, having so many flashes on your team is what Zeal need, and how they need to, what they need to play with rather, to be able to take this game on back, because this is where they can be very deadly, and this is what South Built really do struggle in. When there's a lot of flashes in their face, how do you even land those shots? Senior Carl, dry peek, but still gets the kill on ASUS, who tried to go for a bit of an individual solo play there, and rightfully so gets punished.
He's a little too high. Just, you know, a little bit. He jumped. He jumped just a little bit, and that was the verticality that he didn't want because the crouch was there. But speaking of the crouch, there you go. Sneaky peeky light from Pro catches far side Jin. But since he's just stuck there, he will fall in a trade. South Built though, losing out in the numbers, but at least they have the intel that it's all the way now towards that A site. Not only that though, Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, both available. Shots now onto the Trailblazer, and here comes trouble as Flippy will try to do some damage, but he is gonna get hit by Senior Carl there. In behind though, it's now gonna be Ja trying to challenge in a 1v3 scenario. Rolling Thunder used up by the breach a while ago of Zeal Esports. There's still a chance here for Southfield if they can just get the backstab on. And he's trying to set it up for himself, but Zeal, they're expecting it to come in from the connector instead. And that's Senior Carl has his back turned, as well as Beats. They're ill-prepared. Ja already looking to rule, and he will get to get them on the other side. Astra versus Astra, but through the Nebulas, it's stars aligning for Tuge instead. 6-3, Zeal Esports at it again. These rounds so close, but Zeal able to get an inch ahead and able to get these wins.
Tuge shines brighter in that one. Great job from him to secure the round when Ja was really feeling it. I have to commend that. He put the star on A main to make them think he wasn't coming from there, then recalled that to make them think it was a smoke. But 2GE at least getting that kill in the end, not giving Ja his third, and that gives Zeal 3 rounds in a row now, 6-3. They're within reaching distance of this lead, and the eco from South Built is forced upon.
You know, the road to recovery rife with struggles, but Zeal Esports, they are fighting, they are dreamers, and they are believing that they can do it here. They also have the operator in hand now for Fire Surgeon. Not only that, so many ways to make their impact even easier with the Seekers and Cosmic Divide available. But Southfield, they felt the power position in the garage, gonna try at it yet again. And Zeal Esports right now, creeping closer and closer to those doors. Senior Carl, peek it. Why don't you? Ambition perhaps from the sky. But Happy Chulo on the other side. Shots do come to try and go for the wallbang, forces them into the corner. And Zeal Esports is knocking it back. Trailblazer connects though, and the push is real. Senior Carl sick in the doggy, getting the takedown onto the Killjoy. But we're not done. We're going for it at A site.
They burned the Seeker there to try and find some information, and Beats ducking under the shots there of Pro, not able to land his kill.
30 seconds left.
They could go for an A plant here right now, and they have no idea that Senior Carl has already lurked his way onto the B site. Phantom retrieved. The only kill this round has gone to Ja there on the Astra. Fireside and Beats are both quite low, so there's an opportunity here if they can get especially one of these high HP players, but that's not even going to be given as Fireside ends the round. Operator up close. 6-4, Zeal crawling back into the game.
Yeah, this is where it gets worrying for Southfield, because that was a very convincing round from Zeal Esports. Not only that, they're building a back there with Tuge, and while the clutch factor was real for Zeal Esports for quite a while, this is now where the momentum is true. But Senior Carl, the infiltration, Farsigen with the greetings, and give them a suit and tie, give them a blood to roll, because these guys are serving up dishes against Southfield Esports, and they're dishing out the pain even. Zeal, they're absolutely on it here. This is the Zeal Esports that we saw in that last game. And if these two teams can keep this up, we are in for quite a show on Haven.
Here.
Well, they have an operator in the hands of Fireside here on this attacking side to try and counter-snipe ASUS. What has been a big problem, at least on the opening half of this half. Tag up, it's going to force him back. Going to make them aware that the operator is online here on Fireside's side. ASUS gets Fireside. Speak of the devil, takes him off.
Yeah, great way to remove that problem from the board. And Zeal Esports now, chance here to go for the rotation. You lose one on the attacking side on Haven. Not really the biggest deal, but of course you'd love to have your only duelist, your hard entry, to lead that charge down to the super. Still we go with Senior Carl and Beats. What's happening to Senior Carl's gun? Hello? Okay, good. Never mind. I'm seeing things from different dimensions here, but Senior Carl just will that gun to get the shot on. Pro is not ready with a bow and arrow on the other side. Heard the footsteps, but no peek yet. Zeal given a chance to go for the plant. Hunter gets the connection, and that forces Senior Carl to push one out as he gets tagged. Collateral damage here from Southfield, and they will take the wonder, and they will take the push on.
Oh, but they found a double here on the Zeal side, and they found a triple as well. Detained on him, he's gonna get taken down, but the ASUS is very low. Ja, last one left alive if ASUS does go on down, and here comes the shot. Fortunately landing for his sake. If he even kind of delayed for a second, he surely would have gone down. 7-4. SB barely scraping by when it should have been a lot more decisive.
No, that was scary though for South Built Esports. They already got lucky there, hitting Senior Carl along the way. Great angle being taken by Pro with the Hunter's Fury connecting into that pathway to that A site. But beyond that, as soon as they went on site, Zeal Esports did not go down without the fight. 2 get with 2 beats was there. But of course, the shorty surprise and the detain made it simple for South Built to clean up later on. But you mentioned it, Zeal Esports, they went on the run. And South Built, their complete security not gonna be as lock and key here for now. But Farside Shin moving on the ground, hops on the box, checks out the locks, gets one, but it's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade after everything is said and done. As he's still with the shot, does get his action onto the flash target. And here comes with the yet again. The slowdown is real though over on the C-Long, and the execution on the other side is enough for South Built to wrap up the half. 8-4, they
Switching
get back
sides.
on the board even more so, and the ball is rolling in the court of South Built here.
8-4, a lot better on this defensive side of theirs on Haven than their opening start was on Split, but now they're going to the attacking side. A side that we saw was quite problematic for them on Split, only getting 3 rounds of that, and they're gonna need 5 to secure this game right now, so they have to do better here. This pistol round is crucial for them because I do believe, honestly, Zeal, they can come back from this really hard. A single pistol round is all Zeal needs, and they could end this 2-0. So South Built looking to extend this in a map number 3 to Ascent. At that point, it's anybody's game, but they have to deal with a task at hand, which is securing a map number 2.
You know, my concern is though, remembering Zeal Esports games on Haven, the defense is where they really struggle. And is this Breach Sky combination the answer now to their defensive woes that have really blindsided them in many a Haven map? Or is this just going to be another notch under the L column here and hurt the Zeal Esports stats even more? But it's always that pistol. There's always a chance. And Zeal Esports right now, they prove they can contend. But can they prove they can clean this up nicely? South Built, in the meantime, getting back into their form. They mobilized over to that A site instead, going for the Aldrone to get as much intel onto A-Long as possible. But they're not too sure behind the crates. If there's someone there, Fireside Jin now will take advantage of that momentary lapse. But never mind, as this there erasing him from existence. Not only that, Tuge, danger close. And South Built now going back to plan A, or in this case, plan C.
Yeah, and because he got that kill, it kind of pulled the defense a bit towards that B site. But now they've stacked up here on this C site. 2GE getting the kill, almost getting a second, but this will be traded out by Craigie S. On the backside, you still got one more player here holding it down, and they're completely shredding them apart. Beats with a double kill, and so does Craigie S. Zeal Esports, what a defense on that C site.
Yeah, you call them out and they do even better. Zeal Esports, that's a pistol win they desperately needed. Great hold to just watch out for the lanes, the entry points of C in itself. And whether you go left or right, you are just dead here to rights by the side of Zeal. Just such a solid effort overall to get yet again 13 takedowns. You got Craigies, you got Beats there, building up their ultimates at the same time. And really, for Zeal Esports, there's one thing that they can actually build on here now with this kind of start, and it is those ultimates for the retake. That Rolling Thunder, that lockdown, that Cosmic Divide, gonna be absolutely instrumental if they ever seed the site to South Built Esports, as we're in a bit of a pause here. But SBE, they've proven to us that they can truly give us the form that we have been searching for in that first half. Can they get back to the recovery quickly in the second? That bonus round later on here, Nico, I feel that that's going to be such a big turning point for these two teams, whoever gets it.
Yeah, they have to secure the third round of this one here, SBE. Otherwise, Zeal, that's going to put them up, at least close the gap 8-7, and then an eco round right after from SBE, 8-8. This could very easily be Zeal overtaking the lead here right now. Quick tech pause, I guess, to just get things properly fixed up. Of course, unfortunately, it's the nature of the beast. We're playing in an online tournament, and as much as we would love a LAN, that will come when the time is right.
Okay, come on, let's be real, guys. No VCTPH would be complete without, without one. No, not just that. No SC8 tournament or PH tournament would be complete without one. It is part of the system. This is where you guys get to go to the bathrooms, get your popcorn, get ready for the next games, the next series, and just also stir up a storm in the comments, whether you're on Facebook or Twitch or YouTube. So thank you to everyone who's tuning in right now, giving the VCTPH community and the scene some love. But beyond that, I think we're gonna be very, very closely getting into the game. There you have it, timer now ticking. And South Belts is just full eco gameplay here. Might as well just run on in with reckless abandon and get through it already.
Well, it's time for them to put their money where their mouth is. Second round, got a bunch of pistols, and that's all they got to work with. But is this okay? Catching beats off guard. He had no idea he was crawling up to him. Gets punished by 2GE, rightfully so. And Flippy's going to follow and share the same fate. Here he comes around the corner, completely cleaning up house. They can get this defuse off safely. There's nothing really pro and Jaw can do to stop this from happening. They're on pistols, they're on classics. What really can he achieve? And 2GE getting a third kill in the round. Jaw, that's his fourth. Zeal secure the second round of the half. Nice start there from Aziz though, to at least get some confidence going, but this is where things really come down to the meat of the game. Third round.
You know, money where their mouth is, but there was no money invested anyway. You saw a sucker punch onto beats, and it's just, that's the one heist they get for free. But you mentioned it, this is really the round where everything can change. Is this where the round where Southfield will truly attack? And only Zeal Esports, the master of all three sites, can stop them. But maybe when the Arsenal needed them the most, the credits vanished. As Zeal only gonna have the Spectres here, Marshall, and one rifle. And so as far as Saiyajin will go for the gamble and will try his luck there. It's a bit ambitious though here, Black and Blue, because he is so far away from that Blade Storm. Southfield though, in the meantime, already crawling on towards the A lobby. There's the flash into the peak, but that's way too many people. And Senior Carl, you are just dead to that number of members Southfield had there.
Playing out the anti-flash there, very nicely done. And even with the pull, able to come out of it relatively unscathed. Fireside, he's gonna try and dip here. He's given his position away and his intent. They've crawled up here towards the grass on the B site, looking to maybe take that, but I'm not too sure if that's the right option to go for, considering the opposing side are on SMGs. You kind of want to play that long-range fight, maybe towards that C-long position. So, gonna try and rotate back around. Pro spots out 2GE, who's been having a hell of a game, top fragging this entire server so far, and by far the Zeal squad as well. C could be their opening, but they don't know that just yet.
Yeah, it's just the intel isn't there for now. Sugedo, in the meantime, inside the smoke, and Water with Astros playing danger
left.
close. Does Pro expect this already? As 2GE will be backing on away, and he's been a consistent force for that. Oh, sneaky peek like Papi Chula. Where are you going, Papi Chula? Who you find? Apparently, you find the end of the gun of Craigie's instead. Assist though, getting 3 here, opening up that A side. A stands for assist, and A stands for a place where Southfield can build their round win. Spike planted, timer ticking, and all the angles being covered right now by Southfield. And there you have it, Pro and Micro from across the maps, north to south. It's all Southfield.
Papi Chula almost had the great timing there on Craig ES, but Craig ES coming out on top. In the end though, round secured by Southfield, yes, but they're kind of expected to. They had the weapons advantage. It was the bonus of Zeal. And now Zeal with the gun round. This is going to be the true test of Southfield. How do they do on their first full gun round on either side here on this attacking half of theirs, which has always been their struggling point when it came to the game in itself.
Well, Southfield's gonna try their luck with a western approach. They do have the Blade Storm available. Not only that, Southfield here just really finding Aziz and Jad, the form that they need. But I'd love to see a little bit more from Flippy and Pro on the assist end. We haven't seen the hardest of the hard entries here from Southfield. We know that the flash dash combinations, the fault lines, and the darts, those are going to be big here for Southfield. But the configurations themselves, we haven't seen them as of yet. More of the counterplay here for Southfield. And they're gonna try at it yet again on a harder push. Yes, they do it on sites that are relatively clean, but I love to see them actually succeed as they go for the C site. Now, dash on in though, as assist is just in no man's land. Tuga with the takedown. There we go with the guy like Tuga already gonna get 2. Craigies is there as well. And Zeal Esports one more time, just countering the push of Southfield Esports. Not only that, the far side mobilizing, but that's Jaw with the find onto him instead. The conundrum though of C-Site yet unsolved, and it's Zeal's now having the sightlines and the numbers advantage in the round.
Those pulls have been such a big problem here for Southfield going into C-Site. The second time around, we've seen that. Very similar situation to that opening pistol where the smoke, the star kept them at bay. Ja. They know where he is. There's like 3 people here ready to take him. Oh, PPGL, he has a position to try and punish. He gets a kill, brings it down to a 1v2. He's blind and down to 10 HP though. This does not look doable at all for him. Maybe if he had more health and more time to work with, but yeah, 10 HP, time is ticking. They know where he is. There's no time to even get the plant off. This is a done round, and Zeals bring it 9-7. A great gun from them.
They needed a round like that, and they need to save these guns, so that's why they're not being too ambitious there. Damage was done by South Built, but Zeal's Esports able to weather the storm and made sure that they were able to draw a line in the sand and a line that separated them from the opposition on C site. Now then, South Built, again, their full entry push is the bigger problem here. They've gotten so much more success with the pick potential with going in and out of those engagements. And it might be high time to do so yet again. 23 takedowns from Assist, and he wants more. Bladestorm right now will be the entry point, and he's gonna go for the updraft into the tail of it, up top the box, searching on around. But Tuge, he's on the inside, but he assumes too quickly that he got the kill, and he will be punished for his hubris by Flippy instead. Assist with the takedown onto Craigies as well. Seaside now completely under control by South Built, and they have done their job, and they are reaping the rewards here so far.
That is so unfortunate. By all means, that should have been a kill for Tuge inside the smoke. Oh, he gets blind at the right time here, and Flippy's able to get a kill to bring it down to a 2v3. Way doable for Zeal Esports, considering how low Pro is as well. He's got shock darts to stop this plant, the Vision Strikers plant, as a lot of people might be familiar with, and they're trying to clear out the site, which they do have control of. Shock darts a bit too early. That's going to allow them a bit more time to work with. They go for the peak. Here comes the recon. Ja finds the kill. It's down to Fireside, who knows his time is up. He knows the round is done, and he's going to give it up. A South Built finally get to double digits, their first time this entire series, and they do it here on map 2.
Yeah, they've been working on it, and this is the map where they can truly shine from what we've seen. Their woes on the attacking side solved by the Bladestorm. But can they get even more done, as they need to get more of these rounds in succeeding in similar fashion? So guns, yeah, that's a big no. It does feel like when South Built can just quickly find their targets, that's where Zeal Esports falls on apart. But if there's just that delay thanks to the smokes or some of the flashes that Zeal Esports can bring to this fight, that's enough time for Zeal Esports to just give themselves the advantage, have that tactical position versus South Built, and know that they have the mechanics to shoot them down very quickly. But Farsight, he's ambitious, already gonna get shot on up, but that's Ja fallen flat instead, as Farsight will find the fire in him and reignite the spark for Zeal Esports. A-site though might be the call here for South Built. They're going for the Owl drone even. And as this is on the other side, there we have the smoke dissipating, and the light being snuffed out against 2 candles burning on quickly. Stinger car with the vigil, and as Flippy's just stuck on the side, beats with a takedown. Everything is just going wrong here for South Built. Pro, the only one left. Alarmbot saying hello, and will we get a peek here from Zeal? 1, 2, 3. That's not gonna be good enough for the hold here. A fourth, the backstab in from Tuge for good measure, and Pro right now stuck in the middle. The sandwich is real, and a thrifty win from Zeal can change the tide of battle.
The MVP by there come from Fireside, and the only player on the Zeal side going to that round with a rifle, and he gets full value out of it. Finding the Astra, finding Ja here on SB's side, the only smoker, the only controller, really made things a lot more difficult for their entries. And to send your Carl man on that sewer, is that some help that you would almost certainly need? But he doesn't need anything there. Just with a Sheriff is all he's got to work with, and possibly all he needs.
Roam map, right time, but it's time now for South Built to get back on this bowl rolling. They have the Rolling Thunder, so it can be even easier. We've seen multiple times when South Built has an ultimate for their entry. It's just a big factor in their push and a big indicator of success for them. But Dart now thrown on the inside. South Built here creeping on, getting closer and closer to those C sight lines. But here we have it already. Is this jumping of all things? Okay.
I know what that is. That's when you have your mouse wheel on scroll up and you flick really hard that it activates the mouse wheel sometimes.
So this is why people say unbind mouse wheel.
Yes.
Just throw it away. Just remove it from your mouse for now. South Built though, not gonna be removed from this position here, but the Larbot already giving them quite the season's tidings. And this is South built here. Again, going for a potential two-prong attack. Dash on in immediately to Gedo on the inside of the smokes. Rolling Thunder gonna get avoided, so Zeal Esports, they can actually take advantage of the stun gameplay from the other side. Offer timing here from Southfield. And Senior Car with an easy roll down. 1, 2, 3 for him. Line it up quickly. And Zeal Esports getting the flawless 10-9. Only one round separates these two greats.
Senior Carl is so good at finding that timing, and he's done it time and time again here, hopping out of the garage window right at the most opportune moment and catches him all off guard. Triple spray down. They just line up for him like dominoes. 1, 2, 3 bowling pins, and everything is free for him to take. A flawless round there for Zeal Esports. And so difficult for SBE right now to even make their way into that C site. Been such a fortress being held up here by Zeal, and we have yet to really see them make these eco rounds worth it, Southbill.
Yeah, just Southbelt feeling so awkward after that Rolling Thunder. They're the ones who got stunned on up and couldn't actually play their push as well as they should. And not only that, Tuka's evasion, he just had a ballet recital on C side, and we were all there to witness in that close space that is the Nebula how he moved himself away from the breach utility. And just because of that, Southbuilt hesitated. They fell in the loving grounds of Senior Carl, and Senior Carl didn't even hit his initial shots. He was given ample time to line them up, to spray them down, and it really was just Southbuilt seeing that everything did go wrong in that round. But quick little tech pause there has already been adjusted and done with. This is looking perilous though for Southbelt. All their hard work in the first half collapsing as the seams, as Zeal Esports has all the guns in the world. But if you believe the power of Sheriffs, if you believe in Southbelt right now, they do have 4 ultimates to will themselves to victory here.
They do have these Sheriffs to work with, and so they're going to have to put up a bit of heroics to come out with a round right now. That's one they really desperately need. Zeal, by all means, should be able to tie up the game 10-10 at the end of this round. They're going to be sending Papichulo to try and find the pick off first and foremost. They do have some ultimates to work with. That Hunter's Fury to lock down as well. And I wager, if they get a kill here, they could potentially use that. But the Operator and Fire Sigen is going to prove to be deadly.
Single shot is the call, but Far Sergeant backing on way after getting hit by a Flashpoint. Flippy though with a fight of Sender Carl. We were looking to see the jet dive, but it's the Sky instead who is falling. And now it's still the same conclusion. Southfield puts that spike down on A. Now time ticking. And is this able to pick up a rifle here? Venn diagram though being built. Lockdowns are there. And we're going to be cross-contaminating, but Far Sergeant already warranting assist from the round. And he has been booted from this firefight. Lockdown don't get broken. The other one doesn't get any detained. Time though ticking here for Zeal Esports, and Flippy! The magic is real! And he just pulls that one out of his hat. The defuse is there on the other side though. Craigies went 2 holding the line. And you know who's holding that defuse? It's 2GE. Craigies and Tuke with the objective gameplay. Micro will wipe out the opposition. I mean job, but it's 10-10. And Zeal Esports, they've tied it up. They've done it here. The sneaky gameplay from the defense.
Too little, too late. The good eco at the end of it there, South build, but Zeal Esports, they get the round. Maybe a bit more expensive than they would have otherwise liked, but they get it done anyways, and they've tied up the game here 10-10. And this is what I was talking about, South build. They do struggle on those attacking sides, especially here on Haven, maps like Split sometimes as well. And this is a really, really big problem for them. Zeal Esports have all the momentum. Operator is back in the hands of Fire Sigen, and they've been struggling to deal with that and even catch him off guard. There's maybe only been 1 or 2 rounds where they've shut him down with an Operator in his hands, but for the most part, it's been Zeal in the driver's seat. Even when they were down, once it came to that second half, Zeal were really ready to come back into the game.
That causing divide though, it's so cheeky. I've seen it in so many different games and different teams. So you just put that causing divide, and when there's no one on site, there's just no one willing to push towards A, and it's just a quick defuse on the other side of that boundary. But oi, Flippy, get out of the way! Papichulo's trying to retreat. Southfield Esports having a bit of traffic there by the doors. Far side Jin now wants to get up close and personal. Dashes on out, feels the fight is not in his favor. And that operator hungry for a pick. But South Built Esports in the meantime just buying for position, looking for intel, and opening up their options, especially towards this B site that we haven't seen so far from them.
It was really good discipline by Fireside. You know, maybe in days of old, he would have doubly keyed that and try and get a kill with a shorty, but a lot more discipline nowadays, falling on back, and this stun is going to be such a big problem. Craigiest melting Pro down.
Recovering it.
That stifles that B-site attack. Here comes a Rolling Thunder though. Fireside able to dodge it successfully. They have no idea he's here in the corner, and Senior Carl's gonna shut this down. Fireside getting a second kill in the round. This game looks done, and this is going to be a Zeal Esports show. Papi Chulo getting a kill. He's got some time to work with, but this Cosmic Divide will keep them at bay for the meantime. Two players on the site. Stars placed as well. Here comes a flash. Not really gonna be blinded by that, but he doesn't have much to work with. He's gonna have to shoot his way out of this one, and that's going to prove to be a lot more difficult than he thinks. Craigiest getting the round, and Zeal takes the lead.
Yeah, there's Craigiest there taking that position yet again. We saw his success a while ago on that A retake, and it does feel like that is just his angle of victory as Zeal Esports has taken lead away from South Built. That was just so cheeky from Fireside to get away with moving on to the shorty instead. Just a heads up truly to retreat in the proper time. You mentioned it, the maturity really of Zeal Esports right now, how they've grown, and this is what separates 2021 VCTPH to 2022. The evolution of all these players, of all these teams, and the respect and the friendship they give one another. But the execution of Flippy was compounded by this flick. Just walking on in to die. And as we're peering on through Zeal Esports now, they've truly recovered here after their own run. 21 takedowns though from 2G. You got 16 there from Craigies, and this is not the most loud game from Senior Carl and Fireside, nor Beats. These are the guys on the other side of Split a while ago who were basically the ones just helping out the team. They've carried their weight and more. They carried the mantle of Zeal Esports right now. And this is why they are sticking as 5 and are the final roster here of Zeal here.
Taking that back.
Zeal Esports within a round of the match point, series point even, in South Built with all the expectations on them. If they want to prove that they're one of the best teams, then they have to do it here right now on this eco. Otherwise, playing at match point could prove an even bigger problem. Let's see how they do this. Crawling in there to the sewers. Have some information that the Sky is on site. Senior Carl and Fireside, that double duo has been a huge problem for pretty much any team that they come up against.
Blocking vision.
Now, these sheriffs are going to have to find them a way out.
Has always been a problem, and has always been a force to be reckoned with. But Zeal Esports now, they've weathered the storms of nature and of Valorant. Senior Carl, Fireside, you mentioned it, the duo is doing it yet again! And 3 for Senior Carl, 2 for Fireside. They just take command of the round, and they say to the team, we got this. Match point for Zeal Esports.
Honestly, just destroyed on that execute there. Nothing they could have done. Fireside and Senior Carl, too good for even SBE to try and break open with their sheriffs. But this is where they have to really put their foot down. Final round, potentially, of this entire series. South Built going to go down with a whimper, or will they bring us into map number 3? Zeal Esports looking like a prime target for any team in the Southeast Asia region. They're doing it here right now in the very opening day of VCT.
Yeah, just a quick little welcoming party from Zeal Esports. Not going to play against anyone to see, Zeal Esports, they haven't been performing whatsoever. But if you have been quite a believer, if you have always rooted for the Zeal roster, this is your time now to be rewarded. Especially if they can say their catch line and just Zeal the deal here and now. Papers at the ready. We'll see if we can get some more signatures on South Built Esports though. In the meantime, gonna make the transition through the A long angle. 3 here stacked up. Trailblazer moving into the sewer. Fireside though just does not miss. He was at the ready. Papi Chulo keeping the clutch on and catching out Craig. So in response, and a successful infiltration here. Fireside South, but Senior Carl! It's just a turret on the left hand side. 2 already lined up just to die. And Ja here on the other side, so dangerous for him. Pops a little knockdown, jumps on over to the other side, avoids the bullets. He's the chosen one there. And it's now up to the dynamic duo to finish off the job. The spike, though,
30
is gonna be
seconds left.
on their left. Micro right beside him, breathing distance. But there's the peek into Micro's takedown instead of Ja. The names, they're getting kerfuddled here. But you can see that Southfield still on live. Updraft go into the shorty. The surprise is real. And far side Jin now. And a 1v1 scenario. Do we see the star shine here?
10 seconds
for
left.
Zeal Esports, or will Southfield Esports still fight on back? No!
Defenders
Southfield
win.
falls! Zeal Esports takes the series 2-0! And what a win on Haven with the ROG clutch! Far Jin is back at it again, and the power level of Zeal Esports spikes to the absolute pinnacle of the peak.
And what a performance from the entirety of this Zeal Esports roster. These two teams have been going at it time and time again, you know, off of the official circuit in community tournaments. And for the most part, Southfield has had their number, but not this time around. Zeal Esports looking like a prime target for anybody in the space, as I said, and they look like one of the best teams we have here right now. And so many people doubted if they even deserve to have that direct qualifying slot, that direct seed here into the top 8. They proved exactly why they should be. Zeal Esports take it 2-0.
The answer is yes, they deserve it. Zeal Esports. This is actually quite a shakeup on the foundation. This is a team that had to recover from everything and anything, from the rain, from sickness, and from the game itself. But they are back on their A game, and they have truly sealed the deal here. Senior Carl with the MVP, though. 20 takedowns for him. Far Jin with a great recovery later on, but you gotta give it to Tuge as well as Craigies. These two were absolutely clutch for when their dynamic duo was just floundering, and they gave them enough time to get back with that heat. Azisto on the other side, such a spicy setup from the Jet. Many times Southfield had a fight in the round because of Aziz in the first place. But in the end, you know, Southfield, they couldn't keep up when Zeal Esports would take the reins, and we can see it here in the highlights. It's just all about that momentum, especially for both of these sides.
And that was the problem. As soon as it switched on over to the second half, the air just completely dropped here for Southfield, and that's really where they struggle. So a lot of work to be done there, but a lot of misplays as well. They knew that Farsigen would be an operator, but they kept on slow peeking him every single time, not using their utility as it should. And first and foremost, I mean, we also have to commend just how great Zeal did play in that one. We didn't really feel, I guess, beats pop off the same way as he did on map number 1 on Split, but he had some very good moments. And 2GE just keeping them in the game for that entire first half. He reached like 20 frags by the end of that first half, and a lot of those rounds were secured by him. Look at him playing that top of the pillar, and Senior Carl as well, just always on point. He has been that second entry in for Zeal time and time again ever since the inception of this team, and there's a reason why this team has stuck together for so long, and as they should. They take map number 2 in the series.
You know, this is just the maze runner that is 2GE. Many a time we witnessed there on that seaside how he was able to avoid the utilities from Southfield, and at the very end, the clutch foundation was rebuilt, and Farsigen was reborn into just the incredible duelist that he is yet again. So such a big result on only the first day, and we have to go back to the question, does Southfield really have a problem with the official circuit? Because the first time they're back in it looks so shaky for them.
It does, it really does. And they have this problem time and time again, no matter what tournament you put them on, wherein they start slow. Maybe the VXB one was the only kind of outlier. They've always started slow in every map, every series, every tournament, but this is not the time for you to be relinquishing, I guess, or rather reliving those old memories as we're in the VCT. But for the meantime, that will be the end of the second series, 2-0 with a great performance from Zeal. And we're moving on to the next game, Bren versus Action PH after the break.
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for...
Well, they have Zealed the deal. 2-0 for Zeal Esports. After, I would say that is an upset. South Built Esports, they put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough. A 2-0 from Zeal's really is going to give them the momentum that they badly need moving forward in this tournament. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Asarai and Raf, and we're gonna go down into the post-series breakdown here. And honestly, that took our expectations out the window, Asarai.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm already feeling the call-outs from the chat about our predictions, gentlemen. But again, it is just predictions, and we were all set about how South Built should have won this, but we honestly should talk about as well how Zeal just stepped up to the plate. We were mentioning again how on that first game it looked really rough around the edges. I'd say they kind of went for a very risky composition with Beats playing on that chamber, but it works so fantastically well, especially to how he played that specific agent.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a look at the series highlights there to just show how well Zeal was able to just overcome the adversity that is South Built Esports. Raf, You were talking about South Built Esports. You were talking about Zeal Esports on the side while we were watching the games. Why don't you share your thoughts here on the matchup?
I definitely will. And again, it was super obvious that I was pointing out a lot of the growing pains that Zeal had to go through moving into our VCT. But now we're here, and it looks like they're a lot more disciplined. There's still some things that they have to refine, but other than that, their recovery was beautiful. There were times where they were kind of, guys, we gotta relax. Maybe we're overextending a little. Maybe we're not playing our cards right. Whoever made those calls, they made the proper ones, obviously, but one thing that I had to really point out here was that Zeal's timings have gone so much better. But like I said, there were times where maybe not completely agreeing on, or at least they weren't on the same page. But when it mattered, they were there.
Yeah, I just gonna add as well, man. It felt like in these two maps, there was two different stories kind of evolving, right? It's for the split one, for Zeal's, it's been how well can we adapt on the fly. You saw how well their pace was on that first half. On the second half, they were slowing down a little bit, so they had to change up the tempo. It worked out well. Again, we saw how good Beats was, and then coming into the Haven map, another story was unfolding. How well can they utilize, how do I say this, Fire Saiyajin and Senior Carl, because Beats wasn't on a carrying role anymore. He doesn't have his chamber. He's actually playing on that breach to allow his other teammates to help out, and it's working so well. Their ability to anchor the sites and Fire Saiyajin, this performance from him, I haven't seen this in a long time, or maybe it's because I just haven't seen any of their streams for a while, but this is the Fire Saiyajin that I remembered before. Wily, just dashing in exactly like this, with the shorty, no fear in hand, and all confidence throughout.
Well, that is Fire Saiyajin, but we gotta acknowledge the overall MVP of the entirety of the series. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Of course, it is going to be Senior Carl with 269 ACS, average kills of 20.5. Yes, very nice. 18 average deaths, 169 damage per round, 0.9 kills per round, but it's still a positive KDA for him with a 1.4 KDA. Is this really this is really what we're going to be expecting from Zeals moving forward, specifically for Senior Carl? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Yeah, again, Senior Carl, he, I think, is the cornerstone for the Zeals team. I mean, aside from Tuge, who we mentioned was a fantastic anchor, I think Senior Carl is their flex player. He started not playing as a duelist, then started going to duelist, and just kept going back and forth. And that kind of flexibility has allowed Zeals to stay afloat. And at this particular stage, at this series, has gone above and beyond. Do you see how he positions, especially on Haven? He was just checking out these tiny little nooks and crannies that SBE wasn't able to clear out, and he gets like 2, maybe even 3 kills every single time, and it works so well that it has disrupted that tempo from SBE, and because of it, it works so well. And of course, can't forget, he was the one that whipped out the judge on Split, a madman, but you know, it worked out, so he's a workable madman.
Workable madman indeed. I mean, at the start of Haven, he didn't have the most that's something, workable madman. But yeah, at the start of Haven, he didn't have the most volume of frags, but when it came in the crunch time, he made the proper adjustments. And aside from that, I just want to point out the obvious that, like I mentioned, that 3-headed Hydra that Zeal has, they just activated. They just went bam, something snapped, and they're like, guys, you know what? Let's throw down, let's fight, let's win it. And I love the simplicity of it all, but how effective it has been, definitely undeniable.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a little bit more from Zeals as we continue on with the tournament. And as far as we're concerned, South Belt Esports is still pretty much in the fight. They can bounce back from this in their future matchups. Now, with all that being said, we're going to have a word with one of the heads in that 3-headed dragon. With Donut, we're going to be having a word with Fire Saiyajin.
Well, you don't want to play fire with Fire Saiyajin, and we have him here.
Hi, what's
To
up?
hear about more the victory that they have had against SBE. Firstly, congratulations. And I wanted to ask you guys, how's the energy after that win?
The team atmosphere is really nice. We feel like it's been a hard journey to get this win, because the last time we faced SB, they destroyed us. So it feels good to finally take a win against them in like convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about SBE beating you in the past. So, and your platform now is the VCT stage. Apart from really being ecstatic and very happy about beating them, what else have you guys prepared for, at least in the coming matches that you will be having here in VCT?
We've been preparing a lot. We've been changing up our playstyle just because our old playstyle in the team just, like it didn't work, and like there's too many mistakes and loopholes. So now we've switched up our playstyle. We've switched up like our comps, and we've been practicing more and reviewing more of the enemies like shots and stuff, and creating our own shots to counter their shots. And we're just like like overall more prepared this time around.
Well, that's good to hear. You even took SBE's map pick of Split, and you did so in such a good way because you started so strong in defending. You were able to finish with a 9-3, but during the offense, you lost a streak of rounds. So I was wondering what happened, and what were the mistakes that you made, and how were you able to fix those to get the momentum back?
We like sort of lost momentum. We did solo plays, which like got us picked off one by one, and then we fell into like their game plan where like we would feed them frags and then get them like hyped up to frag us more, and then we just had like a lot of miscommunication, I guess, in like pushing this, pushing that, and like strategies overall.
I can see that, yes, everybody else is happy and saying hi to the camera. Well, actually, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. You had a couple of changes to your roster, so can you tell more about Beat's impact to the server?
So yeah, we added Beats into the roster. He brings like a huge impact to the team. Team atmosphere is like very nice, like very positive, and he can play a lot of agents. He's like very flex, and he's just an overall good player. I've known him from the start. It's like really good. So just like a really good addition to the team.
Okay, thank you for that. And last question, a very spicy one. You're one of the seeded teams together with Team Secret.
Yeah.
Do you feel the pressure because all eyes are on you to deliver, at least throughout the whole of the tournament?
I mean, yeah, there's pressure just because we've sort of downhilled ever since from us being the top 2 each team. I hear people saying we're tier 2, we're like tier 2 Valorant team now, but I don't know. I don't think we're tier 2 though. We just good as we.
Well, it doesn't seem so because you got the win, a 2-0 against SBE. Thank you so much, Fireside, for joining me in this interview. But before we get back to the action, I'll bring you back to the panel for their final thoughts. Nomad, Asurai, and Raf, back to you.
Wonderful interview there, Donna. Thank you for that. And apparently growth is in the works here for Zeal's Esports. I'm definitely looking forward to how better that it can go as the days progress here in Valorant Challengers Philippines.
It seems like, again, all of our predictions for this particular series were down the toilet, and it's totally fine. Zeal's definitely deserved that victory. It really showed how strong they were as a team, and again, there's a lot more to look forward for this one, and I do see a lot of the glimpses from the old team that I really was very enamored with back again when they were the 6045 Pirates.
Absolutely. Again, like I said, the structure that they are getting, and I'm so happy to hear from that interview that they're trying out new things, they're switching up the comps, because obviously whatever they were running a while back, they were like, you know what, maybe this isn't really producing the results we want, maybe it's time for a drastic change. And for that to come into fruition on VCT on the very first day, the timing couldn't have been better.
Well, the timing couldn't have definitely be better for Zeal Esports. They won at the 2-0 against South Built Esports, but that doesn't wrap up our day just yet because we still have one last series for the day. It's Action PH versus Bren Esports for the final best of 3 for the day. We'll be back for more action here at the Valorant Challengers Philippines.
Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let support you. The blend. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm Nomad, and we have a different person to join us on the panel. Here we got Illustrado, fresh from the cast, as well as Raf. How are you doing, Ilu?
I'm doing pretty good, man. A little bit surprised about how that previous game went, but and I think the one before that as well. So it seems like today has just been throwing us curveball after curveball. I'm ready for this next one to be another as well.
Oh man, I miss sharing the desk with you, Ilu. It's been so long. Did you know Illustrado invented the wheel? What an amazing gentleman. And I'm pretty sure he's excited as I am for the next matchup. Why are you guys laughing? Those are facts, by the way.
No, we're
Actually,
not.
don't
We're not
quote me on
laughing. We're not actually laughing because the next match is very serious. But before that, of course, we got to thank our official sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. Now, we got to get a little bit more information out of the way here because they might get lost in translation. For the Filipino viewers out there, you can check out the Filipino stream, the official Filipino stream over at the PPGL Facebook page because we are simulcasting it. And it's at facebook.com/ppglgg. You're watching this right now on twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, or you may be watching it on youtube.com/c/ppglgg. So if you're looking for the Filipino broadcast, head on over to the links on the side. But now we're here on the panel. You'll hear us regardless. But yeah, let's get the a little bit of information out of the way here. Let's just touch up on the main matchup that we have for the day. The last matchup that we have for the day is Action PH versus Bren Esports. Elo, I kind of want to know your thoughts just as we get into further talking about the details of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to touch on Action PH, right? Because these guys are basically Action PH, basically sort of a reformed roster. You have Emma and Georgie who have been together for ever. They're inseparable. And they moved teams a little bit. Didn't work out when they moved teams. Now they're back to playing together on a different team. And they're sort of bringing back that old play style that we know and love from them back in the Dreamfire era when they were known as Dreamfire. And having said that, they do look a little bit more comfortable. They have had recent success. Their games have been good. They took a win against Enigma Galaxy. They went against Metaverse Esports and 717 Monster Esports. And they all took those pretty much cleanly. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do now that we have Georgie and Emma sort of back to, having a little bit more freedom than they previously did in their last team.
Well, speaking of Action PH, that is a team that we're going to be introducing first here in this matchup. Let's have a look at who their players are going to be. Well, You did mention Georgie and Emin, Ilu, but we have to talk about the other members that are going to be playing on the field right now. We got RU, we got Emin and Georgie, we got Modski, and Zero Deathyo. They're going to be the ones going to be playing on the field. And how is this entire roster looking for you, Raf?
I mean, oh man, we already know what these guys are very, very capable of. As Illustrado mentioned, the breakneck speed that these players love to engage in could be somewhat of a double-edged sword, because it really comes down to the shock and awe factor of it, right? But what if you hit a sudden stop? Because like we said, it's not the speed that kills, it's the sudden stop. If they can somewhat balance out all that fiery potential they have all throughout the series, then we could have a serious problem here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what they can bring, because, you know, this group of teams here, this team itself has been sort of recently formed. And, you know, I mentioned earlier the freedom that was not available to Georgie and Eman. Now they're letting it loose, going back to that gung-ho play style. And I think a lot of people are going to get caught off guard by that. But the one problem that they've had historically was that they always end up burning out. Going fast, you burn out quick. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here today.
Yeah, they are a team that really likes to go off the bat as soon as the game starts, but also a team that is kind of following the footsteps of their former roster, is showing up a little bit more here. Let's introduce their opponents, Bren Esports. This Bren Esports roster is looking pretty deadly. I mean, with the recent acquisition of Hot Sauce, it's definitely going to be adding out to the table of what this entire team can have to offer. Together with Hot Sauce, we got Brain Freeze, EJ, Josh S, and Savvy 8K. Ilu, what are your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, yo man, you talk about Hot Sauce, but then at the same time, you get the professional superstar EJ at some point. You know, I was thinking he was probably the best player in the Philippines. And then you also have the best, like, collegiate player in the form of Savvy 8K. So you got two really big superstars now being joined in by Hot Sauce. This lineup is fireworks, but can they do it against, you know, Action PH, who's a rising superstar? This match is going to be super tight.
Fireworks. I love the way you put that, because either it could be a fiery disaster or a beautiful showing of lights, because that's something I want to highlight. This could possibly be the clash of philosophies. As we mentioned, there are some veterans on this roster, and we have some very young, or at least relatively young, rising stars. So the approach towards the game and how they see things may not always match, but the crazy thing is that they've developed beautifully into a well-balanced team that's been handling most of the situations to the best of their ability. But the problem is, unlike Action PH, who've been fantastic in their last 10 games or so, Bren has had a little bit of a mixed bag. But maybe, again, it is VCT. This could be a new leaf.
Maybe a new leaf, but before we go into the map vetoes real quick, we got to highlight something here. It's, for the most part, it's going to be Georgie and Eman, the dynamic duo that Action PH has to offer, versus Savvy and EJ. Quick thoughts on that before we go into the veto.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. Basically four superstars going head-to-head. Firepower is going to be out of this world. I expect a lot of fast-paced action, a lot of aggression coming in from both sides, because these players are known to just hit the ground running. Ever since the beginning of each and every single match, they know how to build up that steam, and I think when you have that much steam in one place, it is going to pop.
I'm excited to see how they're going to handle each other mentally, because we know if they're not equal on firepower, or rather they are equal on fire, I'm getting my words jumbled, it's how they psych each other out, because they know, hey, maybe he's having a good day or whatnot. How am I supposed to play off his timing? You know, maybe have a little bit of an unconventional strat here and there. But man, again, it's really just a big contrast because Bren as a team overall, they're, I would say, just a little bit slower than Action PH. As well, we've said it time and time again, Action PH just loves to go.
Well, we'll have to go and find out where the action is going to take us here, because we're going to find out what the vetoes are, who banned who banned which, what did the teams pick. And we're seeing Icebox and Haven off the bat. I'm curious to see how the banning process is. So Breeze, Fracture, Split, and Bind have been banned out. Ascent is our default map. We're hopping into Haven first, picked by Action PH. And Ilu, what are we going to be expecting going into this three-headed
Look, man,
map, I guess?
we're getting these big maps to start things off. Haven and Icebox. This is the playground of two of these teams. The Action PH and Bren, they'll be happy to play on Haven. They'll be happy to play on Icebox. I wouldn't really say that these map picks heavily favor one team over the other for now, because I think this just lends itself to the play style from what we've seen, the very little we've seen of Bren Esports and Action PH. It's just going to be, I think, a match made in heaven to see these three maps.
That's just so much space that all these duelists can just utilize. But on the side of Bren for Haven, we've seen Hot Sauce actually pop off on this map. Maybe he could be the X factor for their opener, and maybe that could seal the deal for the whole way. I'm interested to know why Bren didn't go Ascent as their pick, because I think, or at least from what I've read and from what I've researched, they have been pretty decent on Ascent. Their Icebox, however, has had those mixed results as I talked about, but once again, this is something that we'll have to see.
Well, we'll definitely have to see, but I have a question. Is Ascent going to be a map that we'll see? Is this going to be the first series of the day that we'll have a 3-game series?
I think so, man, because like we look at the map picks here, Haven is a really strong map for Action PH. They have an 83% win rate on it. They've only lost twice on this map pick. It's very good, very convincing for them. Having said that, Icebox is 50-50. There's a good chance we go and see Ascent.
Okay. Now,
I'm sorry, I kind of spaced out there. I'm thinking about the predictions here already because, like you said, there isn't really that much of a how would I put this, extra weight on any of these sides of these teams. We've seen all of them really perform on this map, but oh man, Bren having Icebox is to me the most suspicious pick. I've been proven wrong once today. Maybe they could do it again.
Well, we'll figure that out, because I'm gonna have to ask you guys for your predictions here before we head into the matchup. For me, I'm gonna have to go for Bren 2-1. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Bren 2-1 here. I think Bren are going to take a loss on Haven, but they're gonna take everything else after that.
I can't really go against the grain here because that's what I had in my head even before we discussed this. It's Bren 2-1. Action PH still has a fantastic chance of taking a map, but like we mentioned, it's only if they can spread out that fiery potential that they've been so renowned for.
Well, with the potential of Action PH, bring the action here, or will Bren Esports be swinging off the bat with their young bloods and veterans alike? That's something we're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna be throwing it on over to the game itself. It's Bren Esports versus Action PH.
And here we are, the last series of the day. We're ready to go. I'm so excited for it. Action PH versus Bren Esports, the very newest iteration of Bren. And if you guys are wondering, if you guys are just joining us for the second season, this is the all-new Bren Esports. One of the first times we're going to be seeing them really in, I'd say, the local scene. We haven't really seen them play in a lot of local tournaments. This is one of the first true looks that we will be getting at them, and they are looking strong here, Raph.
Oh, you said it. And just to add, my goodness, that was a bunch of very handsome casters. I mean, panelists. I just can't tell who it was. But anyway, yeah, Bren has had, or at least even in the name itself, has had lofty expectations. Has had very lofty expectations. And I would honestly love to see how they stack up to local competition. As you've said, maybe some sort of secret strat that they've been cooking up while developing all their talent.
Yeah, well, let's take a look, see here what they're gonna go for with the agents. Okay, the double initiator. I'm liking that we're seeing the resurgence of the breach. Heavy 8K, known to play on that flex. He's gonna be able to lock that in. He's gonna go ahead and let EJ, obviously one of the best jets we've ever seen. He's gonna be playing on that. Josh S on that support role. Gonna be playing on that Aster. Now on the other side, Zero, aka Tesseract, gonna be playing on the Sova. Double initiators all abound, as we do see a Sky coming forward as well. So I like the double initiator here on Haven. I've said it time and time again. I love the breach, especially on this map. It should be a very interesting one. But having said that, I think it's really going to come out to who's going to play there a little bit better than the other. Action PH, known to start off really strong, take a lot of rounds in a row and then slow down. Can Bren stop the unstoppable force?
It does look like with this breach and this Killjoy setup, they are looking to slow things down and maybe put that breach up on a more defensive setup, throughout all those defensive flashes. But would that be enough to dissuade Action PH from actually just enforcing their will on Bren? Another thing to look at is we actually have Brainfire on the Sova here, Ilu.
Yeah, definitely. Should be interesting to see here. Very much excited to see what he can bring on the Sova in this one. Haven, a very crucial map to be able to use that information, get those darts, make life difficult for the Jet. I'm a little bit surprised that we aren't really seeing more chamber players, especially on Haven, when you can move around the map, so quickly. You can pick out that operator, double op, good on the defensive side. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that nobody has really given us that chamber action yet. Hoping we'll see that a little bit more in the future. But let's go straight into it. Game number 1. Here we go. And this is the very last series of the day. And it's Bren Esports versus Action PH already going into the game. No hesitation here for Bren Esports. Sorry, for Action PH rather, as they dive straight into Garage, already barreling their way towards that C site. They are able to take down Josh S. So it's a very good opening pick here from Georgie. Very much true to form to how they like to play. That's the site open. They're going to get that spike down.
Without those stars, it's going to be incredibly difficult to play this retake. They still have quite a number of utility on that Sova. Instead, they choose to double peek out of Garage. But oh dear me, Action Peach's defense is a little too strong on this anti-retake. And oh lord, another trade for Brain Freeze. 4K to open it up. Last series of the day, still not disappointing. The action hasn't stopped at all.
Absolutely. It's really, really exciting that Action PH, hits the ground running here. Zero Defio with 4 cases to open the game up. Absolutely love it from him. And at the same, that's going to give him so many charges. He's going to get so close to the Hunter's Fury at the very start of it. Only 4 charges away now, and quite a bit of money to go on the back of that. Bren Esports, they were not ready for that quick C split that Action PH, delivered to them. And so we'll be forced to eco here. Bren will not sit too passively here, as they want to send out EJ, one of the best aimers, to be able to get a couple picks here, hopefully with this Sheriff in hand.
And you've championed this man, and it does look like he wants to get this to work. Oh, yep. And Modeski is the first victim. I want to open up my own barbershop. Modeski was the free trial. Georgie is trying to barrel in that Bulldog, that fresh new Bulldog. We'll find one. A-Link is a little congested here. It doesn't really matter, as Zero and the boys, they're holding it down. They're popping all the utility here. They even find another on Josh S. It's a little more dire for the rest of the Bren boys here. It is reduced to a 2v4.
One enemy remaining.
They don't have any weapons they can take. But as I say that, Zero will find his fellow Sova player in Brain Freeze and will lock him down. 1v3 situation here. EJ, the man, the myth, the legend, has been denied of a clutch.
Yeah, really good attempt, however. EJ did make it a little expensive. They only get 1 pick off at the end of it here. So will be now. Look, Zero Death, he gets 2 more kills. So by this time, he should be what? 2 charges away from getting his ultimate? Should be, yeah. 2 charges. So that's going to be a very early Hunter's Fury that we will be seeing. If he gets like a spike plant and maybe an orb already, to be very much the case. So Bonus round now coming in for Action PH. Let's see what they bring to the table. EJ again, a little bit more aggression. They're very much known for doing this, so at this point, Bren shouldn't be surprised and should be very aware of the possibility that a double push could be coming in through A main if they leave it unguarded for too long.
Absolutely. It does look like Action PH is going to try and set up for an explode, but they are, as of the moment, positioned to try and pick off any excess aggression on the side of Bren, which hasn't happened in this round so far. And I love the patience that everybody is showing. Once again, we've talked about how Action PH just loves to play at that breakneck speed. We might actually see that right now. It looks like they are planning on taking on A. Hasn't popped the cage yet. That they do. They fake out the sewer rush. But look at Bren. They're very stoic. They're not biting on the fake.
Yeah, absolutely not. Just hanging on. They know that it's very much a possibility for a rotation with 45 seconds left on the clock. So they will just, I'd say, hunker down, wait for a little bit more time to pass. Because not much map control has truly been gained here by Action
30
PH.
seconds
They
left.
have to be a little more decisive. But here comes that C split yet again. Tailwind was used to actually escape rather than entry. This might be a little bit of a problem here as 3 players have already gotten onto the site. So, it's Savvy 8K to get one. Josh S mows them down. It's a great crossfire. Finally dealt with by Yodencio. And they're going to get another one as Emma and FPS is able to take
10
down
seconds
EJ,
left.
brought down to a 2v2.
Last player
With 8
standing.
seconds left, Savvy is able to bring it back. So is Brain Freeze. They get the last 2 pickoffs. Bren finally picked this up, but it's an expensive round on the bonus.
Incredibly expensive. That bonus was definitely a W on the side of Action PH here. I'm pretty sure they're feeling good about it. They even get the spike down. Now, if I were Action PH, or rather Bren, this is where I start buckling up because this is where the game really starts. The gun round is here. It does look like Josh S might have to settle with light armor here as EJ will also operate on a bit of a deficit here with this Guardian. Nonetheless, if they can replicate the success in that previous round, they're going to be fine and dandy. As Action PH still pulling so much attention towards A lobby.
Yeah, they do this. Keep doing this, but Eman knows that EJ... And again, we talk about this. This is the head-to-head Eman versus EJ. You know, Georgie versus Savvy or Hot Sauce. Just aimers everywhere. Who's going to be the crispier one? But this time, it was Eman. Modsky get another pick here onto Hot Sauce. And in this round, Action PH look to shatter the economy of Bren Esports. They will be forced to go towards B here. They do have Modsky trying to get a little bit sneaky, but he does get sniffed out. And so that was the lurk play dealt with already. C-site yet again will be the avenue of attack here for Action PH, but it looks like Bren, they're ready for it.
Indeed, it does, as Josh S is going to be the first line of defense. Will signal his team to play for retake, but no, he plays on that gravity well as Savvy 8K finds 0. The spike has not been planted yet, and it does look
beautiful.
like Aryu is going to be alone. And no, not for long as he joins the rest of his team in the spectator lobby. And dear me, Bren, they give Action PH yet another round, or at least take another round from them.
You know, Savvy 8K, man, what a play from him. He gets 4 kills, sure, but let's talk about that setup. That rolling thunder. Wow, perfect discipline from Bren Esports, knowing that there's a player on site still. Whoever, once that other player went down and did not have the spike, they knew that there was still someone on site. So they waited. They didn't overpeak. They identified where the enemies were. 1 in C long, 1 towards the site, waited for the rolling thunder, dealt with 1, then dealt with the last one. Perfect coordination for Bren Esports. A very good example of disciplined, tactical Valorant here from the new squad.
And once again, we are going to be a witness to that push and pull game towards A lobby, as it is only going to be a lone Sova to try and get as much info as they can. Granted, Action PH is going to be on an eco. We've seen what these sheriffs can do. Not in my town, but it does look like Bren once again not reacting early at all. They are letting Action PH take all that space and just really falling back on that crispy retake.
This is where I get a little bit concerned about how Bren Esports, play super passively on this defense. You don't want to let them get too close, especially onto that garage or that B-side area, because that's when the sheriffs become a little bit more effective. So they will be just dashing in. Nobody really there to contest, so I like this. They're just going for a full 5v5 retake here. They do have Josh S waiting in the wings though. Flash could be coming out in a second here as the fault line, mean, the Aftershock doesn't really do much damage, doesn't really connect. They do have Georgie in the back with the Blade Storm. He could be the linchpin in this retake. He could be the one to take it back. Nope, he's dead. But Josh S is able to get him. Modsky does reply with one. EJ is able to get another one as well. 4v3, 3 pillars left standing here for Action PH. They did get smoked out, so this could be the defuse that they need. EJ, gets decapitated by Sergio Detio, and this is the 100 Fury that we were waiting for. Brain Freeze going down, and it's Bren yet again. Within the span of a couple seconds, executes a flawless retake towards the side.
Boy, oh boy, no matter how who the round goes to, everybody is making it expensive as all hell. The Action PH, very, very beautiful stuff there, damaging Bren's economy. And I'd like to touch on what you said. Bren really loves to give so much space.
I should play some Astro Star.
And just the cons of that, you're giving that range that you should have an advantage over because you have rifles.
But but at the same time, I like the fact that they are playing to their strengths. If they know, they don't want to lose a player, bring it to a 4v5, and instead do a 5v5 with rifles, definitely better than a 4v5. I like that they're playing to their strengths. So, definitely well-utilized tactics here. EJ has been going for those early pickoffs. Was only really successful once. I do expect that this will change up a little bit more. I'd like to see him do this once he has the bank for an operator later on. Should be able to be a little bit more effective.
One thing that Action PH has to consider is that all this early space that they're taking hasn't really given them enough information and will even afford Modsky to fall just like that through spam. And again, they're still going to try and buckle down here to maybe somewhat explode towards B, but already contact may happen towards A long. Patience from Bren still showing, might be frustrating Action PH just by a tiny bit, but look at this perfect timing on the rotate. It's 3 players crawling up long as EJ has no idea. He's still marking the smoke. Brain freeze, oh dear me, might have to give this up, but instead he goes for the heaven route. But does Action PH know about this? It does look like it might be messy.
I've got your trail.
Lord.
Yeah, they do catch him. Trying to peek there. Could have been timing for him, but instead it wasn't. So he could come out. Does help identify from where the rest of the members of Bren are coming from, but we know that Bren Esports, when it comes to retake, they have been so clean. Can they make it happen yet again in this 4v4? Stars now will be deployed, and when those stars are going to be used, that's going to be the start of the play. Here comes the flash. It's going to be hot sauce to get the first one, and everybody's funneling their way to CT. They get the kill. Savvy is able to do it yet again. It's Savvy with a triple kill. How many times is he going to come up huge for his team again and again? It's Savvy. We talked about this. He can compete at the collegiate level. Can he compete with the pros? And it's looking like so far, the answer is a resounding yes.
I love it, man. It's just one day I asked him, yo, you want to adjust to pro? Savvy's like, yeah, sure. Why not, right? I mean, how different could it be? Again, guys, by the way, it is incredibly different.
He's 11-2.
Yeah, don't quote me on that, but look at Savvy. Again, he's one of those generational talents, and that is also a great shout out to the support that our collegiate scenes are around, at least around the world, have been getting. And this new talent that we've been getting has been absolutely stunning. Now Action PH on the back of an eco here, looking to get a pick, but it does look like Josh S is like, you know what, you've been talking about Zavy a little too much. Maybe you shed some light on me.
Yeah, let's not forget, Josh S also still an outstanding player. Just at this point, playing a little bit more further back to let his team shine. And it's towards B. Again, Action PH will find themselves in. But as we know, Bren, they're happy to give it. They're happy to give B. They're happy to play back because they have the utility to make that retake. And dude, Javi has his ultimate again. He used it 2 rounds ago, and somehow he still has another. 4 rounds ago, and there he's felt away. Josh S, this time, he picks up a triple kill. And it's just perfection from Bren Esports. They didn't even let them plan.
Oh dear me, and it does look like Bren has had the early adjustment here, at least the first to strike first blood in the strategical sense. And like we mentioned, Josh S was like, yeah, Savvy's really good, but I'm also really, really good. Action PH, it seems this is the time where they cook up another strategy because that early space they took, once again, gave a free pick to Bren. Bren happily taking that, will probably not risk anything of that nature in this round. Somehow, Action PH still hasn't flushed out the solo Sova that's been doing the exact same thing for the previous 7 rounds or so.
Yeah. Look at, and there's like 4 ultimates available as well for Bren. It's not a very pretty picture. Even if they do take a site, it's gonna be so hard to hold on to it, especially with all the things that they have on Bren's side. This just reinforces how strong Bren is on that retake. Now they know that there is a player here. They're going to be sending 3 players for that reinforcement. 4 players, actually. There is one lurker in the form of Modeski here. He's going to be kept at bay for now. Hunter's Fury will be deployed. Stop the plant. Gets a nice tag. Does actually find the kill onto Georgie. Beautiful gravity well. And it's, again, the utility that has not been burned away. There's still a lockdown that they still have to deploy as well and deal with. And they get another tag. Josh S free. Easy kill on Sir Dethio. And this again, perfect usage of this utility. It's forced Action PH off of site, and Emman has to get out of that corner as well. He's dead. Sabi flashes everything, but the kitchen sink, the utility is just perfect from Bren Esports. Not given a chance to breathe with Action PH.
Look, they're shooting their guns because like I didn't use this enough in the round. We're just using utility, guys. Come on.
That was so clean.
So clean, and we just love to see that. You know, this is one of the types of plays that we really get to appreciate. It highlights the tactical of tactical shooter. And Action PH, they sense that something is wrong. Their play style, once again, as I've mentioned, the sudden stop is really killing them, and the sudden stop is in the form of Xavi and all of the utility on Bren.
They need a way to deal with the utility. They need to either burn it, force them to burn it, use some utility to burn it themselves, or like, you know, at least get a pick somewhere early in the round, because this just cannot happen again. The gung-ho play style is great when you can win every single duel, but Bren, they're happy. They're not obliging the aim duels. We're not going to play your game. We're not going to play aim battles with you. We're going to sit back. We're going to wait. We're going to hang on to our utility until we really need them, and win the aim duels by, you know, playing smart. This is, you know, and Raph, because this is such a young squad, you wouldn't expect this level of maturity of this play, but they are so mature in how they play this game.
Absolutely. Again, it's crazy how Bren has really brought all these different philosophies, you know, from the rising stars, or actually, man, even at this point, the certified stars in our young players in Xavi and Josh S, DJ, mixed with all the veterans on that team. They've meshed so well. The support staff on Bren has been mighty impressive, and I would have to say this is kind of looking like the start of World War I, in the sense that the gung-ho is not working, the death of the Wild West is imminent, but APH, they want to make a case. They want to make this as cinematic as possible. They want to ride out into the sunset. Maybe they're giving us a little bit of drama, Elu.
Maybe this is the last sunset for the Cowboys in the West, though. They want to go back to the Dreamfire playstyle, but as the dream died, it's look at that timing. Beautiful coordination from Hot Sauce. Knows his teammate is in a little bit of pressure, and so decides to swing out for him. This is the... Honestly, I am loving this playstyle from Bren right now. They are so in sync. It's scary. And they're going for a desperate B play again.
Spike down mid.
You hate to see it because we know what height Action PH could potentially take, but Bren, they're just taking the ladder right out of the bottom from APH, and APH reduced to 4. And look at this.
30
we
seconds
still have
left.
quite a number of utility on the side of Bren here. Quite a bit on that jet. We still have 2 shock darts to dissuade that plant. Maybe he doesn't need it. No
Spike
flashes,
down,
no problem.
One enemy remaining.
Still gets one, and Hot Sauce is there for the backup. Emman gets 2, but is it too little, too late? Oh, it's not! Emman with a 4K out of nowhere. A breath of life has just been breathed into Action PH from the superstar Emman. That's what we've been waiting for from him.
Sometimes you just gotta reload that 6-shooter. Once again, the West, it's still kicking, it's still alive. Action PH, they put a stop to Bren's well-oiled machine. My goodness, that looked like a bit of a silver bullet round for Action PH. They're planting one right between the eyes of Bren, but they can't rely on one person bailing them out all the time.
Yeah, it's not a sustainable play style, but Honestly, I think Bren should have won that round. It was just a heroic, Herculean endeavor by Eman. It might light a fire underneath the rest of his team, though.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just need a teammate to pop off and you just get rejuvenated. This is something that we would love to see from Action PH. It does look like their approach hasn't changed a bit. Bren still haven't giving up this B site. This time around, though, they do have a lot more utility. It does look like the rotations are coming in much sooner, leaving both sides open on the side of A and C. And it does look like Action PH, they smell it. They rotate as fast as they can. But Hot Sauce, he is going to be first contact.
Well, everybody making their way towards that C site. No
I've got your
splits, no funny
trail.
business this time. Just a straight up execute. Hot Sauce sees the enemies coming over the horizon. Decides to back out. They like to play for reach. Again, another example of what makes Bren so good. They're not afraid to
30
give up the
seconds
seconds.
left.
They know they can take
Spike
it back.
planted.
Not a lot of... They still have that ultimate, by the way. The Cosmic Divide and the Rolling Thunder could come out whenever they needed to. They're just waiting for the right timing
You
to
are
use it
divided.
here. Heals do come in, and Action PH waiting for that moment to try to break through. They don't want to wait too long, but Georgie gets knocked out by that stun. The Blade Storm does come up. EJ misses the mark on that updraft though, and Well, not gonna hit. He does get the shot though, and that's gonna be a
Player
second one from
standing.
EJ. But Bren are just dismantling Action PH
Last
yet again.
player
They
standing.
do get the tap in, but they know he doesn't have time. He's just gonna stick it. Not afraid. Here's the footsteps. Gonna still have not enough time. And with a fraction of a second left, Aryu keeps APH alive.
Action PH, you're not good for my health. You are not good for my health at all. You keep playing with me like this. But my goodness, what a clutch. Brought to you by ROG, by the way, guys. If you want that edge, that undeniable edge over your competition, you know what to do.
One enemy remaining.
We're seeing right now. This is a lot better from Action PH. Absolutely stellar stuff right now. It's coming down to the wire these rounds, getting closer and closer. This is very scary stuff.
Absolutely it is, and it doesn't look like any of these teams are ready to give any advantage whatsoever. It does look like EJ is going to try with a new approach here, having a little more aggression towards the garage, but this time around, no one is peeking from grass as they try to read that. But Georgie, you know the gap closing he can do with all the aim duels he can take, chooses to play it patient for now, lets his team kind of gather in and reset the neutral. Still, quite a bit of utility hasn't been used here to check for info, and still a lot of rounds to play for both sides.
Yeah, still a lot. We haven't even arrived at halftime yet, so it is 6-4, could be 6-6. And this could be absolutely crucial for both of these teams here. This next one is going to decide whether we're going to be seeing a potential 7-round, 2-round lead, maybe a 3-round lead, maybe even 4 for Bren. Especially considering there's not a lot of money for the Action PH side. So Action PH, they really need to win this. Otherwise, this half probably already going to Bren. He's going to dive straight into that A site. Does get stunned up. Brain Freeze able to get one. Traded out so quickly by Modeski. George trying to work his way to the back, unable to get it. Savvy gets through before he drops. It's Savvy again. Aryu finally does take him down. It's a 2v3.
Indeed, they bring it close to the wire. Tries to get a gun here as Zero, but is denied. Gets sent straight into the spectator lobby as EJ. Using that operator, even in close quarters, RU, he is tense. If they line up, he could take this. Once again, it's mounting. He's dancing in the fire, but no, it's Hot Sauce proving to be even hotter. And Bren, they could have possibly secured the swing there.
The Nano Swarm was so good from Hot Sauce. Wow, forcing RU out of position and just running away with the round. Really, really well done. The timing, making sure and obviously you got EJ there making sure that his teammate is covered with that operator from the sides if anyone decides to swing out. Really, really good coordination from Bren. I'm loving the teamwork that we're seeing from them. Action PH, they're no slouches though, but I would like to see a little bit more 4 of the kills that came from M1 were from that one round, so a little bit more consistency is what we're hoping for here for Action.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, and it does look like they might go for a hero player. Try to get a little bit of information. If Motsu can find a pick, they did opt to go for a bit of a broken buy, a little bit of a stubborn decision there. They do have blades available in Georgie, who somehow made his way towards a link, but quickly retreats as that drone is going to tell him to politely leave. But you know what? Georgie's like, the drone is gone. I can probably do that again. And the recon is going to frustrate him as all hell. But we have a bit of a contingency here. We have Modski waiting for that pick that I was talking about. But Georgie can't wait any longer. But the Wiz can't find the kill. And Modski, he explodes for the huge double kill.
They're lining up. Everything is...
Switching sides.
What?
Oh dear. Oh man,
amazing.
This is that is the assessment. This has been an amazing first half, by the way. Come on, guys. Like, please relax. First half.
Yeah, you said it, man. First half, and we're seeing these crazy lineups. Seeing these insane clutches. I don't know. This is the makings of something special. 7-5 half for certain. They've definitely made it close. But Bren certainly have left a couple of rounds in question. Could have gone, honestly, 9-3. Could have been 10-2 at some point. But Action PH have made it close by the sheer power of their will. They managed to hold on. And it's very much open for interpretation to whoever. Anyone can win this map at this point.
Absolutely. You asked Action PH, what is the strongest weapon? It's the spirit. You can never break us. It does look like an aggressive play is going to come towards C here. They are going to do a little bit of a pick on Brain Freeze here as a stray Jet has found a Sova for himself, as it is going to be reduced to a 4v5. Losing Brain Freeze so early is going to net you a little bit more difficulty in trying to clear out sites here. That recon is so important.
Yeah, this puts a little bit of a wrench in the plans of Bren, because they wanted to sort of go towards A, make sure that it was clear by having Brain Freeze there. But because of the fact that he went down, there's nobody to tell the rest of Bren if there's somebody nearby. And in fact, there is. Georgie might get another. He almost does. He gets hot sauce down to very low HP, but the dash does come in. And here comes EJ. Nope, here goes EJ as Serdetio manages to find him. Josh S able to get one, but with the shock dart, Serdetio is able to do another one. Emma's still alive, not for long. Josh S finds him, and it's now a 1v2. Spike has been dropped, so he will want to isolate. He will want to try to plant this with 14 seconds left. He does go for it, tries to get the tap in with low HP. I don't think he's going to get it. Taryu in the battle of the two Astras who will emerge, and we will probably be seeing a tie game here, Raph.
We might actually see that as Action PH is holding on, holding strong, and is doing a great job of catching up to Bren. Bren might actually have to hard eco this, otherwise this could potentially be a huge swing in the favor of Action PH. Looking at the utility and the ultimates here, it is pretty pedestrian on both sides, so these coming rounds might just be a little slower up until we get that ult economy going up and running.
Yeah, no, nothing too crazy to write about just yet in terms of economy and terms of buy. I do want to see what this round brings, though, because it's towards B.
They just run
straight up. What? They're going to be melted away. That's the spike planter down, denied. Both these teams, they really love going for that B side, and this is just going to show you the complete difference in philosophy of Action playstyle versus Bren, because Action will fight for B. They will fight for it. Meanwhile, earlier, you saw Bren just give it up completely. Two very different playstyles showing their faces right now.
That's right, and it does look like this could be an even Steven, because Josh S., although he is a very elite player, he only has a classic and a dream. It does look like this dream might get crushed as Eman has the perfect...
Oh, the timing.
Well, I spoke too soon, as Josh S. is going to be shooed away. But look at this. Look at Action PH. They are running. They're like, you know what? Come back here. We found you. Don't leave. You can never leave.
Well, on the bright side, he has 40 seconds. It's not a very bright side, but...
It's there.
It's there. Spot him out. Okay, well, Serdetio gets his third kill, so that's going to be pretty nice. as he gets 2 charges away from getting his ultimate up.
Do you think this could be, or at least could be considered a weakness of Bren, at least with the philosophy, right? Because they're so ready to play fundamentally. Maybe it could fall under predictability as well.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I agree. I think there are a lot of times that, you know, in terms of the playstyle spectrum, there are teams that are just so contrasting. Bren and Action PH are so different to a fault, because Bren, at some point, you kind of know what they're going to do. But at the same time, they do it so well that even though, you know, you know what they're going to do, it might not always work out according to plan, because they're still going to out-aim you, out-duel you. But at the same time, if you've got a way to circumvent those, you know, fundamentally sound playstyles, you're going to take a few rounds away.
One thing that I can point out, though, is that Action PH's bailout has been fantastic. Bren has yet to match that ferocity when it comes to just raw bailout. However, Bren has been mechanical as all hell. The retakes have been crispy. As Xavi finds Georgie, has no business of actually winning that fight. The crosshair was right on him, but the timing was not in favor of Action PH.
Xavi just getting that peeker advantage for, you know, a second there, was able to get another one, and that's going to be the A site significantly weakened. They will want to go ahead and prod a little bit more, but PJ's prepared for it. They're going to get a trade-off, 2 trades in fact, because now the A site almost still vacant. Coming in, they know where Eman is. Can't win that fight, not with a Bulldog, not at that range. That's going to be the spike, and that should be the round, as Modesky the only
30
one.
seconds left.
And one thing that we've also come to, or at least something that has come to light, is that the moment Action PH plays into Bren's speed, everything just kind of falls apart. Bren, they're just so comfy playing this pretty well-paced playstyle. They just space it out so well. And look at this crossfire. I don't think Modesky can do anything about this unless he lands some super miraculous spray, or if they overextend. But he's blind. He gets one. That's only one, as Josh S will secure the round.
Standing ahead.
And as we mentioned, once again, still a very tight game.
Yeah, it is. Only 1 round separates these 2 teams. Now we're finally going to see the gun round. This is going to tell us a little bit more of a tale of how the rest of this game is going to go. Very much crucial. Action PH will want to tie this game up. They've been behind the whole time. But Bren starting to lose a little bit of that momentum. You know, Action PH, we kept saying earlier on, back when we were having a little bit of a discussion on the teams, that Action PH, they start off strong and then kind of taper off towards the middle, towards the end. It's the exact opposite right now. Right after that crazy clutch we saw earlier on from Eman, the rest of the team starting to hit their shots, just like Georgie is now.
The Bard's buff rolled that natural D20.
Bardic inspiration, bro.
Freeze. Yes, absolutely. Brain Freeze, though, has been frozen into place here, as he is going to be the first to fall. And Bren, once again, lacking that information gathering on the attacker side. However, they are going to try and hold strong here. B is not going to be given up as lightly as they would want to. Does look like they are going to fall back for a more default split, just waiting for a bit of an overextension from Action PH. But Action PH, their lanes are clogged, their information is clear, and have no reason whatsoever to really do anything else.
Absolutely. You hit the nail right on the head there. So much map control has been taken for Action. The moment that shot comes out, it's actually bought them a little bit of time here to make that rotation. Sir Defio able to hang on, but Savvy, good usage of the Rolling Thunder, nets them a kill. A little bit of position towards the side. Still going to deal with Georgie.
30 seconds left.
Beautiful entries here from Bren. Hot Sauce and Savvy with clean up house towards this A side, leaving us in a 3v2.
Aryu and Modesky ready to take this one for the boys, but the utility is going to come out to stop them. Try to delay them as much as they can, but Modesky might be ready to just go for a pretty crazy play here. Josh S doesn't want any of those shenanigans, but it is going to be reduced to Bren. Once again, taking this round, and Bren, well-oiled machine, looks to be up and running once more.
Savvy's at 25.
Jeez.
It's barely past halftime. Ladies and gents, he has 25 kills and it's barely past halftime. Let that sink in. Let that sink in for you guys who are watching at home.
On a breach, by the way. He's
on a breach.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, Breach is like really, really good at support. Xavier's like, but I can support myself. And so he does. As they go for a different approach towards C. No hesitation, no speed, or rather no stop to this march. They do a little bit of damage to Motsky, but not enough to kill him, as EJ is gonna receive the short end of the stick.
On the flank, take flight. Georgie gets absolutely taken out here by Josh S. That's a Blade Storm gone, a little bit of weight off their shoulders. And 4v4 don't really favor their odds. Fury does come in. Savvy's able to pick up another 2.
Standing.
He's just not stopping today. He's at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and he's just taking everybody out to dinner. 10-7, Bren Esports, they find double digits. The first team to do so, expand their lead, and Savvy 8K is 3 kills away from 30 at round 18.
Dear me. Well, I mean, what else am I supposed to say, right?
It is what it is.
27. Oh, the star has been shining bright since college. It does look like we are gonna go for a bit of a pause here once again for teams to get their bearings straight. Just, hey guys, something's not right again. Maybe let's iron some things out.
Yeah, good time for a timeout. I agree with this completely. This is the moment that you want to stop Bren from taking that momentum. You need this gun round. You need to flush out that plan, like you just said. And this is the right time for them to catch themselves a little bit. Make sure that they have themselves mentally prepared for the upcoming game. Because if they lose another one, we are in very much danger territory.
Absolutely. The swings have not been kind for Action PH. And they are settling on one of their members on half armor, which isn't too bad. But if we really go into the numbers, it is definitely something we have to account for. It does look like we are going to get ready to sink our teeth into this action, as a potential fast C-take might be here for Bren.
One of the last few rounds coming up, and it's a full gun round. Full send coming up maybe from Bren here. They want to hit that C site again. We saw weakness in it last time. They're sending 5 bodies towards it with the Cosmic Divide. They're gonna go through. Savvy punishes RU for peeking through the smoke a little bit haphazardly. There's still couple more players that they do have to deal with. They might just be able to plant on the wall. No, it's gonna be a little bit of a slowdown here. Not 100% convinced about it, but they're timing the utility to perfection as the Rolling Thunder does knock off a couple. Now they're gonna be going in perfect timing. Look at this EJ on a warpath as EJ decimates the remaining members of Action PH one more time. Bren Esports, the staggered push is absolutely flawless on this one.
Oh dear, it looks like Action PH might have to gear up for an attempt to bring this into overtime, as Bren has only gotten more and more refined as the game has passed. EJ, what a monstrous 3K there. Beautiful, beautiful spray control. It does look like Bren has no intentions whatsoever of bringing the speed down, because looks like they are going to strong arm A here.
They just want to go in. They want to play the way that Action played, and they're winning. Savvy, you're not an entry fragger. You're okay.
He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. And so he does, as Action PH. They lose Georgie, who's been an absolute bright spot in Action PH. The flash is going to go perfectly, but EJ has found safety. And Savvy has found his 3rd kill of the round. Hot Sauce will chime in as he finds Motsky. And Action PH, these pillars of sand, they're crumbling. Oh dear, what can you do with a sheriff as Savvy just jumps in? Come on, Savvy.
Come on.
Do it.
Oh, that's just
match point.
Jumps into smoke, bunny hops his way into it, and takes a kill along. Oh my god, this is Savvy. He's a 32. We're at round 20. We're at round 20.
32.
Oh
like
dear.
Rubber 35, it is potentially the last round of the match, but Action PH, we know what they can do with their guns when they're cornered.
I want to see who can break this. This is a record for this year of VCT. 32 kills, if anyone can top this.
Oh, I am so glad I'm here for such a momentous occasion, as Action PH has to buckle down because Bren, they are gonna go, once again, help themselves to supers. As this drone is gonna scout out the dog. I don't want to have any business with that. Eman does deny them of information, but
you should
Zero will find Josh S. Zavi, he finds Zero. Georgie has, once again, I don't want you to break records. At the very least, don't break it.
So let's not forget about EJ, because he still is one of the best Jets around. Lockdown will allow them a path. They beeline their way into the site here. Gravity well made from Mark. Allow them to flash here. Hotbox backing up his team. Eman, good for a trade. EJ 6 HP, what can he do? Apparently one more kill. Could he get another? Oh, they both run out of bullets. Awkward. And it's this 1v1 that it all comes down to. Bren's EJ on 1 HP has to use a pistol. Eman's able to reload. He dips, he dodges. It's ring around the rosy. But who's got it? Is it Eman? He's just hiding. He's playing the time. EJ taps away at the bomb. He knows it's a fake. He knows it's a fake. The big brain, galaxy brain play from EJ. He taps again. And he's got this. EJ toying with his foot. He's won it. He's won the game.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, you're probably EJ. Win. And the movement, the decision making seals map 1 for Bren. And we were talking about Action PH. So ready to take this away from the boys. But you know what? Today has been full of surprises. This shouldn't be, well, a surprise to us and our viewers.
Oh my god, dude. My heart is... EJ, man, he played that perfectly. Played like a fiddle. That was like crossover fadeaway. That's some moves that we just saw from EJ, dude. And it's absolutely refreshing to see. Oh my god. We just got to take a minute here. We have been getting insane games all day long. We got to take a little bit of a look at the statistics here. Savvy with 33 kills, by god.
3.7. Are you joking?
441 combat score, man.
Oh. In a VCT game? Are you kidding me? Again, that's just, well, Savvy doing Savvy things apparently. Collegiate scene, pro scene, it doesn't matter. This man is ready to tear everyone apart. But nonetheless, everybody on Bren, and I mean everybody, has been chiming in. Look at everybody else's spread. Josh S, not a joke too, 2.3 on that KD. And 15, wow, that's actually such a huge disparity in damage.
That's a lot. Let's take a look at the highlights here as we collect ourselves over what was a roller coaster of a game here. Raph, any idea how we can begin to break this down? We're going to be on panel after this because honestly, I just have to say it, man. Savvy's nuts.
Sometimes we are just reduced to, well, we're always a fan of this game. You know, we're just so lucky to witness this. First class seats. Yeah, Zavi, what are you doing, man? That's disgusting. As once again, this highlight reel is just a frag video for Zavi.
Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a highlight match for him. And we expected nothing less. But what impressed me more than Savvy's play was the coordination that Bren brought. How many perfectly timed retakes and executions they bring to the table. The staggered C hit, where they utilize the gravity, the cosmic divide, and then slowed it down, and then used the Hunter Sphere, Rolling Thunder rather, to make a re-entry. It was just beautiful. Perfectly done from Bren Esports to show us not just that they have the mechanical ability, but the tactical finesse.
Finesse, that is the word, because we saw Savvy do all that crazy stuff and the rest of the team basically had so many highlights. But you know what we never saw? An overextension from Bren. We never saw too many heat checks. Everybody stayed in their spots and succeeded, and that is something to behold for a relatively young team.
Absolutely. Well, we'll talk about this a little bit more when we come back from this break. We got to take a breather, but when we come back, game number 2, will Action PH come back or will it be Bren all the way? We'll find out, so don't go anywhere.
flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna
An absolutely stunning game number 1 coming out into a Bren victory with EJ playing everybody like a fiddle. Just masterful. We highlighted this, this 1v1. We highlighted this, the head-to-head at the very beginning of the series. But who would have known that it would come down to the wire just like that? And if you're just joining us, I'm Illustrato. This is Raf, my partner here today in this very last series. Man, what a series we just had. What a game we just had. And we've got potentially 2 more.
Oh man, sometimes it's just one of those things where like, Raf, welcome to VCT. This is the type of matches you are going to witness, you are going to think about all night long when you're asleep. And again, we still have potentially 2 matches, but one thing that we have to point out, Ilu, that was the pick from Action PH, and the 83% win rate did not shake up Bren at all. Bren's like, yeah, that's okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, and you mentioned a great point there, Raf. 83% win rate, now going down a little bit lower than that, bringing their losses on that map to 3. And with that, they're in a little bit of hot water here because Bren, they play Icebox. They know how to play Icebox. They're very much comfortable on it. At the same time, obviously Action PH, they're no strangers to it either. But with the coordination, with just the timing and the level of coordination that you had in Bren, I don't think it's gonna go very nicely for the side of Action PH.
We did mention that we were expecting a 2-1, but this could potentially just seal the deal. As you mentioned, Bren has been absolutely stunning to look at. They've been so graceful in whatever they've been doing, whether it be retakes, just side takes. The trading is also very fine. And again, I would just want to highlight the discipline on these boys not to overplay their hands when they don't have to. Action PH, meanwhile, they've been showing up in the clutch. The clutches have been so flashy. They're really making it a point that we have so much fire in us yet. That was game 1. We have yet another map to play, and like I said, this day has been full of surprises.
So I do have to ask you now. So how's it going? How's your first day on VCT like?
I'm loving it, man. I was so nervous going into this, but they have opened my eyes. These matches, it's such a pleasure to talk about.
You kind of forget about everything else because of how good the matches are, and you're like, oh my god, this is insane. This is so much fun.
That's right. And look at this beautiful setup. You know, this is the first time in my life that I've been so happy to be in a dark alley. You know what I mean? It's like, oh boy.
Normally in the Philippines, you find yourself in a dark alley like this. You're kind of like, kind of want to get out of here, but this is, I want to stay here. I want to have a hip hop dance battle alongside, the agents that we're seeing.
Actually, guys, don't go into dark alleys, okay? This is just a PSA.
I'm sorry, this is bad advice.
Don't do it. This is one in a million, There's the signages. It's just so funny. But it is incredibly serious moving into our second map here. Icebox, like you mentioned. Do you have any expected agent picks? I'm pretty sure both these players are going to be rocking the Viper as she's become a staple of that map. Or maybe we'll see something crazy.
Yeah, maybe. I'm certain that we're going to be seeing the Bren Esports one of the classic lineups that we've been seeing from them a little earlier on. So Bren has a really high win rate on this map. They're very good on it. And on top of that, they do sometimes like to pick Chamber. But their classic lineup here on Icebox is the Jet, they have the Reyna, they do a Sage, a Viper, and a Sova. So pretty much meta composition, nothing a little bit too crazy. But they do pull out the Chamber, they do pull out the Breach every now and then. So I'm hoping that's what we see from them a little bit later on, because the Breach from Savvy today was just something else. It was out of this world. And if we see another glimpse of that Breach play again coming into Icebox, it might just be amazing. But we do have to go into a little bit of a break. I think we may be experiencing a little bit of an issue, so stay tuned. Keep your game hats on, because when we do return, it's going to be time for you to snack on all of these amazing games. So don't go anywhere.
Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your head.
And welcome back, guys. Game number 2 is 9. You're joining us, Illustrato and Ralph. We're going to be your casters here today. In game number 1 was just nothing short of phenomenal. Not just because of Savvy 8K, but due to each and every one of the Bren Esports absolutely shutting down Action PH. They made it interesting. A lot of highlight moments from Action PH as well. But it did come down to Bren Esports just showing that they have the finesse. And now we're going into their map pick Icebox, of which they have a fairly high win rate of 81%. Not 100% convinced this is going to go well for the side of Action PH.
I would have to agree with you, but since that's been the trend, right? Action PH, oh, we have an 83% win rate on this map. That's good. Maybe it's going to happen to Brand, who knows, right? But again, what a statement though to finish that game in that fashion. Again, we've been talking about Xavi so much, but with that B-hop into the smoke, skibbity boop, welcome to the loop. That is VCT. Xavi seems to be incredibly comfy, and maybe potentially that is going to be the same thing, but maybe Action PH has found a second win this time around, a little more chilly in Icebox.
Yeah, we're hoping. Let's take a look at what we are going to see in terms of agent select. We're going into Icebox as game number 2. Could this be the one that takes us into a Bren? Bren moving up into the, moving ahead? Or will this be Action PH getting knocked down a peg? It's looking very likely that Bren will take this 2-0. But never really know. Let's take a look at the lineup. And this is exactly what we expected from... I said this a little bit earlier on. This is the Bren lineup that they always, most of the time, will run. The Sage, the Viper, the Jet, the double duelist, and at the same time, the Initiator. Very much clear-cut. And know exactly what they're going to be doing. Where I'm going to be personally, Raph, looking at the guys from Bren to show us very coordinated hits, very strong tactical team play. And that's what I'm looking forward for Bren.
Exactly, and Action PH though, picking that Killjoy up, maybe that's a sign that they want to take this a little slower because, like, again, they are running a single duelist. Although Jet can create so much space, there's not really another agent that can quickly follow up on her. Granted, we have a Sage, a Viper, not really the most mobile of agents.
I'm hoping that we're unfortunately still not going to get to see the Chamber just yet. But hoping in due time we will see it emerge a little bit more, because some of these teams, especially Bren, they picked it like once, I think. I'm not 100% sure which tournament they did play it in, but they did play it. Well, now we're going into Icebox. Any expectations from you this time, Raph, as we go into Icebox?
I'm looking at what Action PH wants to do with this setup. Obviously, they want to do a lot of once again, slower play here. Icebox will allow it. But, man, Bren having that Reyna is a telltale sign that they are feeling it today. If the first game wasn't an indicator enough, this is probably the nail in that coffin to really, hey, man, we're here. We're going to show up. You better buckle down.
Yeah, Bren have been playing just so impressively. Hold on. I just love this shot. That was a really cool shot, dude.
That's crazy.
That was pretty badass.
Again, guys, we apologize for being such fans of really everything on the screen. Look at that, guys. How can you not be in awe of what's happening in front of you?
It says now showing, but there's a movie poster there, and I can't read it. I want to get a better look at it later on.
Oh, is that the Brimstone one? It is the Brimstone one.
Is it?
I can't really see it at the moment, but anyway, I think we are kind of getting sidetracked here.
Oh, you're right. It's Brim.
Yeah, it is Brimstone. I think it's talking about birds. I don't think I can read that out loud. Brimstone has a pet bird. I love that
Ba't mo
lore.
linabas Odin mo? I just read that. So that's what chat was talking about a little bit earlier on. Okay.
Oh god.
Ali
Okay.
Neon, Sari Saris. Oh my god, this is just this warms my heart, dude. Like it warms my heart.
It absolutely does.
But
we have
Before
warm
we
hearts.
gush a little bit further than Rasor, I'll cut you off right there. Let's go straight into Icebox and find out whether we're going to game number 3 or will Bren start to run away with it. For those of you who are just joining us and just tuning in, this is game number 2 of the series. And you're joining Estrado and Raf as your casters. As Georgie gets taken down. A little bit of an issue, I think, here with the... Yeah, we're getting that sorted out. Nice kill from Georgie, as he does take down Savvy, who was the bane of their existence in the previous game. Everybody else still around this B site.
That's right, Savvy, the Jabberwock. But it does look like the Vorpal Sword is in play. PJ finds Georgie. The trades are coming in, and Action PH. They are looking very, very strong, leaving Josh S to his own devices with nothing but a classic and just a little bit of utility to his name. Although they might circle in and close on this Viper. We'll potentially try and tame it. Not really too much to do or to go to for Josh S.
Okay, well, that recon pretty much just sealed the deal, gave up his position, and it's been a pretty decent pistol round here for Action PH. Good way to start, especially now that it's not on their map pick. They're going to need every single bit of advantage they can get.
Absolutely. And Action PH already making a good case of trying to steal Icebox away from Bren. But once again, guys, it's just the start of the game. It does look like they are going to buckle down and have a Bulldog. The Bulldog has been very, very popular as of late. I still remember hating on this gun so much because I just couldn't find the worth. But now it is definitely a beast in its own class.
Absolutely. Especially on maps like Icebox, it is pretty worth it to pick up the Bulldog fairly early on because you do have a rifle, even if you carry it on over to the next round and don't have a Vandal. It's still very much lethal over a Spectre. You do want to have that added range when it comes down to it. Full pistols. Bren's side, he's able to take down Savvy 8K and Eman with a quick double.
One enemy
Getting
remaining.
a little bit closer to having the res, and that is a flawless round from Action PH. They're definitely going to be happy about that. They don't lose the Bulldog, and you got Tesseract, who now is able to buy a Vandal because of the fact that he did just save a pistol in the last one. So it's looking like a decent buy actually, because there are still 2 rifles on this bonus round here.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Bren's objective there was just to try and get as much resources as they can, get that spike down, but not even that was given to them. As Action PH, they look to create some sort of vice grip towards Bren. Although this could be a potentially different story, as the wall is going to get set up towards A, and the speed. Chow. Bren going in fast, hitting the site as quickly as they can. That slow orb is going to push them away just a tiny bit. Georgie's looking to make quick work of anybody peeking him from belt, as Eman, that Bulldog, has found yet another target in Josh S. That's going to be a lot of vision blocking removed from the equation on Bren's side.
And that's one reason you want to get that Bulldog earlier on here. Moski is able to get one. EJ responds. Still a 3v4 though. Spike goes down. Does get planted now. That's going to be the retake. Action PH, can they make this retake happen? They have found 1 kill. Still a couple more to find. The blind does come through that identifies at least where 1 is. EJ wins his
one. Enemy
Eman trying to creep up close, is able to land a good shot. They must know where Savvy is. But Savvy couldn't line them up. He gets 1, but that's all. Eman bites back with a triple kill. And with this defuse, he's gonna have his ulti. He's res up in the very next round.
That has absolutely have all the benefits for Action PH. They went on a bonus, they wipe out all the rifles, they even get a free upgrade for one of their surviving members. Bren has to kind of hold on, buckle down, because historically speaking, this has been an attacker-sided map.
Absolutely, and you know, when it's an attacking-sided map, you want to make sure you have all the weaponry. You want to be able to have rifles in your hands almost always because of how big the map is. Otherwise, you'll be starved out by the defending side. Now, a little bit of an interesting buy here as Savvy does go for the Guardian. Still very much viable, especially on a map like this one, if you can land the taps, and certainly he has been. They're working their way towards that B site. The orb will be collected as the Blade Storm now available for play, as EJ could be looking to be the one who takes down the members of Bren Esports with it. So still a decent amount of firepower on the Bren side.
Absolutely decent firepower here. Zavio only needs one shot to really pop off here. Potentially do something that actually Case did, light a fire in his teammates. And wow, right on cue as he finds RU, Zero will find Josh S on that trade. But this B side could potentially fall in Bren's hands already, as Hot Sauce is here to get that spike down. A lot of the side has been taken care of, but Action PH are very, very happy to retake this as Georgie is going crazy. Zero is chiming in as well. The last member is Zavi, but no, they get cleaned up. And Icebox is looking awfully cold for Bren.
Well, it's a well-timed flank from Georgie. He manages to find a double off the back of that updraft play towards that B garage. And on the front, now you have somebody else working. You got Tesseract, aka Zero. Really good stuff from him. Ciro Deathyo. I wonder how recently he changed his name, because I'm pretty sure that's still... Because he's still listed as Tesseract.
Tesseract is such a cool name, by the way. Like,
it is.
You know, it's Tesseract. It has some science and stuff. But, oh dear, Bren, they have to figure something out here. Otherwise, this could fall apart. We know the struggles of Icebox and how unforgiving it is as a map that you're trying to come back on. Does look like Bren are going to go for a split this time around. Maybe a little more presence towards mid. They do pop that default smoke, but no crazy reaction on the side of Action PH just yet.
Yeah, nothing too insane, but they do have a player pushed up here for the side of Action PH. Look how Georgie has gotten so far. Hunter's Fury not going to hit his intended target. Okay, but here comes the push right behind it. Georgie able to find Hot Sauce. That's a spike down. So far up has Georgie pushed. Not afraid to take these duels. And he might try to challenge for the spike even more because the backup is coming. Zero Deathyo right behind him. And it's going to be Sabi to actually prevail up against him. So 3v3, and we're still towards the spawn. They are fighting in very dangerous, precarious territory here. As it's now brought to a 3v3. The site now finally available for the take.
Bren is doing the opposite of what they did in the previous round. That was really the key to their success. They were shutting out so much of the map away from Action PH, and it seems that Action PH has figured this out. They're sending Georgie to do whatever Georgie does. Savvy will find Modeski and will find the first round to their name. Potentially this could be a streak for Bren, but Action PH, they have all the money and all the resource in the world to shut this down.
Absolutely great, great flash from Savvy there, playing on the Reyna. Just goes to show that he's feeling it today, man. Like you pointed this out a little bit before the pre-game, and with Action PH just losing that one, this is a little bit more of a chance for Bren to get back into the game itself. This is, again, I'll remind you, this is their map pick, and so Bren will definitely want to come out ahead. Excuse me, words are hard. Come out ahead.
Words are
in
hard.
This map.
I have to agree with you that words are probably one of the most difficult things to really get your head around. As Bren, they have slowed it down. I think they've read the aggression from Action PH here, but it doesn't look like Georgie is ready to give this up yet. Not a lot of spaces where he can dash away to. If this rifle lands true, oh boy, he could be in a world of trouble. The attention has been taken away by EJ. EJ even finds RU. And that was not what they had planned. And Bren, they've taken a good chunk of the site already. And RU not having the Viper Spit, not having all that utility, is definitely going to hurt Action PH on this retake. But you know what? Bren sets their sight somewhere else. As Zavi, he gets a freebie on Georgie.
That was an operator that he just took down. Yeah, just savvy things, man.
Just savvy things. I mean, it's so hard to deny what he's capable of, and we've been championing this man for honestly the entire series, and he's making such a great case for it. Not to discredit everyone else on the server, as they've been absolutely showing up. Bren, though, they do have the site. They don't even expend any utility. They still have the Sage Wall. They still have the slow orbs. They still have everything they need. But Modeski
And Josh S has managed to get himself on a brilliant flank here, but will the timing go in his favor? He might just miss the timing window. In fact, I think he will. Nobody's really coming through there. He's standing still, but now he's finally managed to make a move. Savvy goes down. Spike, he's being diffused. Are they just gonna stick it? They're gonna stick it. It's free.
The wall, it worked against Bren. They do clean up on the exits, but I'm afraid that's not enough. The economy on Action PH is still very, very formidable. They can still buy up. And those rounds, man, they're getting harder to come by. This is looking like the mighty drought of Ireland from 1805 for Bren.
I'm not gonna make a potato joke. I'm just not.
Just don't do it.
As we all know, I'm the biggest potato here because of my aim. So
that's a cap.
Yeah.
You're not a potato, sir. As the rest of the boys are gearing up for whatever action may come towards really any of them. Georgie, still not giving up all these advanced positions. Will use the knives, and look, Motski is the one to pay for it. They do throw out the snake bite, but Kira's there. Nothing has been found, and Bren, they operate with a bit of an advantage.
They do, and they have quite a bit to go off of. But Action PH managed to silence Savvy. Yet again, the res comes in, valuable target. They definitely want to keep him alive. Snakebite will not deter them. Just misses actually. And the Viper's Pit can give them a little bit more real estate, but somehow Action PH is still finding the kill. That's the Viper's Pit gone and wasted. They have nothing on the top of this 2v2 right now. And this is very much so possible. Good recon to identify where one is, but they get it as the Viper's Pit comes up. 1v2 right now. Aryu pushes out of his own smoke, and that's going to be the demise. That Viper finds his third. Bren have managed to find the second round.
And we might actually potentially see a swing of rounds here towards Bren because the economy is not looking too great on the side of Action PH. They will have one rifle without question, although that's about the only thing they're going to have here. Motski is going to half up on the armor, maybe intending to get a sheriff on the board for himself. Just try to do as much economic damage. Instead opts for the Marshal here. Bren looks to be poised for taking another round. They are playing fast and they are taking no quarter. They will get slowed by a tiny bit by the slow orb here, but oh, those rifles there looking mean.
Well, shots coming in through. Evan, Georgie, and Tesseract removed. 3 people gone in the blink of an eye. It's looking like a Bren round. Whoa, a little bit of double tap there. Maybe the frustration now starting to show from Bren. Because we know when you light fire under Bren, they just don't stop. This could be the moment that Bren starts making the comeback. What a great round from them. Very much cleanly done.
That's right. As we know Bren, they are very, very smooth operators here. Like Action PH might have to readjust once more. I love how Zabi's not careful. He might turn into a zombie. And the gun advantage was just a little too much for Action PH to handle. We are finally going to have an equal round here with full utility on both sides. It does look like the mid is the agenda for Bren, as EJ is going to take the top of 2, pushing Zero back into kitchen. That turret is going to provide him a little bit of space, but Motski finds the timing of his life. But where's the bullet? It hits him finally, and that's 2 members of Bren falling. Now 3. Georgie unleashed. He is failing it. But Hot Sauce is trying to hold on. And the round just goes like that. It's done.
It's a great attempt, but you know, those mid plays there, you know, that whole, you know, paper wreck style rush strat towards B, it's good. It was a good idea to like throw it in every now and then, but you know, at this point a lot of teams know how to read it, a lot of teams know how to defend against it, and that's exactly what you just saw. Action PH there, they were completely ready, and I think Bren have to go back to what makes them such a good team. Go back to what makes them strong. You know, play that slow, steady tactical approach. Find that, you know, get that utility down. Find themselves in the best positions. Because right now, it's not looking like the case because they have just lost their controller very early on in the game. In the round, rather.
Remember, guys, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. As Xavi 8K is going to equalize it just by a tiny bit. No controllers on both these sides. But Georgie, he is the one to give Xavi a run for his money here as he's been absolutely popping off. 3v4 and still quite a number of tools in the back. But he doesn't even need to see him. Come on, Georgie, that's not fair. But Hot Sauce, he's absolutely searing. He gets the ref. The bait is there, but Motzki, he's too sharp.
Is this
I love the try. Good try right there from Hot Sauce. Double tap leading into the bait. Bait and switch peek. Could have done it, but will not be fooled right there. As it was a great hold. Motzki held defiant. See a little bit of a replay, a little bit of a look at what you just saw. Man, Georgie, that's just pure muscle memory. He doesn't even need to see the head. He knows where it is.
One enemy remaining.
Right, and that was honestly such a wonderful try here. Unfortunately for Bren, that is going to be a very, very important tool that they could have utilized in their slow playstyle, you know, or a moderately slow playstyle where they just do it surgically. It seems that there might be a little bit of a loss of identity here, Ilu.
It does, and it's a good time for Bren to take this timeout. They are sort of struggling. I'm seeing a little bit of missed timing with the utility, like with Savvy 8K going in. I thought the recon was for him, so I'm wondering where the information is coming from to help him get those entries.
Yeah, missed timing is very, very dangerous as a tool because you know they are there. You just have to get those notes right. It's just like playing an instrument. You could be playing it, but if you're not playing it appropriately well, it's not going to sound like the same song. And Bren, that seems to be the case for them now as they gear up for yet another default here. Action PH have no qualms of holding the same spots as they did. And Bren, they've even given up a little bit of pressure towards B Long here. They are going to have a little bit more attention towards as that wall is going to go down. Hopefully this might pull Action PH, but it doesn't seem that way.
Not apparently, no. So quick on the destruction of that recon. Knows exactly where it's going to land. And that's just going to limit the amount of space that Bren can take. It's going to slow them down a little bit longer. And on the other side, look at how Georgie has positioned himself. He's managed to sneak himself all the way towards the spawn, towards lower mid. And he's going to get back up in the form of Modzki. Everything just coming grinding to a halt right now.
And this could potentially be a round for Bren because this is their comfort zone. This is the reason why they took map 1 so convincingly. And again, it just begs the question, why did they take so many rounds? I'm not saying Bren could potentially be upset about what happened in the early rounds, but given they're a fairly young team, maybe that could be setting in, you know. You really need that veterans guidance and that fortitude, as most of the map still hasn't been scanned by Bren. They do look like they are very, very interested towards A, and you can see Action PH already rotating in, perfectly timed as well.
Definitely, they're going to take the site. Going to be, I think, free for the most part. But Hunter's Fury is going to come in as well as the lockdown. So, okay, are you through the smoke, manages to line up, finds 3, finally traded off, but Savvy, he's brought it to a 2v2, and it's possible for him to come in there, but now Motzki's gone. And now he's in a lot of trouble. Savvy up against Georgie. Emma rather takes him down. Motzki right behind him. A little bit of a tactical bag. Go alongside.
Nah, man, since Reyna can E out, maybe the body was gonna E out.
Last
and
round
he's just
before the
making
switch.
sure that spike is gonna detonate. That's what the extra heat is for. Again, guys, there's science behind everything. And right now, Bren is still hitting the lab, still looking for that formula, still looking for that potion to melt Action PH's defense here, which is made even more worrying that Georgie has found access to this operator.
Well, the operator does finally come, and what we are seeing, just crazy turn of events, man. Action PH, they're looking so much more comfortable now that they're on a different on the opponent's map pick. But EJ, good way to open up this game, this round rather. He finds that pick off, brings us to that 4v5. Game side definitely in contention. EJ spraying through after he did see it up close and working around the back. Ooh, lines up the shot, Motzki going down. Dash out prevents the other kill from Georgie. Georgie finds 1, and that's gonna be EJ removed. Josh S takes down his counterpart, RU. Now it's 2v4. Bren still looking good. Could bring us to a 2v4. Could bring us to an 8-4. And Savvy, I think he's done it. It's all up to Georgie. Nothing doing because Savvy done it. Brought us to an 8-4. And this is, I'd say, still a very decent halftime score here, Raf.
Absolutely. Action PH, though, they have looked impressive. But again, this is where we ask the same question we asked on the panel. Do they have the patience, or rather the, how to put this? The rationing for keeping that momentum, that fire that's been honestly been burning them out when they heat up too much. Can they conserve that? Can they distribute that properly? We'll find out in this second half.
Indeed. And it is going to be another one of those games where, you know, I think it's going to be a toss-up because you asked me, we talked about this a little bit earlier on before the game started. We're like, this has got to be a clear-cut Bren win. They're very tactical, they're very coordinated, they know how to handle maps like Icebox, but it seems like Action PH is time and time again getting the better of them with their non-stop aggressive play, because Icebox is a map where you can play aggressive and get away with it for the most part. So this map decision maybe not really 100% working out for Bren for now. There is still a lot of time in the second half, however, to make this comeback, but I do think they need the pistol.
They absolutely do. If they let Action PH hit double digits before they can hit 7, it's going to be a problem. As Xavi 8K, they understand, or rather he understands the urgency of this situation, finds Tesseract and eliminates him from contention. They are very, very low. They have to make a choice here who to heal. And it's going to be Xavi here. Just gets that extra survivability. Emma does get the plant here. Fairly uncontested, but Georgie doesn't dash out. I thought Xavi might have had a beat on him. But that was not the case. No, absolutely. That was the case. And Xavi. So ballsy. Oh my lord.
Yeah, a little bit too quick on those taps to be able to get that accuracy. But Brain Freeze is able to find Modski. Now they know where Aryu is up from above. It's Brain Freeze who finds another one, but time is ticking as Emon finds Hot Sauce, and Brain Freeze closes out the round. Bren have managed to escape, losing the pistol round and avoid the double digits from Action PH.
Absolutely, and Bren, they are looking very, very good here. Action PH, like I mentioned, with this Killjoy, this is going to slow down their offense quite a bit, although it is going to give them a little bit of extra security for those flanks. Honestly, Bren hasn't been really showing. And this was a bit of a scuffle here, but Brain Freeze, true to his name, is ice cold.
Well, on Icebox, it has been a tale of really going back and forth, these two teams. Just when you think Bren's starting to slow down, like they're kind of out of the picture, suddenly a heroic play, and maybe another moment that will emblazon the rest of the team is just what we're waiting for. But EJ right below him, little does he know, there are already people gathering right underneath here. Savvy can't get away, it's Georgie who punishes, and that's already a double. Great entry from Georgie. As we are brought to a 3v3 still. A weapon advantage for the side of Bren Esports. But look at this, they're upgrading. It's a free Bulldog on the other side.
That it is, but still we have Tesseract and RU. They are stuck on their classics. They did make a mad dash towards B, and maybe they are gonna hit Bren with a crossover that EJ so happily did in the previous match. It does look like it's succeeding, as Bren has been pulled towards B. Maybe this weapon advantage could be quelled by the advanced positioning that Action PH could potentially do. There's still 40 seconds left on the clock, so they are milking this as hard as they can. Maybe even finding a correct timing here. But what is that? Oh my goodness.
30 seconds left.
What? That could have went either way. But RU does pay the price. Georgie's still on a warpath here. He started with a pistol, now he has a Bulldog, and he's just wreaking havoc. 2v2. That's gonna be Georgie. He has really been a problem for the side of Bren right now. Brain Freeze, who was amazing last round.
Player standing.
He's gonna be, oh my god, for the ace right now. Georgie could go for the equal round ace. It's just been denied by Josh S, but he's given away his position. Low HP on Tesseract. Can he do it? Oh, and the side of his body was just enough. Misses the timing on that peak as Josh S manages to recover a very expensive round from Brennan. That is so cool.
It is so cool. It is black and red. And are we going to see? Yes, we are going to see a clutch brought to you by ROG, guys. Again, if you need that edge, that undeniable edge, you know what to do. You know who to call. As Bren has somewhat dulled the edge of Action PH here. The blades have somewhat evened out for both these teams as some of the heroes from the previous match have started putting their capes on the side of Bren.
Look at this. Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze. A little bit far back in terms of the KD, but we know that they're very much capable of winning those duels. Happy to play support for their team. But aggressive play so early on. Georgie punishes Savi here. They might not expect someone so close. EJ dashes out, but a stray bullet could do him in. Does not. Manages to get out. There's still another player to back up his teammate. EJ. Oh, he has no more dash.
Oh my goodness, that is so scary.
He's spreading the needle and he somehow gets away.
Oh god, the clench, you know what I mean? The tension.
Absolutely.
Just, but now we are gonna be taking a gander at A site as the rest of Action PH have laid claim to this front part of the site, but Maze hasn't been cleared up yet. Josh S could be a problem! He's an absolute problem! And he gets away! Oh my goodness, Josh S! What is that?
Josh S, insane reaction there with double the spray transfer and then getting the third kill from the zip line? How dare you?
Disgusting man. What is that?
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Oh my.
Somebody call the cops. That's a crime. That's a crime. It's nasty.
Oh. That was disgusting. That was just...
Any thought for an out exited my mind. Oh! But Georgie plants one in the mind of Zavi with these knives, and he gets another one on EJ. EJ, please. That was not something that Georgie was very happy about. Was to win the round for his team here with all this space, and Ryu's like, you know what? I got a sheriff. Let's chime in. Let's do it.
It's just a pistol round, but
Standing ahead.
Suddenly the pistol it's not looking very nice here for Bren, as they have taken 3 losses. They've lost 3 teammates already. Very much in danger territory of losing this. Just when you think they were starting to stabilize their economy, kind of starts to go awry from them. It's up to the 2 remaining players of Bren to sort of bring it back. Fortunately, Hot Sauce is able to sniff out at least one, but the rest of the members of Action PH have found their way towards the A side. Is completely vacant. So the spike plant should be, I'd say, free.
Absolutely, and Hot Sauce and Josh S, although they have those Vandals, what can they really do against this number advantage? As RU and Georgie have the same weapon in their hands and even superior positioning. But we've seen Bren do crazy things here. Hot Sauce nearly clutched it out early on. He spots the turret, sees that it doesn't see him, and he might use this tiny crack in Action PH's armor, but no, he exposes himself, narrowly finds a kill in Maze. Still a very dangerous slapper, but it's Motsky, like the Minotaur, denying any entrance of his zone.
Oh my god, just... If they were Minotaurs, then Bren Esports, they were definitely lost in the maze, because they looked utterly confused as to how to deal with those pistols. They were looking for kills a little bit, I'd say, too haphazardly. They availed their heads to offer them on a silver plate to Action PH. They were left a little bit humbled by this great stuff right now from Action PH, as they show that they are not done just yet. They could take us to a map number 3. They're only a few rounds away.
That's right, maybe the 2-1 is still very much possible here. Although this is a 2-round gap that could easily be closed out by Bren here. Action PH really not making it easy, as everybody has really woken up here. Everybody's contributing. This yellow position is going to be taken by, well, Bren, for all sorts of reasons, as Zavi is, or rather not Bren, Action PH, as Zavi is going to try and bunker down. Can't really break through all those sage walls here, as the barrier orb is not proved to be a problem. Georgie once again utilizing the high ground, giving enough space for Tesseract to take down Zavi. And that is going to be the beast dealt with once more. Action PH, they want to bring this in to a bigger lead, but Hot Sauce, absolutely hot, as I've mentioned, will try and equalize this. Throws down a barrier orb of his own. Josh S throwing out all the utility here. What's going on though? Time.
Oh, can they do it? The flank now coming in though, and they won't expect Mode Team to get one. Who'll get another? That's a double kill with a big flank, getting them double digits, and availing himself of an ultimate. Great player right there from Modeski. Perfectly times the retake onto Bren. Bren stalling out a little bit too long, and they paid the price for it. 3 rounds away. Action PH, they're this much closer to taking us to game 3.
Ooh, and Bren, they have to suffer the consequences of a fairly weak economy at the moment. A little bit of a crash in the market. But it does look like they are looking to handle this as well as they can. Maybe potentially a burst towards A, no two ways about it. They are just going to jump here. Or rather, Action PH is going to jump towards A here. Getting a little confused there, folks.
You should run.
Once again, the weapon advantage could be too much to handle for Bren.
Absolutely. Well, time does start to dwindle on this attacker Killjoy. Josh S lingering a little longer than he needed to, and that nets him a kill, but only one. Still made this a little bit expensive on the sequel round, and they do force out a little bit of utility. So it's not all completely forlorn, as Spike will go down. There's still 2 players standing here for the side of Bren. And this will most certainly go to an 11-7.
One enemy
no matter how much damage Bren can do. Never mind. They're dead.
Never mind. Georgie is the insurance that Action PH has thoroughly invested in at the moment. 23 frags his name, and Modeski with an impressive 16 and 9. As Bren, oh dear, the sun is searing. There are no clouds apparently to keep, or rather there is not enough heat to stop this from Bren thawing over. They seem to be ice cold.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're in it. It's not as crisp as they were on Haven. It's not as tactically sound, nor is the utility as well timed. There's just a lot of, I think, odd bits and pieces that are sticking out here and there. It doesn't feel like they're as cohesive as they were. But Savvy is able to get 1, gets 2, Res comes in, punish. Finally does come in. Brain freeze for the trade, but traded out himself. 3v2. The aggression doesn't work for Bren. They're brought down to a 3v2 yet again. Bren tried to change things up. Once more, they came out on the short end of the stick.
It is a 2v3 situation here, but most of the attention is going to go to Screens and Heaven here. Hot Sauce can't really find any meaningful information looking towards Maze, but he might find a frag here. No, Emin with a beautiful adjustment, denying his Sage counterpart of anything here. Modeski, he is going to be very, very responsible of keeping Josh S away from this. We've seen what this man can do, but if he can do it again is a big, big question mark, because this time around, Action PH has the positional advantage, but doesn't matter. He finds 1, he finds a 2nd, can't find a 3rd. It's again, the original proves to be better than the sequel. And Emin says, nope, no more. Please, sir, stop.
Just like the Matrix trilogy, should have stopped at 2, but it is what it is. Really should have stopped at 1, but couldn't get a 3rd kill. Nice attempt. And Action PH find themselves on match point. Bren trying to scrap together a buy, not exactly a lot in the bank for them right now. It was a good endeavor, however, as we saw a couple of Josh S just couldn't get into cover quick enough to adjust for that one. So it's Georgie. Oh my god, he is just a man possessed. Warpath straight down towards mid. That's a long-range kill all the way towards top mid there, towards Boiler. And now Kitchen completely open, ripe for the taking. The response of Brent down towards Garage. The res does come through. What can they do off the top of this? They don't have a lot of utility, so they need everybody that they can muster. Hot Sauce will look to check it. He gets punished. And that's going to be Sage gone. Removed. Georgie has managed to find him. And it's 5v4 with Bren on the ropes here. Arya looks to knock them out.
Oh, Josh S showing signs of life for Bren, but the map control, the way Action PH has been navigating this, they have been absolutely bamboozling Bren. That is yet another kill. because of superior positioning. But Brain Freeze, once again, is refusing to let this round slip away from them. Not the healthiest at the moment, but Tesseract eliminates his Josh S. Brain Freeze, you have 5 HP. If you could clutch this out, this is the clutch of your career. But
Attackers
that is
win.
not meant to be as Action PH. They deny, yet again, a chance at pushing it to overtime.
Wow, that was a little bit of a trip of a game here, but I do think it's a little bit of a breath of relief of the side of Action PH. They do take a win. And unfortunately for the side of Bren, with what momentum they had in game number 1, they could not carry over. So now both teams have stolen away a map from each other, as now we are going towards game 3. The first game 3 of the day, Raf, and we have the honor of being able to cast it.
The first game 3 of VCT, or at least VCTPH. And yes, thank you very much for pointing that out, as we do. Or at least we are very, very blessed here, as Georgie really made up for whatever happened in the first game. 410 combat score. Come on, man.
2 games in a row,
shy of
we see
30 bomb
410, 400 plus combat score. This is really the, the highlight, the showdown that we have been waiting for. Georgie versus Savvy and EJ versus Eman. It's really been, something special.
That's right. And I'm not honestly thinking about, well, before that, it does look like Action PH has all the bases covered here. Every single stat they dominated in very, very convincing fashion. But just talking about the third map, as we look at these highlights, again, one super filled with them. But I'm thinking about Ascent. Bren has been somewhat shaky on this. Do you think that maybe once again I'll take an L on this prediction?
Okay, look, let's put it like this. Bren aren't very convincing either, but it is one of their most played maps, Ascent. Bren have a 62 win rate on it, 62% win rate on it. They played it they've won 23 times, they've lost 14. So it's not exactly the best. But at the same time, if they can channel that coordination that they brought in game number 1, how tactically sound, how tactically perfect they were in game number 1, then I think they might be taking a win. But if they play a little bit discombobulated like how they did in Icebox, then there's a very, very good chance Action PH comes out on top.
That is the greatest strategy known to man. Again, formulated by the greatest detective of literature. Discombobulate. Repeatedly, by the way. Repeatedly discombobulate. But oh boy, again, it is yet another toss-up. This is truly a map 3 in the sense that, honestly, we don't really have an idea who's going to come out on top or what they're going to bring to the table.
Well, it's only a matter of time before we find out. But yeah, you have just seen game number 2. We will be going to game number 3. The day has not just ended, because we are going into the very last game. It's going to be Bren, or it actually could go the other way and, well, surprise us all, because none of us really predicted this. We'll find out how this goes after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Heart turn cold, lost control, looking at this beautiful. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands.
Here we are for game number 3 as Action PH manages to take a win on the map pick of none other than Bren Esports. So going to be going into Ascent, and that's definitely going to be a little bit interesting here. Not exactly the biggest of win rates for Bren Esports, even though it is one of their most played maps. So Raf, I do think we're going to be in for a little bit of a surprise. It's going to be a wild card kind of match, and it's hard to say what we can expect from this last one.
Yeah, again, that's just another highlight. It seems that Georgie is online, and again, he's been stepping it up. I have to say, Xavi has kind of cooled down just a tiny bit, but maybe this is the gap that he needs to kind of rejuvenate, recharge, and get back in his comfort zone. If Georgie and the rest of the boys can keep up this momentum, as we mentioned, this could potentially be super, super dangerous for Bren.
Absolutely. Fortunately, it's not knockout territory. We do still have another chance for these teams to get back into the picture if they do get if they do take a loss on their first series, but they definitely do not want to be taking the loss now. We're going to be going into the last game. What are your thoughts? Any predictions before we get into it?
That's 62%. Again, I am a man of numbers. I am a man of data, but we cannot deny the heart of the game. And sometimes that just happens. Both maps were supposedly the strong maps for the respective pickers. Both map 1 and map 2, which was Icebox and Haven respectively. And it just kind of flipped itself over. But now we are on Ascent, who is, or rather, truly no man's land at the moment. But I will stick with my guns. I will stick with Bren taking it home today.
Okay, well, this is going to be a tough one. I think after what I've seen, I'm going to have to, I hate to do it, but I think I'm going to agree with you. I still think Bren are going to take this one. Our predictions were initially 2-1 at the very beginning of the series. And I think a lot of the panel, we were a lot of the panel actually. Even, sorry, I meant to say, even Nomad agreed with us on it. I think I'm going to stick to it as well. On Ascent, even though it's not their best map, I'd say they have a little bit of the edge over Action PH.
Which, honestly, another thing that surprised me in the previous map is that it was actually Action PH with a slower comp. And it grinded down Bren with the traditional double duelist, which maybe is falling out of style. A lot of people have been saying that the Initiator is the new second duelist role. But maybe this could be the decider for the team. So maybe we do need a double duelist setup. Maybe that could be the case.
Absolutely. Double duelist, it didn't really work out for Bren in Icebox. I do feel like they were missing a lot of the information. It seemed to me that the combination, and I get why they do it a lot in like other regions, but I think there was a little bit of redundancy that I saw in terms of entering onto those sites. Maybe a little bit more support for Savvy to get into those sites, a little bit more like recon information, because a lot of the times he was going in blind, unfortunately winning those duels, but it didn't play out. It didn't work out for them in the end. I'm hoping we see a little bit more of a conservative lineup from the side of Bren, because that really suits their playstyle when they go for those double initiators, when they go for those maybe even double controllers.
Yeah, it really is a game of attrition, the sustainability of what they want to do, because again, as fun as the highlights are, when you just kind of get into the site and smash everybody to bits, it really is not the most reliable strat, especially at the highest level of play. And that's just been proven time and time again. As you mentioned, I can't help but agree again that they really need all that info gathering that was really winning them rounds. We saw so much utility damage. That breach was doing wonders in tandem with the with Brain Freeze's Sova, so on and so forth. And again, it just begs the question, why didn't they do that again in Icebox?
Yeah, well, we're just waiting for the teams to get ready. Pardon us, ladies and gents. Apparently, we're having a little bit of an issue, but we're going to get into game number 3 in just now, because we're going to Agent Select right now.
Oh boy, this could be an interesting set of agents that we might see, as they are going to pop up onto screen. As of the moment, we have Xavi returning to that breach, possibly. I like it a lot. I think they heard us. They're like, you know what, maybe they're right. Maybe we need to stick to our money makers here. And we see Georgie still not swapping off that jet. No real reason to. But is this a mirror matchup? Oh no, the only difference is Xavi is on the breach instead of M and Sage.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much very very much clear cut, very straightforward here as we do get ready for game number 3, and it is. I wouldn't worry, by the way. I'm getting people asking me whether the teams that lost still have a chance, and the answer is yes, because this is double elimination. They still have a chance to come back and maybe even win the tournament.
That's right. And just a little bit of a reminder, guys. Sometimes you get everybody can be super hard on the teams that they're very emotionally invested in. Do understand that these are still players. They will undergo so much mental stress playing in the game itself. They don't have to have more stress added on top of that. So that being said, Ascent. Oh boy. I am very excited for this one.
Yeah, me too, man. Like, we've been waiting for this to kick off for a minute now, but here we are finding ourselves in Ascent. And as we take a little bit of a look at what we are expecting in this map, let's go straight into it. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm Illustrato, and this is Ref. We're casters here today, and this is the map that everyone in the Philippines knows how to play, Ascent.
This could also be another, it'd probably be very similar to Haven, where Bren could potentially just leave mid, play that retake style, and bunker down on the sites. Action PH would potentially take mid instead, and maybe anchor their offense from there. But who knows? We'll just have to find out as Zambi will actually flash in. EJ finds George. He is tired of all that early aggression, and what a flick. Unfortunately for EJ, he can't find the mark, but Hot Sauce will finding Modski. Zero will find the first frag on his team, and it's gonna be yet another mirror image battle. Eman finds Zavi. How did he get there?
That was a quick start, as already we've seen 2 players from Bren being dropped out of the picture. Still a 3-on-3. Could be a win for either team here on this pistol. But Bren, they would really like a win at this point, especially after taking a loss on their own map pick.
Maybe this begs the question too, is this where the mental fortitude comes in? Because
they wall off A main.
Interesting choice here. We do get that spike down. It is going to be fairly uncontested. Oh man, Hot Sauce was the key to success there, but was easily snuffed out by Tesseract. EJ though will get a trade, but with 20 health, he has to be absolutely precise with a very healthy Eman and Ryu on the bastion of defense on this retake. Now Josh S getting reduced very slightly here. The Ghost can be very dangerous if it lands, as Ryu proves it. 1v2 situation, not looking too good. Ryu cleans up.
Yeah, Ryu definitely doing well. And once again, it's Action PH to lead the charge. One of the things that really Action PH is known for is starting strong. And so taking the pistol round like this, it gives them a lot better chance at taking the map itself, because even if they do lose a couple of rounds, they still build a little bit more of a buffer to be able to bring themselves across that finish line.
And we see yet another take on mid here. It does look like Action PH, they've somewhat dialed it down, going for the off timing instead, as EJ is going to be a little more passive himself, waiting for that smoke to dissipate. And Modski and Eman, they are ready to do some damage here towards short, as Josh S has been spotted in the corner. He runs out, gets gunned down. Interesting decision there, as they find 2 players for their troubles. Action PH looking strong, as Hot Sauce will enforce the law on Georgie.
They have lost 1 player, and Modski's pretty low here. But running through that glass, very much in style of Action stars that they are. Get another kill here.
One enemy
pretty low, and I think the recon dart does land on him squarely, and that allows Emma to actually get the kill. It was a wall bang too. It's only Hot Sauce that does remain. He has a Spectre though, so could do some economic damage.
Fates have decided that Brain Freeze shall not live because of that recon dart, as Tesseract finds Hot Sauce. And Action PH will take a lead going into the first gun round of our game here. Bren's defense, surprisingly, a little shaky at the moment. Maybe something is going on with her stamina, because admittedly it has been a pretty long series.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me, absolutely. Yeah, and it's clearly taking a toll on me as well.
On all of us. Oh,
It
dear.
has been a long day, but we are getting to the finish line as only 2 rounds has Action PH now playing.
Indeed they have, and this site is right for the taking here as Georgie finds Josh S with the Spectre Supremacy. And
Spike
what is
down
that?
A.
Savvy and EJ duo. They find 2 for their troubles, but they can't really
Spike
stop
planted.
this spike down. All they have to do is kind of buckle down as of the moment. The smoke dissipates, potentially untimely here. Ooh, that is a nasty shock dart. That was felt from a mile away. 3v4, as the numbers have been reduced once more in this round.
One player, and that's Modzki, and he's not going to survive for very long. It's a good anti-bonus to the side of Bren. They get themselves the first round on the board. That's going to be Bren taking it. And just when they need it the most, they make sure that things don't get too scary, doesn't slip away. Now is really their chance to start building up that economy, building up that momentum and the confidence that they had in game number 1.
Confidence indeed, as we might touch on the topic of playing ahead is also a skill, because people can easily get complacent. I'm not saying that Bren has done that. It's just something that people don't really take into account for. People are like, oh yeah, you know, we're ahead, we can maybe relax a bit. That's why there's a 9-3 curse. That's why curses like that exist. People just kind of lax up here, but Bren, they're doing their very best to keep this a very, very close game. A lot of utility has been expended, and potentially we could find a kill here as EJ backs away. Georgie has already taken considerable space towards mid as well.
Yeah, mid wide open. Morty really gonna contest it tooth and nail. Does force a couple players to play on site, and there still is Savvy just waiting around, making sure that nobody walks through and gets towards spawn. So at least a little bit of map control is what they do have. And they've cheated another player towards that area though, and they do find Eman. Free fire from Savvy. And they actually do a little bit of damage onto Georgie now. This is the lockdown for both teams. And they're both scrambled to figure out where they're going to go after this.
The forbidden Venn diagram, and it does look like Xavi might have a bead on Georgie here as the heat continues to rise as both Killjoy ults. The lockdowns hasn't really found anybody here, but the guns, they will. Georgie could have a timing here, but Brain Freeze is wary. The hair on the back of his neck, they're standing. But once again, another uncontested plant. We've seen this a lot from Bren. They finally find the perpetrator, and it's Hot Sauce to find him. The Sentinel truly finding the flag. Brain Freeze finds 1. And it does look like this is a 2v1 situation for Modzki. Reduces it to 1v1. From heaven is Hot Sauce. Modzki, can he drag him to hell? Playing this as patient as he can. Maybe doing an EJ impression. There's okay. I know you're there. I know too, but Hot Sauce, he takes it.
Oh, Modzki peeking a little prematurely there. I'd say the nerves getting the better of him. And in this mirror 1v1, Hot Sauce does prevail. He lines up the shot and he gets Bren another round, shutting down Action PH's economy. They're gonna have to save for this one. Take a look at that. It's a great flash, but Modzki is able to win anyway. Unfortunately, does peak a little bit too aggressive. Your wide swing's a little too much.
You know what's crazy? It's only round 5. It does not feel like it's only round 5. Once again, so reminiscent of the first game, but this time around a lot grittier, a lot slower, and it feels a lot more unforgiving as that is gonna hit everybody and the kitchen sink. Fortunately for Action PH, nobody was there to follow up on any of that. They do come out unscathed. That is going to be Georgie, though, revealed. Doesn't really care. Yeah, I'm here, so.
They are going to be trying to retreat after claiming that orb. So, okay. A little bit of damage done here onto Brain Freeze.
Ooh, that is nasty. Brain Freeze getting pelted by everybody from Action PH here. And it does look like A could potentially fall into their hands again. Bren doing that very, very signature retake here. Georgie, though, has found an alarm bot, which ironically, is gonna alarm Hot Sauce and will find Modski for his troubles. Josh S chimes in too. And Action
Spike
PH,
down
they're getting
A.
whittled down. These sheriffs have not really done any good for them so far.
Spike's here.
But the time is winding down. We have 30 seconds left. If they can land some sort of miraculous play,
30
this is pretty
seconds
much
left.
done and dusted.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Not with that
Last
spike
player
dropped in the
standing.
middle. Not with Hot Sauce landing shots like that. They do find one more. They know where he is. Trapped in this corner. And that's gonna be Savvy to get another pick off. So 3-2, Bren, they take the lead. And they still manage to keep themselves in the game. It's a very, very tight game here, Raph. I really think this could go either way. What I do like is that EJ finally has that operator. Let's see where he posts up first.
That's right, looking to answer a bunch of calls from the man from the River Styx himself. EJ is going to be working like a collector when this round timer ends. It does look like their attention is going to go towards B. That's interesting. An up entry towards B. Okay. It's actually Georgie. Ooh, that's unlucky. I think he was trying to get Georgie there, but Eman had to pay the price, losing the stage here. EJ looks to play it close. Can't find one. Goes for the knife.
Oh, no way! He just survives! And
One enemy remaining.
Just that. The fact that he gets a little bit longer buys so much time for his team to back him up. He didn't even need to get the kills. He was just staying alive, and that was really great from EJ.
That's nuts. I have no words. You know, what is the efficient... You know, if you ask somebody, like, what was the efficient play or the most efficient play, the ideal play of that situation? Is it A, dash out, fall back to stairs, maybe potentially hold an angle, or maybe even gamble, throw a smoke down, cross market, try to kill anybody that's third or fourth in, or you run, you pull out your knife and hide in the corner? What do you expect the answer to be, C?
In this situation, it works, so I wouldn't go against you on that one. Do you want to point out the stats real quick? 14 kills on Hot Sauce right now. This Sentinel is definitely guarding things pretty well. He already has his ultimate up again.
He's doing work. He's doing so much work for Bren here. And although it seems that they have a 2-round leader, this could quickly dwindle. But Action PH, they might take a backseat in this round once more as the economy looks to be fairly weak, fairly unfed at the moment. Still 15 seconds to really make a decision on what buy they want. It already looks like Xavi is preparing to dissuade anybody from taking a main.
I like the early opening pick from EJ. Let's see where he tries to go this round. And it's looking like he wants to make a peek towards top mid here. I don't imagine a lot of players will try to contest this. But in fact, they do right now. The fake star does come through. And it's EJ who is allowed a little bit more of a sight line towards that B link. Georgie with the blades will have to make something special happen as the rest of his team sitting on very much lesser weaponry. They do identify where one is, but they haven't spotted Georgie with that recon. Nobody's still hard peeking, which is good for Bren because they are very much a disciplined team.
Absolutely. We are looking at Action PH. Could potentially rush the pizza position here, but it does look like Xavi 8K is here to reinforce EJ as quickly as he can, and he skedaddles out of there. Very, very smart of him as Xavi takes his attention towards B main. We'll do a little bit of damage unknowingly to Georgie there. Very lucky for Georgie. I think he was just trying to kill the drone, and he was like, yeah, you know what, let's just go with it. Eman does have that res available, but very, very unlikely for him to use that. And it does look like Action PH are going on yet another default here. 30 seconds left. The clock is ticking down.
Oh, okay. Georgie gets on site, brought down to 38. Josh is there to defend, but only gets one. Can they do any more than this here? It's looking like Hot Sauce is able to get one.
Spike planted.
It's a lockdown deployed. Savvy's good for one, but Modski gonna get one kill before EJ finds a double. So that's gonna be another round here for Bren. Not too much to write home about. An eco round after all, but still a good eco that they do find 2 kills in Action PH. They are 3 rounds behind. Nothing really too outrageous, but this is just about the time they need to start winning a round. If they lose another round and get forced into an eco, and we see a 7-2 scoreline, they will really start to worry.
Yeah, we do have Astral Divide on the side of Josh S here. So once again, the retakes are gonna be, well, at least helped by the ults that they have. Xavi has that Rolling Thunder ready to rock and roll. Meanwhile, on the side of Action PH, they do have the Lockdown, the Res, and of course their Astral Divide. Georgie's still completely empty as he expended all his blades. Tesseract not too far off the mark here with only 4 away, as EJ wants to take this a little more aggressively. Maybe take that turret down, and yes, he does. It's going to be 40 seconds without that little bot. As time winds down once more. Look at this, slowly walking up towards mid.
Oh, Rolling Thunder going to be used already here. And Josh S is going to take down 1 before he gets traded out. There's still a couple players that they have to deal with towards this mid area. 3, in fact. The spike has been dropped down towards outside B main. And Bren Esports, they're happy to stall. They're happy to play for time because they know it's in the barrel of the gun, and it's enough. EJ does get 1, but it's
not kill my ally.
a quick kill right now from Eman. Oh, and he misses that follow-up. Has to trade up, switches to a Vandal, just because he knows that there could be an incoming rush, and the operator might not be the right weapon to deal with it. They will be walking into the site with hot sauce in it, though. That's going to be a little bit of a problem, or not, because Ryu just sniffs him out and makes mincemeat out of him within seconds here. That's A side completely vulnerable. This is looking great for Action PH.
I was about to say that Tesseract does have the option to destroy the lockdown, but when I check the minimap, he is quite ways away. Instead, he uses these shock darts to push Eman out of cover to try and take a fight, and yes, he does. He kind of poked the bear with a stick there, and Emma, not only a healer, but a harm assist as well. Are you still hanging on to that Astral Divide? Has no real reason to spend it at the moment as they flush out the last member of Bren.
Yeah, keeping that Cosmic Divide up until the very last, until when they really need it, maybe for a set play, for an execute, really should help them, especially now that they don't really have many more ultis available. They used most of them in that previous round to win that one. Now, I'd like to see if they have a set play around the Cosmic Divide, whether they go for like plant towards that site. But I don't know if they were able to. I don't think they recovered the op, right? So they had to rebuy that. Yeah, they did. They had to rebuy the op.
Here.
So they will be reinvesting it. That's a lot of money down the drain. Could be, and I think it is the last buy before they get reset economically.
That is true, as Action PH is taking measures to stop any forward aggression from Action PH, and they do pop all that utility towards A main, but surprisingly EJ didn't take that risk, didn't take that leap, as Abby will do that for him. Oh my goodness, if he landed that, that would have been disgusting. But he didn't, and here we are yet on another neutral situation, as Action PH have decided to not put all their eggs in the A basket.
Yeah, they see the operator in the hands of EJ, and they want to get out of there. Rightfully so. That man is something special indeed. But they all will be walking into the site of hot sauce. And like we said, here comes the Cosmic Divide that we've been waiting for. They have deployed it. Boost from on top does come in. Dash as well comes through. Hot sauce right around the corner. Sees the barrel of the gun. Somehow Georgie still wins it. But from the grave, he manages to take Modeski down with a Nano Swarm. It's brought to a 4v4.
Did I catch an Odin? Yes, I did, and it's on Brain Freeze. He is looking to go full Terminator mode here. Just needs a slight dart, any info. As Josh S is going to use that covering fire to fight Tesseract. As the puzzle gets disassembled, Cosmic Divide is here. Ryu will do a very, very ballsy move and using it as a bit of a fake out here. Xavi and the boys, they still have a bit of a task to clear the site, but they are getting faked out. Ryu gets one very, very important as well. The corner! Georgie! He explodes! Oh my goodness, Josh S nearly gets a haircut from Georgie, but just in time, he adjusts, he takes him down. And if I was Bren, that was a little scary. That was not a little scary, actually, that was very scary. Oh dear me.
Up! Oh, they didn't get it!
I guess that's a little bit of a win on the side of Action PH, but they have to rebuy now.
Yeah, they have to rebuy the op. Still a very expensive weapon. They'll manage to claim it, but look at that. Very, very pretty from EJ. Doesn't get sniffed out by Georgie, though. Georgie does manage to find 3, still not enough to win them the round. This game, close as can be, that could have went to Action PH, but instead, Bren, they are in the lead by 3. Still could be anyone's game at this point, as operator in the hands of EJ, yet again looking to go aggressive here towards mid. Now for Action PH, though, they want to get information towards A. Could be a quick hit.
That's right. And Action PH, once again, they are very, very interested in taking, or rather pulling so much attention towards A main here. They just want all that breach utility being tossed out, or at least I feel like that's their game plan as of the moment. It does look like Xavi has other plans, still holding on to every tool in his arsenal. As the rest of Action PH, it does look like RU and Eman are going to go for a little bit of a wiggle there, like, do we go A or do we not go A? As Tree looks to be fairly clogged. Well, the utility is going to come out. We do see a dash coming in, fairly uncontested. And this is going to be a 5v5 retake situation in the making.
This is the problem with having that operator at this stage in the game, where you go for a retake with an operator without having gotten a kill, suddenly have to retake with it. Very, very
Spike
tough.
planted.
Now 5v5, as EJ hopefully could be the one to get a pick off for his team. Utility being deployed, EJ does it. He finds it, makes that operator useful in a retake scenario. Odin as well. The Brain Freeze finds him. It's another great retake so far from Bren, but Amon from up on above is able to rain down terror, getting 2. Mike has been tapped, but Sir Deathio is able to get another. Still 2v2 now. Time is ticking away. They want to get at least a half. Will be disallowed because Amon with a 4K is able to get 4.
That's disgusting again. Oh my lord. There's just so many highlights getting tossed around. An Action PH, they're kicking it into overdrive here. Eman with an absolutely heroic effort to seal that round and take it away from Bren, even hurting their economy by such a considerable amount here. I honestly was about to call that Hot Sauce was making so much space, as Brain Freeze was supposedly the man stopping these peeps from invading the beach, but no, they did succeed. And we are looking at yet another 2-round swing potential. It's only round 11. Come on, guys. Jeez.
Yeah, this is a game that definitely delivers. We could still see 2 more rounds of intense Valorant. It is an eco round. Okay, maybe 1 more, but we are in an eco round here for Bren. The lead starting to slowly shrivel away. Action PH, they are in a pretty decent spot economically speaking. Look at where they are. Only really Georgie not having that much money. They could drop for him, but I do imagine they're going to try to get him that Blade Storm by picking up an orb.
Yeah, again, I mean, we might actually see the first overtime of the of our challengers here of the day of the series. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And we are gonna have a little bit of a tech pause here, just for teams teams and our league ops to sort everything out. God bless everybody on that, by the way, making this experience as smooth as butter for everybody involved.
I just love butter, though.
Man, butter. 7 p.m.
Butter
Pizza.
makes everything better.
Observer, don't do this. It's 7 p.m.
It's just about pizza time. Oh man, I could go for a pizza.
Pizza time.
Do you like butter on your pizza?
Well, okay, here's a little bit of lore for our viewers out there. I am actually fairly lactose intolerant.
Yeah, me too, but I still like butter.
But a dog. I mean, I'm not too indifferent about butter on pizza, but I don't think I've had pizza that has butter that's really stuck with me. You know what I mean? Maybe
Papa
I need something to... Huh?
Papa John's.
Dude, we don't have Papa John's here. I'm so sad.
I'm so
don't
sorry.
laugh at me.
Oh,
whoa!
I forgot.
Observer, what are you doing? Come on.
Oh, now he's showing us the gelato. Thanks.
Okay. Thankfully, I had ice cream today, and although that is not
What
gelato,
happened to the lactose intolerant bit?
I never said I was strictly adhering to that. You know what I mean?
That is the right answer.
It will slow me down, but will it
Oh,
stop
look at
me?
that! Look at that! Look at that! They got cheese. They got some cured meats.
I guess no
some
matter
wine.
what cast we do, we cannot avoid the food. We just can't. It's impossible.
No, it's like it's like we're grocery shopping in Valorant right now.
And I heard from a little birdie named Nomad, capital SAD, for not having Papa John's. Well, yeah. Well, you guys don't
They have that
dim
garlic
sum.
butter dip, man.
Come
They
on,
dip your
man.
pizza in like garlic butter, and it's so good. Oh my god.
Welcome to the mini VCT podcast. We are enticing everybody to grab dinner right now. So
yeah,
you
grab a
don't
snack
miss the game.
while we're
Yeah.
waiting for the game to come
I would
back.
love to have salmon right now. I hate all of you.
Salmon?
This is my first day.
Is that
and you
that looks
guys-
like salmon, isn't it?
It could be blue marlin, it could be anything. But guys, please, this is my first day here. Is this what I have to go through? Making me hungry intentionally? Come on, man.
Every single second, it's like, oh look, they're so cute.
Oh, I love that.
Get
Okay,
out of
that
my
is
way.
amazing.
Aggressive push here from Bren as they try to make an aggressive play, try to get a couple of kills with those pistols. They know that they are on the lesser buy, so they'll want to be able to get at least a man advantage. Not gonna happen. Not according to Nozuki.
Not at all, but it seems that they have flipped the script. They are gonna have a little bit of presence from Tree and Heaven here, but with upgraded pistols, could do a little bit of damage. But Georgie, do not bring a gun to a knife fight, as he is hungry. We'll finally pull out the Sheriff, but it's going to be Tesseract to clean up EJ. And with the economy reset just like that, we have a little bit of a game here,
round
folks.
in the half.
Score is, well, almost tied up if Action PH wins this one.
Yeah, we could be seeing 6-6 half. EJ start having quite a bit of impact with that operator, but
Placing
unfortunately, it's really been the story of EJ and Hot Sauce. Savvy not having the best game, maybe playing a little bit more quiet after, the amazing game that we saw from him in game number 1. Maybe not his map, and then the fairly decent game we saw from his Reyna. But definitely want to see him step up, I'd say, a little bit more in this last game of the series.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit more of height action here as Eman is going to utilize that Sage Wall for another one of those cheeky peeks. This time around, he doesn't really get anybody as Bren looks to play a little more forward, tries to change up the timing here. This could be the X factor for them, but Nozuki is going to get that spike down as Eman does have that res up as well. So if anybody falls in his immediate vicinity, obviously he's going to be right back up. If you look at how Bren is positioned right now, they have no pressure whatsoever towards A here. So everybody in act, what is going on here?
Saw the utilities being deployed. Justin ultimate as well for this retake. Bren, they managed to get themselves inside the site, and they can't hold them off. The 2 remaining players now from out in the open right now. Caught, but Zero Death, yo. Tesseract, and he lined him up. Almost does, but Brain Freeze gets the better of him. And just with that, look at how much HP he has. He's got almost nothing. Barely has enough time as well. Oh, he does a lot. He has 3.78 seconds. But still, that came down to the wire.
Switching
as
sides.
Esports manages to get the lead on the half.
I was just saying that Bren had no presence towards A main whatsoever, or at least any flanks. And honestly, Action PH had the perfect read for everybody to just put all their attention towards Street Heaven. But Bren had other plans. All that utility came out. They reveled in the chaos. They did so much here. Valiant effort by Tesseract, by Zero Deathio. But it was not meant to be, as this 2-round lead has not left Bren whatsoever.
Still 2 rounds apart. It's not too much, but again, if we look at the scoreboard, it's truly the story of Hot Sauce and EJ right now. On the other side, Emma and Zero Deathio leading the pack for their team. With usage of utility early shock dart does a decent amount of damage. Second one's not going to do too much though. As Josh S.
Oh.
Okay, trying to get a little bit sneaky in there. Will be punished. Now they know that he was the lurk player though.
Yeah, and once again, that is going to be a little bit of a problem for Bren here. They don't have well, basically all that Astro utility that you would love to have. They still do have Xavi to somewhat throw a lot of utility for a side take, but it hasn't happened yet. I think they're trying to pull the attention here. Will push Georgie a tiny bit, using that jet smoke, that cloud to just give them a little bit of space. But Zero Deathio has told Hot Sauce to kind of chill and cool down, bro. As a 3v5 ensues, it is definitely in the favor of Action Page. But wait a minute, Bren has decided to make a mad dash. Eman could be the perfect cutoff here.
Oh, he misses everything!
Spike down, defender spawn.
He did the greatest Ben Simmons impression I've ever seen in my life.
But where are they going? Now they're going to A through short, and they have no HP.
What a... They're trying to hit him with the old razzle dazzle.
Hides in the smoke! Okay, EJ gets one more, but that's gonna be it because RU gets his third. That was a very weird pistol strat. I don't know if they planned that, because if they planned that, they need to seriously reconsider that strat.
If it worked, that would have been the greatest pistol strat we've ever seen in our lives.
It really wasn't.
It didn't work out okay. But I think that was a silly round overall. Something that I think both these teams would love to forget. But the gap has somewhat closed here. Action Page, they have a chance to equalize this. And Bren, it does look like they're going to hold on to all of their money, barring EJ and Hot Sauce just topping up all the utility, or at least some of their utility. And it does look like the utility, as I mentioned, is going to come their way from Action PH.
Still just on basic pistols. Bren Esports. On the attacking side, it's going to be a little bit difficult to use that. They do flush out temporarily the player who was holding towards a major wine. But instead, they take a loss on the other side of the map. They know Hot Sauce could have been lurking. Now they're pretty much in danger from every place, because look at this mid control here by Georgie. He could basically be anywhere. He's going to cut them off. He's going to hear these footsteps. He's in prime position to get one.
Spike
almost
down,
two.
B.
Dashes out. Oh, no scope. Three. Oh, very nice. Very nice. And he escapes with his life. Good tap right there from EJ. But in the end, it's not going to lead to too much as we go to 7-7. Tie game, ladies and gents.
Round 15. We finally found ourselves at the half. Or at least on the rounds, as Georgie is a fire heavy here. I love that. It's just like, you know what,
He just crouched and went for it. Like, yo.
Oh, God, I just love that you really cannot predict these games as much as we try. Just something happens, and again, it's Valorant. That's what's so beautiful about this game. It's both super tactical and super, well, whatever happened in the previous round.
Yeah. But that's what makes it beautiful. Are there more? I thought they're about to show us more food for a second there, but we are in the serious mode right now. As it's the real gun round. Well, not the real gun round. Still is kind of an bonus round here for Georgie, but for APH rather. But Georgie does get a kill. Managed to take down Brain. So that's one of the indicators removed from the equation. And Eman falls back, takes a little bit of damage, but being a Sage, not gonna worry too much about that.
Ooh, and a lot of attention has been put on towards short here, towards tree. Action PH, they are making a little bit of a defensive line here from spawn towards A, and they are going to clog up tree and heaven. As Bren, they may have found the timing here if they choose to go B, but instead they will walk into the stack.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely.
Right there.
A side, a lot of players behind it. APH might just win this. Georgie crossfiring with his team. Georgie finding 3 kills. EJ finally gets the better of him, but is it too little too late? EJ dashing in, finds a 3rd kill! Where did that even come from? Keeping his team alive. Working the box here. Spike has been planted. 8 HP. And beautiful usage of the aftershock just to buy his team a little bit more time to escape. But EJ needs to play those headshot angles.
Oh, the situation, it escalates once again. What a fantastic Roddy Rich impersonation there by EJ. Working that
enemy
box to
remaining.
perfection. But this crossfire,
player
do they know one
standing.
more is there? Savvy gets one, but Tesseract, aka Zero Deathyo, will find Savvy. And APH, they find a lead here. And he's making sure that this Spike doesn't get up and fight people.
It's making sure, double tap that Spike. But, wow, really good retake. I thought that was it. Yeah, EJ really came alive on that round, but lost too much HP, wasn't enough. Look at that.
One enemy remaining.
Clinical.
Again,
Last player standing.
we've been honestly been crawling towards the end of this match as everybody, and I mean everybody, has been so determined to get this advantage on their side. Action PH, they finally have it. The question is this gonna kickstart something in Bren? This might be the wake-up call they need, as they are gonna go for a fast pick here. They do pop blades. They don't check short. He got tagged up a little bit, and EJ loses his blades very quickly, as Georgie is gonna close out on Josh S as well, and Bren. Oh dear, the B side does not stand for Bren. It stands for God, I'm running out of gas here, but Action Base, they're making a case of just please leave us alone, guys.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing. If Bren take a loss here and Action PH actually win this map, this is gonna be day one where all of the expected matches were upsets. All of the matches were upsets.
That's a good thing. Yeah, because it's a big sign that whatever data we had yeah, and we love to see that, honestly. Honestly, like when Zeal took that 2-0, I couldn't help but smile, because again, this is a team that I've been so emotionally invested in that team for the longest time. To see them make important progress and to do that in front of one of, I don't know, the best teams at the very tippy top of our local scene.
Yeah, we were just talking
impressive.
about how SBE have really kind of only lost once to Zeal, I think. And ever since then, Zeal has kind of been middling and doing kind of meh. But for them to turn up on day number one and actually defeat SBE 2-0 in a best of 3, if you told me that like 4 days ago, I would have told you to get lost.
Yeah, honestly, again, this is not to knock on Zeal at all, nor to knock on SBE, because it seems that the power levels of our humble scene, they are rising and rising, and who doesn't love to see that? Who doesn't love more contenders in the global stage? And this is exactly why we're here.
Okay, I'm hearing the countdown timer, and that just means that we're ready to go back into the game. Operator coming out from Georgie. So you're gonna try to test his luck this time. As if we look at the scoreboard here for Action PH, everybody really, kind of contributing to the pot. Nobody falling behind too much. It's Bren Esports who are having a little bit more of I'd say gap in terms of the numbers of their individual players. For the A site they do go, however, as Savvy looking to lead the charge alongside his team, looking to be support here for EJ. They do manage to take control over short, but there's already 4 players from Action PH waiting to receive them.
Honestly, it kind of puzzles me why they're so fixated on taking tree here. I get that it is a potential avenue for taking A and even maybe sneaking around B, but knowing that Action PH has an Astra and a potential Killjoy lurking around the area, it's so dangerous. And right now, it seems that they've taken that attention away and is now looking to take a little bit more control of mid, wants to block out any avenues of exit, as Josh S, Brain Freeze, they're crawling up here, looking to find an opening pick, but Action PH, beautiful positioning from everybody, clogging up the lanes once more as he finds Zavi 8K on that operator. Maximum value already.
30 seconds left.
And look at this, Are-You taking A main. Josh S is finally able to trade him out, sure, but the shock dart is good. And EJ, okay. 3v2 still. The spike will go down, 40 seconds left. Oh, perfect timing from Hot Sauce right there. The swing from Hot Sauce, he gets a double. Now it's a 2v1, all up to Mochi. needs to clutch this, gives up his position, starts making a mad dash towards heaven. And they know he's just jumping towards here. Tries to go for that fake flash. Not really going to be fooling anybody for now. It's going to be Hot Sauce once again with a hero play. 3 kills for him. And definitely the one to watch as he manages to bring his team yet again above and beyond. 21 kills for Hot Sauce.
One thing that Hot Sauce has been doing all day is that he's been so consistent. It's this time around that he's finally stormed their leaderboard and taken that very top spot, which is, you know, usually, well, I wouldn't say reserved, but occupied by non-sentinels, because sometimes the life of a sentinel is rough. Oh no!
Yeah, they either go to your site
or they just leave you alone
and die, or you're playing retake and like everyone's dead.
But I would love to point out that honestly I would love to point out that Tesseract has had enough of that monkey business, finds his contemporaries, and will unleash the Hunter's Fury upon them with no restraint whatsoever. We are now winding down to, well, a minute left in the round, or at least a minute 14 seconds, as the scoreboard has not shifted in Bren's favor whatsoever ever since the lead switch.
What a shot. Bren.
Be faster.
Oh my god, the taps from EJ. Sick! Modsky, though, is able to get one with a stinger. Hot Sauce trades him out. Plant does come in, and that's going to allow them a free reign over the side. Either team could come out on top, but this is a very crucial round. One team could find themselves on double digits if they do take this and maybe force an economic reset. Not a lot of money for either side here, as Eman looking to close the gap, looking to tap away at EJ. What a shot right here from the Sage. Now it's 3-1, and Hot Sauce lines them both up. He gets a triple kill from the corner, and it's one more round that Hot Sauce has been able to win for his team. This man is just on fire today.
On fire indeed, and he's finally once again risen to the top roses. Must love roses. I mean, who doesn't, right? But now we are evened out. We are at a reset point, but we only have such few rounds left, and none of these teams have really established any dominance whatsoever. Everybody has been firing on all gears, and I just still can't follow.
Yeah, this is definitely very touch and go, very push and pull from both teams. Look at all the utility being deployed here. I just heard a Rolling Thunder. We also have the lockdown being used. EJ entering with all his might. They do destroy the lockdown, but Modsky gets 2 kills for it. Can't get any more, but Georgie's right there to 3. So it's a 2v2. As Hot Sauce once more is able to find another Savvy all alone in this 1v2. Can he clutch for his team? He's the shoulder, and Georgie wins it. Double digits now for Action PH, and they might just force Bren into a reset.
How many resets have we seen this match alone? This, again, I keep saying this. I sound like a broken record, but this has to be the most grindy match we've seen all day long. And the crazy thing is, it's not boring at all. It's just so tense.
You know that video of like 2 boxers who just don't defend, they just keep punching each other?
That's Don Fry, and God, oh my goodness, forgive me MMA fans for letting this slip my mind, but that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they're just wailing on each other.
Thank you, oh my goodness. But forgive me for missing the complete name of that battle. It really are 2 heavyweights finding each other as EJ slices up Eman here. We're not gonna have all that Sage utility available for Action PH, which they've been valuing so much here. Georgie could find one, and yes, he does. EJ tries to go for a cheeky jiggle peek here, but is denied of anything.
Elbow was showing, and that was just enough here. Unable to get the 2nd kill. Savvy was able to punish. The Sheriffs are doing work. Suddenly, it's a man advantage for Bren. They also have 2 ultimates on their side. If they pick up rifles, they might actually get away with this.
Take flight.
Not until Zero Defio has something to say about it. Okay, Hunter's Fury, a little bit mistimed if you ask me. Here comes the lockdown as well. Forces a player off site, but that doesn't clear out the entirety of Heaven.
30 seconds left.
Oh, dear.
One enemy remaining.
As Action PH, they stave off Bren. And the lead, it has never swung back in Bren's favor. This is not looking good for Bren. Not looking good at all.
Takayama.
Yeah.
I just saw it. Thank you to our panel host today, Nomad. Dawn Fry versus Takayama. Look it up because that's what we're watching.
One
Yes.
enemy remaining.
Absolutely. And this again, the punches, they're still being thrown. None of them are giving away whatsoever. Man, another thriller in Manila, so to speak. Even though I'm all the way in Cebu, but you guys are over there. It's all good. Still works.
Yeah, it's okay. You're cheering on from the side.
Deploying drone.
That is. And I am enjoying every second of it as the drone is going to get shot out of the sky very, very quickly. And look at this, a bit more of an aggressive stance here by Action PH. I think they found the rhythm, they found the timing of Bren here. Although Georgie is going to take a little bit of damage, he is going to get topped up.
Yeah, the heals do come through. It's not going to be too much of an issue as rest of the members of Action PH sort of scramble about the map, deciding really where they're going to plant themselves. Nobody really finding that much map control. They want to prod towards mid, but they still have to deal with Georgie, who's just outside of it, holding spawn, making sure nobody pushes them. There comes the cloud burst,
Right there.
just to maybe give a false impression towards Georgie, who could say that they might be in market already. Now the rest of the members, look at what Action PH is doing. They're consistently taking A main. This makes things so difficult for Bren to go towards that A side because they haven't taken control of it. But look at that tap from Hot Sauce yet again. Cosmic Divide. Emma's right and good with that headshot onto EJ. 12 seconds left. They need to enter it, but they're going to be slowed down quite a lot. 8 seconds left. They can't get on the site at all, and it's got to be Action PH to take the round yet again. Bren Esports are absolutely rocked at this point.
Uh-oh. I'm at a loss for words here because Action PH, they're so disciplined. Suddenly, they found an evolution point for themselves, and the overextensions they've stopped. The map control has been so smart, and it does look like Bren is a little befuddled right now. They've been sending 5 bodies at very early rounds, and they've been slowly dispersing themselves, but that hasn't really helped their case in the last 4 rounds or so. Action PH, they're completely ready for this. EJ does get an isolation, but Emma is there to trade him out. Are you? Supposedly in a dire situation, will drag Zavi 8K with him, 6 feet under. Brain freeze, and the rest of Bren, they're holding their breath right now. This is, well, do or die for the series. Josh S, he won't check on top. Georgie finds one. He did cancel the drone in time. That's a bit of a heartbreaker. The spike is down. And Emma, he can smell the blood. The sharks, they're in a frenzy as Georgie finds Hot Sauce. And Action PH, they once again destroy my predictions and give me an L on that part of the broadcast. Oh dear.
So it's upsets all day long. We have seen a lot of crazy turn of events here. None of the games we expected to go a certain way actually went the way we expected them to. So what a series of events, what an unexpected turn of events that we have seen, and I am absolutely living for it. The teams, however, are not eliminated as we take a look at the post-game stats. They are still in the running. They have another chance. We are in double eliminations, of course. So let's take a look at the head-to-head right now. It really was Hot Sauce for Bren here and Georgie on the other side. A very much concerted effort from Action PH side. Bren had 2 players at the very tippy top. Everybody else falling a little bit to the wayside. That was Hot Sauce and EJ. Everybody else needed to do a little bit better.
It's crazy because we saw Bren's potentially maximum potential, or at least what they could look like when they're firing on all when all their
map
gear.
1.
Yeah, in map 1, right? But then it also begs the question, how long can you keep that up? Which is usually the question we ask Action PH. Very interesting turn of events that will be shown on our highlights very shortly here.
Now let's take a look at the highlights in just a second. Okay, we're already taking a look. But it was pretty much a match which was really just two titans slamming into each other and see which one broke first. This was Bren failing to play, I think, to their normal playstyle. I didn't really see the heavily tactical, perfectly in sync Bren that we saw in map number 1. This was more Bren playing to the tune of Action PH, and Action PH just never letting their foot off the gas.
Not at all, and sometimes you just gotta cruise. Like I said, slow is smooth, but smooth is fast. This hot sauce has definitely been the MVP for that map, at least for Bren. But God, the blistering speed, or at least the blistering efficiency of Bren had to stop somewhere. And for them, I guess one of the things that they have to work on is to work on that long series stamina.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Bren, but big congratulations to Action PH. All of the teams that we considered underdogs today, making a statement in day number 1. Let's not break that down. We'll be joining you on the panel once we come back from this break. So don't go anywhere. We still have the end of day discussions and the interview coming your way. We'll be back in a second.
falling in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Well, we didn't expect it. Well, we did expect it to come down the wire, but we didn't expect Alpha Esports to come out on top of Bren Esports here. Their predictions were wrong, but the performance is still very much right. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me, fresh from the cast, is Ilustrado and Raf. And boys, was that a match?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not going the way we expected it to go. A lot of surprises here and there. And Bren showing us how good they can be in map number 1 and then severely disappointing in the following 2 and 3. So it was a little bit of a hit and miss for me, but I still see a few bright spots within that last series.
I'd have to agree. I mean, I guess we could say that with all the series that we've seen today. Although, even though some of the teams that we did predict to win, they did lose, I think this was one of the best ways that day one could turn out, because once again, me and Illustrado talked about this midcast, that all our data from the previous, encounters from the previous season has been somewhat rendered obsolete when all these teams just, rose to the occasion.
Yeah, but credit where credit is due. Both teams actually performed way above our expectations here in this game, and we have to look at the highlights from what happened earlier on to just have a recap on how good the dynamics were for Action PH and as well as Bren Esports. We were hyping up the Sabi and EJ versus Georgie and Eman duo matchup here for both of these teams, but they still, it still delivered. Like, you can still see the dynamic duo here, right, Olu?
Yeah, 100%. I do think it delivered, because a lot of those clutch situations, a lot of those moments, it was 1v1, came down to the wire. It was Georgie, Eman. But let's not forget how great Hot Sauce was in that last one as well. So it delivered exactly what we wanted. It just didn't end the way we expected, but it still was a great match through and through.
Oh god, I love that highlight where they just ran out of ammo. It's like, this is a little uncomfortable, guys. Yeah, throughout the game, we've seen heroes to, like Illustrado mentioned, Hot Sauce, who was absolutely searing and scalding in the previous match. Georgie, who woke up fairly late into the series, didn't really start popping off up until Icebox continued that performance into Ascent here. And, oh man, these teams, they've proven to be a problem. I feel like this year's season is definitely a toss-up.
Definitely, we're going to be expecting a little bit more of this in the next coming days, because at this point, we just can't set our, the stats don't lie, yeah, but the teams have other things in mind. And I specifically, me personally as a Sage man, we want to point out Emmett here throughout the entirety of this Ascent match, and he still picked up the Sage, and the Sage walls were just beautiful, getting the off angles for the most part. But of course, this entire team is a cog in the entire mechanism that Action PH has. But will we see the same performance from Action PH moving forward, though? That's a question I kind of want to ask here.
Honestly, I don't really see it. The way Action PH played today, it was good, sure, but I really do think it's more of a fault of Bren Esports not playing to their maximum than anything, really. I expect Action PH can play like this again in the following days, and if they do, and if they actually improve, it's going to be a very, very impressive run for the squad.
Yeah, and this is our MVP brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers. It's Georgie, 284.7 ACS, 19 average kills, a positive KDA of 1.4. And that is a lot of headshots, 25.8%, Raf.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Georgie really showed that once the fire starts, it is incredibly difficult to put out. And that was honestly one of the reasons why Action PH succeeded over Bren. And much like what Illustrado said, there were times where Bren really didn't show the same look at the beginning of the series, which is understandable because that level of efficiency was honestly inhuman. It was unreal.
Yeah, you guys were stressing it out throughout the entirety of game number 1, where Bren Esports was just really in sync with each other. Like, they've been playing for the longest time now. Not like Hot Sauce didn't just come in a couple of months ago, and it's just beautiful to see that. Maybe it's because of the new coaching staff. What do you think, Ilu?
Yeah, I do think it has to do honestly, I do think it has a lot to do with the individual skill of Hot Sauce, because he has just been crazy ever since we've been watching them. But I do think I want to touch on this a little bit later on. Maybe hearing from the players themselves would be a better idea.
Maybe we could have a view of what Action PH has to offer. We're gonna have a little bit of questioning here and a little bit of interrogation here from Donut, who has RU on the line from Action PH.
Hello, we have RU here from APH. So I know you get this a lot. How are you? How are you feeling tonight that you got the win against Bren Esports?
We're feeling great right now. Especially our comeback.
Yes, that's actually great. You got a reverse sweep. But unfortunately, both of you stole each other's map picks. And was this something that you guys expected?
We didn't expect to lose our map picks, especially that's the map that we're most prepared with. But unfortunate events happened and we just came back to the second and third map.
Well, that's good to hear that you were able to get a comeback. But speaking of the map of Haven, I just really wanted to ask, how were you able to recover from the loss of the momentum during the first game?
Usually we lose the first map of the best of 3. It's like, so we know how we need our mental game to be there for the second map, because if we focus ourselves to the recent events, we won't able be to get our own momentum and win us the game.
Well, basically, pushing it to game 3 means that you have a fight in you. I would have a question about your players, specifically Eman and Georgie. They've been known to be the two duelists, always working together. But we noticed that Eman took other roles. So now, I want to ask if there are some challenges that you've encountered along the way.
I don't think we had any challenges along the way, especially when Eman changes his agents. I think his role that he's most comfortable with is flexing, because he's able to use other agents with no problem. And about Georgie, he's comfortable with his own agent, which is Duelist, Jet, Raze, or whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see that he was match MVP throughout all of the series. So I guess that's already a statement in itself. I do have a question, because you are the IGL of the team. Within the best of 3, you mentioned that you would usually just really hop on the momentum in the second and the third map. So now I have a question about really taking you back to the past. If you have anything to change within that best of 3, or any mistakes that you want to remake, what would that be?
I think the rounds that I want to remake is the first bonus round or the second gun round, because I've noticed that we've won both pistol rounds in Haven, but we collapsed once the gun round started. I think if we better approached on our gun rounds or on our bonus rounds, maybe we could have shifted the momentum towards us and win us the game.
And you also mentioned some inconsistencies. from your team. So now, what plans do you have to fix this in time for tomorrow's match against Oasis?
We're gonna be talking about our mistakes later on because what we did is we're just focusing on our game, let our mistakes happen, and we focus on our next goal. Because if we keep on focusing on our mistakes during the game, we would lose and we won't be able to come back.
Well, good luck for tomorrow's match, and that's something that we would want to see for sure. And about tomorrow's games, Nomad will give us more details on what to expect. Nomad, take it away.
Yeah, we're gonna take it away from you guys. Thank you for the interview, Donut, as well as RU. Now, yeah, tomorrow they're gonna be facing off against Oasis. It's looking good for Action PH at the very least. And you kind of wanted to talk about Bren earlier on, Ilustrado. Before we had to go through the interview. What was that specifically?
Yeah, I was just trying to say, man, Bren Esports, they have just so much within them. We saw glimpses of it today. But I do really think that this team is still within its infancy stage. And whether we can see more and more of that very refined tactical approach like we saw in game number 1, that still remains to be seen. But the more they get tournament exposure here in VCT, the more we'll get to see it.
Yeah, we'll get to see that. Sorry for cutting you off there, Raph, but we'll get to see the tournament bracket, the update on the scoreboards here from the teams here, as there is going to be not much of a big thing here because Team Secret and Oasis Gaming hasn't played yet, but now it's Esports and Zeal currently at the top spot with 2-0. Action PH with a 2-1 earlier on. Bren Esports with a 1-2 scoreline. And looking for more against South Built Esports. They're down at the bottom, but the day is not yet done. But Raph, you were saying earlier on.
I just like to point out, guys, that pardon me. I just like to point out that again, Zeal, for those who are not informed, Cebu recently had a very, very recent and a very dangerous storm. They powered through that. And could you imagine a team that's just recently probably got back to boot camp, still recovering from all the mess that's going on here, and absolutely tearing it up? If that's not a storyline, I don't know what is.
Well, they get to rest tomorrow because they will not have a match tomorrow, but instead we have Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. We got Looking for Org followed versus South Built Esports, followed lastly by Action PH versus Oasis Gaming, who's going to be pulling a double shift for tomorrow's matches. Any type of any expectations are we looking for here?
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be rough for Oasis. I know what that feels like when you're the first team in and the last team out. It's just killer on your mentality. It's exhausting. So they're going to have to... They're a very great team, and I'm looking forward to seeing them play on this VCT stage. But they're going to have to be so resilient.
And Raph, who are we going to look forward to tomorrow?
I mean, it's really hard to disagree with what Ilustrado said because Oasis in very recent memory has been going to the top. They've been in excellent form, but that is going to be tested through Hellfire tomorrow with a true test of endurance. 2 best of 3s in the same day with a very, very short amounts of rest is going to be killer for them.
All right, well, thank you for the takes for tomorrow's matches. But before we officially end the program, we'd like to thank our official sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. But with all that being said, on behalf of Black and Blue, Asarai, and Dax, who were here, as well as the Filipino broadcast with Taylor, with Ray and Vil, as well as to our virtual correspondent Donut. It's me, Nomad, alongside Ilustrado and Raph. We bid you guys a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at VCT Challengers PH.
Don't make me lose my mind, 'cause I'm looking test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah.